Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to R.I.M. brothers, mourners, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharon Bracy and the wildest wake up morning show salute. Big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute. Brownsville, SBG solution based gang.
The coffee's ready?
Yeah. Go. No.
Pick up everything. Ooh, shout out to brother. Let's go. Good day, everyone. Shout out to brother Noopsy with the 6 gems. Chill. No, ain't no chilling. You good? You can make it through? Ain't no chilling. We out here grinding. You feel me? We out here grinding. We out here gonna get it the way how we can get it. God damn it. It is what it is. You feel me? It is what it is. Shout out to brother Noopsy. Thank you so much. Man, the R.I.M.bros are panicking. They stressed. As they should. They stressed. Make sure you're hitting that like and the share button, God damn it. Because we out here grinding and getting it in. This is how we get more wildness into the chat. This is how we get more craziness going on. If you enjoy the wildest wake up show, if you enjoy wildness in the AM, getting you through your day, you got to hit the like and the share. That's how we get more wildness out here. What up, brother Oopsie? It's that chilly. I can't. I ain't gonna lie, brother Noopsy. It's difficult for me to have a chill button. I don't got no chill button. He said, nah, I don't want you to be chilling. I like you wild and crazy. Well, all the other people that enjoys my wild and craziness, make sure you hit the likes and the share so we can keep getting wild and crazy. The more wildness we got, the more people we got, the more wild it gets. It's as simple as that. Y'all like it. Y'all love it. And I enjoy giving it to you. However, you got to do your job to make sure we get more wild. Shout out to Wall Street Willie and the hashtag MMM. You know what I'm saying? MMM. Milk it, milk it, milk it. Messy Men Mob. The Messy Men Mob. Milk it, milk it. Shout out to Peasy Ain't Going. You know what I'm saying? Holding me down. Thank you so much, Peasy.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Salute. Peasy ain't going. He ain't going. He ain't playing with y'all. Shout out to Peasy ain't going. Thank you so much. Always holding a brother down. What up, B Schmegzy? Black Pearl, what up with you? You know what I'm saying? And it's getting crazy out there. It's getting wild out there. You know what I'm saying? They being stressed. They being hella stressed out there. That's what I do though. They need, you know what I mean? Like Myron he have a stream. I can't play because he's live right now. You know what I mean? He's live right now. But man, they stressed. He's over there. He's over there right now, crying and complaining. Not tears, but crying and complaining. He's saying Donald Trump owes Andrew Tate. What up, Otis? Good day to you. Do y'all believe Donald Trump owes Andrew Tate I'm curious to understand. What is your thoughts on it? Dude, let me put that in the poll. Dude, because what it seems like, man, hey, it seemed like all that MAGA support, all that Kamala Harris was saying, how Andrew Tate and the manosphere is the reason why Donald Trump got into office. Do you believe the manosphere helped Kamala lose? Because clearly Trump didn't win. Clearly Trump didn't win. Clearly Kamala lost, because no matter what conversation we attempt to have, no matter what discussion we attempt to have, they always want to bring up how the Democrats lost. Not that Trump won. Oh, no. We just saying, hey, Trump is doing a lot of things that he wasn't going to do. And they'd be like, hey, so what you think? Kamala would have did better? Yes. Brother Nipsey says Andrew Tate and Joe Rogan is the ones who actually won that election. Do those people owe those brothers? Should Donald Trump block the extradition? That's the question. Thank you. Mm-hmm. He's about to take it?
Yeah.
That's the question that I want to know. Let's see. Talk to me, B Sneezy. What bill? Tell me about the bill. Do I need to drop the link? You gonna come up and tell me about the bill? I want to be Sneezy when I'm talking about that 1.1 trillion. What up, ADS? What are they going to do? What are they going to do? I just want to know. Yeah, I'm smoking on that Andrew pack. That's what I'm doing. Shut up. I'm smoking on an Andrew pack. It seems like they are sending. It seems like they are going to ship his ass quick, fast, in a hurry. It seems like the Trump regiment don't want no parts. What up, Mott? What up with you? We miss you over here too. You over there getting a tan. You was born with one. What you trying to do? Get a tan? Are you over there getting a tan when you was born with one? I don't know what you're talking about, Shadow. I have no idea. If you ain't talking about smoking on that Andrew extradition pack, I don't know. What up, Mott? Man out there getting beautiful skin and all that. Don't you know you're going to make these R.I.M.bros, man? What's a R.I.M.bro? Red pill, incel, manosphere, no good sucker. We got Myron Gaines. He's doing a call to action on somebody that is saying and promoting, selling pamphlets on how to be misogynistic. He is selling pamphlets on how to take advantage of young ladies. Gary BS, you know you full of it. You was hoping it. No, you was not. I attempted to do that. Shout out to Charlie Wasp. Whatever. Don't get mad. What up, SD? What up, Young? So, everybody now, I have officially seen everything at this point. Everything. I'm telling you. Seen everything. For years, the internet told me Andrew Tate was the most connected man on earth. The guy has Bugattis, private jet security, $1 million watches. Apparently knew every billionaire from Dubai to Budapest. Now they need a rally. Now they need a rally. And I need y'all to rally up the likes so we can get thousands of people in here wilding out with us. That's what we need. We need the detractors. We need the supporters. We need the people that's on our side. We need the people that's not on our side. We need it all. Or nothing at all. Did I not give y'all a good show yesterday? Did I not deliver? Do I not deliver every goddamn day? Do I not deliver every goddamn day? It's time for you to start delivering back. Damn, Mike. That's where we at, Mike? Damn. I thought y'all said this man was playing chess while everybody else was playing checkers. Now the chess grandmaster needs a GoFundMe. Now the grandmaster needs a GoFundMe. Myron Gaines jumps online and have an emergency call to action. Just now. Emergency. You know what? Let me make sure I tag the brother in there. Because I don't know. Maybe I could go. Maybe I don't know. Maybe when he finish. Maybe when he finished, we could review it. Hopefully he don't stay on too long. That's what I'm talking about, PZ. Oh, you're not entertained. So he said that emergency call to action. I think that's crazy to me. It sounds wild. It sounds wicked. But for whatever reason, the men are all for it. They all for it. You know what an emergency is? Your house is on fire. Your baby swallowed a Lego. Your grandma just texted, call me immediately. Good day to you, Myron. That's an emergency. A grown man with millions of followers saying, everybody meet me downtown. That's not an emergency. That's Comic-Con. What's up, love? I don't know what it is neither, man. But everybody meet me downtown. That's not an emergency. That is a Comic-Con. Shadow knows all about those kind of emergencies. That's a Comic-Con. That's a Comic-Con with testosterone. Barely any, but it is. Now, here's the part that made me laugh. The argument is Trump owes the Tate brothers, apparently. They helped him get elected. Boy, if you don't sit your silly ass down, what you think you would? That's what the argument is. The internet really thinks every podcast got presidential powers. These folks think elections are decided by live streams. Like people walked into the voting booth saying, I was undecided. Then Andrew Tate said, women can't drive. Guess I'll vote. They give way too much credit. And podcasters elected presidents, man, but people saying Joe Rogan, he would be the secretary of everything. Joe, you know what I'm saying? I get it. But they saying Joe Rogan and Andrew Tate did push the needle. They moved the needle. So what are we going to do? Now, I keep hearing Trump betrayed them. Betrayed. That's the thing. Hold on. You know what I'm saying? Politicians don't even stay loyal to their own vice presidents. We don't. And people like Myron is expecting lifelong loyalty because somebody gave an interview. Good day to you, Ms. Corinne Mackey. How you doing? Politics ain't Thanksgiving dinner. Politics is business. Imagine telling Donald Trump you owe me, right? Donald Trump. The man famous for writing books about negotiation. Good luck with that conversation. Because you're not looking too good. What negotiating tool do you have right now, Andrew? That's the thing that a lot of these goddamn R.I.M.bros don't understand. They leverage is really not what they think it is. They leverage is not what they think it is. Yeah, people are, smile when the getting is good, but when you need a hand, that's when shit gets rough. What's funny is the same crowd that always says nobody owes you anything suddenly discovered being owed. Interesting. Isn't that one of the main things the manosphere talk about? That, man, we gotta go out there and earn everything because nobody owes you anything. How interesting. Now all of a sudden Myron is saying that Trump owes. They walk in contradictions. Now let's talk about this rally. I want y'all to picture it. Thousands of men standing outside fighting for another man's freedom. The same internet that spent years saying never sent. Now they organizing the largest simp convention in history. The largest, the biggest. R.I.M.bro. You can't spend 5 years telling men don't pedestalize anybody, then ask them to march for you. That's literally a pedestal. Shout out to a brother Noopsy. He said, I hope you keep it 100. I heard they coming. I hope you as real as you say you are. I hope you as real as you say. I heard those feds coming. I hope you can run. I hope you keep it 100. Oh, I hope so. God damn it. Shout out to brother Noopsy with another 2 gems. Be on. Good day, Miss J. I hope so. Brother Noopsy, I hope they keep it 100. I hope you can run. I heard the feds is on their way. Shit. I heard that plane is getting fueled up right now. You know what I'm saying? That's literally what Myron is doing. Is literally a pedestal. The manosphere has always been funny to me because every message starts with become independent. Think for yourself. Never follow the crowd. Then 10 minutes later, everybody report to the rally. Wait, I thought we weren't followers. What happened? Every movement eventually becomes the thing is said and hated. Yeah, y'all. Make sure y'all hand that like so we can keep on wilding. That's how we keep on pushing. Y'all gotta hit the like so we can keep on pushing. That's how we get more wildness. You like wildness? You like to be entertained for the next 5 to 7 hours? Get you through your workday. You gotta hit the like button so we can keep wilding. That's how we keep on wilding. Every movement eventually becomes the thing it said it hated. Every single one. It doesn't matter if it's politics, fitness, religion, dating advice. It starts with question everything. Ends with don't question me. It turns out they all want an echo chamber. They all want an echo chamber, Shiesty. My mic don't sound good? Damn, I don't know what's going on with the mic. I don't know. Hold on, let me see. Is it on, Justin? Let me see. Let me see. Maybe it's not on. Let me check real quick. You got me wilding without no microphone. Maybe you're right. Maybe the microphone ain't working properly. God damn it. Let's see. Let me see. Hello, testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now? How do you like me now? I don't know. We're going to have to deal with it for the meantime. I'll figure it out a little later. I'm about to figure it out a little later. It's crazy. It should have never, I agree. It should have never existed. It made way too many men weak. All right, VR said I'm good on his end, so I'm gonna have to push on through. God damn it! It is what it is. I'm gonna have to push on through, just like how y'all pushing on the goddamn like button, so we can get thousands more in this joint, so we could be wilding together. Let's get the chat jumping. There's only one way we can get the chat jumping. That is on y'all. It ain't on me. It ain't because I'm not entertaining. It ain't on me. I need y'all to understand that. If y'all want to get this shit jumping, it ain't on me. I'm doing my part. I'm keeping the entertainment part going. Y'all got to do y'all part. Y'all got to do y'all part. You know what I'm saying? And then, Shicey Bun, then somebody says, the Matrix is doing this again. This is what they're saying. The Matrix need volunteers now. The Matrix is doing this again. The Matrix, this organization is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Apparently, the Matrix, they control. What up, LA? LA, the Matrix, apparently they control governments, courts, banks, social media, immigration, airports, and somehow still have time to watch podcasts. The Matrix got more employees than Amazon, goddammit. Now, I'm not saying, people can't support somebody they believe is innocent. That's your right. If you believe somebody's being treated unfairly, peacefully speaking up is part of living in a free society. But let's not pretend public support is the same thing as evidence. A rally doesn't decide a criminal case. A judge doesn't look out the courthouse window and say, well, brought signs, case dismissed. It's not how this works. That's not how this works. And here's another thing. Everybody keeps saying the establishment is scared of Andrew Tate. Really? If the establishment was scared, why he spent years giving them free material? Why would he do that to himself? Why would he self-snitch? Some people rob a bank. Andrew Tate allegedly built a goddamn podcast studio. If you, let me say how, if you're convinced the most powerful people in the world are watching you, the most powerful people in the world are watching you, maybe stop live streaming. The funniest part is watching grown men defend another grown man like they arguing over Michael Jordan versus LeBron. This ain't sports. This is court. There's a difference. One gets settled with highlights. The other gets settled with evidence. And here's where people lose me. The same guy saying men should take accountability suddenly become Olympic gold medalists in excuses. Everything is somebody else's fault. Go get that money, Lee. Everything is somebody else's fault. Everything. The media, the Matrix, the Democrats, the Republicans now, the feminists. It's the deep state. Mercury in retrograde. At some point, everybody can be responsible. Everybody cannot be responsible except the grown man making his own choices. Now, if the Tate brothers are innocent, their attorneys will argue that in court. That's literally what courts exist for, right? If the prosecution evidence is weak, challenge it. If witnesses are unreliable, cross-examine them. If investigation made mistakes, point them out. That's the legal process, not for Twitter Spaces. But social media wants everything immediate. Guilty, innocent. The Matrix. Conspiracy. Nobody says, I'll wait and see what the evidence shows. That's too boring. Even though when I showed you the evidence, they didn't want to believe it. The algorithm doesn't reward patience. Clearly. It rewards outrage. So let's start raging. So now we reach peak internet. Right? A political movement inside another political movement. That's what's going on with the whole MAGA situation. Candace Owens, she part of this whole political movement inside another political movement. Asking another political movement to pressure another political leader because another influencer says he's owed something. Y'all, this ain't a legal strategy. This is an Avengers movie. Maybe the real lesson isn't about Trump or Tate or Myron. Maybe it's about how easy it is for people to become fans instead of thinkers. Question the government, question media, question influencers too. Especially the ones selling you certainty, because the loudest person in the room isn't always the smartest. And the men telling you never follow another man probably shouldn't be asking you to follow him to a rally. But somehow that all makes sense. Somehow that makes sense. I don't understand, but one thing I do see, hey, let me go see what I can find on Twitter about this while y'all hitting that like button. Let me go find where we go. Y'all let me know if y'all ready to come up and have a conversation with me. Let's go ahead and discuss some things. Y'all let me know. So I don't think y'all hit that like button yet. Did y'all? Clearly, y'all don't want us to get wilder. Clearly, y'all like it nice and calm. I thought we enjoyed the wildness. T.O., don't we enjoy the wildness? Hit the like button if you enjoy the wildness. Don't keep the wildness to yourself. You want the wildness, you need to hit the like button. That's how we get the wildness up and popping. Ain't no other way around that. That's the only way. Hold on, let me see. Let's see if we can find some things what Andrew Tate been saying. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You like Candace? You like Candace. All right, let's see. Let's see Candace and this man hanging out.
Right here in Miami. Come get me. Arrest me. Perp walk me. I'm right here in Miami.
Damn.
I'm right here in Miami. I'm right here in Miami. I'm right here in Miami. Come get me. Arrest me. Perp walk me. Put me on the news. Tell everyone I'm a human trafficker. You think I'm not versed? You think I'm not ready? I'm a Navy SEAL in this shit. Come get me. Raid my house. Take my stuff. You think I sleep with a full phone full of evidence? You think I don't wipe my phone every night? You think I'm dumb? Come get me, arrest me. Let's do this all over again. I've done it for 4 years in Romania. You think I'm scared of your state jail after an Eastern European gulag? I'm staying right here. I'm right here in Miami. I'm right here in Miami. Come get me, arrest me, perp walk.
They did exactly what you asked for. They did exactly what you asked for. This is your girl, Candace. Let them say all this craziness. T.O., this is your girl. Baby girl. Let me see you do a dance. Let me see you twirl. She's fixing her hair up. I hope you as real as you say. I hope you as real as you say. I heard they coming. I hope you keep it 100. What? Crazy. Now he want to call it a kidnapping, right? He told him to come and get him. He thought it was a game. You happy you got locked up? What are you talking about? I ain't locked up because I ain't do nothing with no children. This man got videos. Are you, Dollar Wash, are you in support of Andrew? With the information that we got, I think you shall fall back on having this man's back. I think so. With the evidence and things that they are saying that he is getting accused of, I think you should wait to see about the evidence first before you jump out the. I'm jumping out the window with the. Oh. I don't think you should be jumping out the window with the accusation that this man got. I don't think so. Hey, if you want to back somebody that's possibly have child P, talking like this, he said, come and get me. They went and came and got his ass. And what happened? He tried to throw his phone out. Nah, bro, we got you. Come up out of there. If you are in support of this man after the things he said, you are absolutely 100% revealing yourself. I don't know any country that says it is okay to be a pimp. Can somebody point me into the direction of the country that says it is okay to do this? I want to understand. I want to know. Let me see what else we can find. Let me see what else we can find on this crazy thing. Hold on, let me see. Because I believe at one point, when they was all, they was trying to say, hey, they wanted what is his name? What Pebble Beach Pete? What's his name? Pebble Beach Pete. They were saying lock him up, right? Right? Wasn't the Tate brothers talking about? Yeah, let's see this one. Let's see what he said. Hold on. We got one. Let's see. Let's see what Marco Rubio said about this. Hold on, let me find it. Hold on, I see Marco Rubio says something. Hold on. Let's check it out. Let's see what Marco Rubio said.
Be reviewed in that context.
One of the Tate brothers lawyers mentioned you by name. I know one of the Tate brothers lawyers mentioned you by name. Do you plan to get involved with the extradition challenge that they have been
Mention me by name?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
No, look, that extraditions, I don't know the details of this particular case. I've been overseas, but I mean, I know who you're talking about. I just don't know the details of it. These cases have a process that they go through in the courts. My understanding is that they're involved in that judicial process. And so that'll play itself out at this point. And there's no role for us to play at this moment.
Nah, y'all gotta hit the like button so this can get wilder and crazier. We need more support. We need more likes, more shares. That's what we need. More likes, more shares. Are you crazy? Marco Rubio is acting as if he don't have no power in this whatsoever. I am calling out names. Andrew Tate, Myron Gaines, Tristan Tate. Marco Rubio's at this press conference acting like he don't have the power to say no. Marco Rubio is acting like he don't have the power to say we are not sending Andrew and Tristan Tate to Great Britain. That's what he's acting like. I wonder if the manosphere going to call him out, Bubba. I wonder if the manosphere is now going to be against Marco Rubio because he 100% has the power to say no. Y'all cannot have Andrew Tate. That's the kind of power Marco has right now. Is it because they got some substantial evidence? Well, Dalawash acquired. Now, I called out the names. And I could tell, like, you know, like as we have these conversations, I could tell that majority of y'all have no clue about what's going on in the world. They're just talking. Marco Rubio literally has the power to say no. Absolutely, Shicey. That's what they want, clearly. Clearly. Let's see what else Marco's going to say. Let's see what other lies he say.
To get involved with the extradition challenge that they have been
Mention me by name?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Name.
I know one of the Tate brothers lawyers mentioned you by name. Do you plan to get involved with the...
And then he acted like he didn't have a clue. Let's go. We needed to get Wilder in here. So we need more likes so we can get even Wilder in the spot. Marco Rubio acting like he didn't even, huh? He said, what? He huh? Bruh, you know. You actually got the power to stop this. Why are you acting like you don't know? I wonder if all of the MAGA supporters is okay with Marco Rubio acting as if he don't have the power. Because if Dollar Washer and anybody else that's part of is around the man's fan, they actually believe Andrew Tate is innocent. How do you feel that Marco Rubio is violating your boy? Because it's not me. I don't have the power to set the man free or not. Marco does. Absolutely. Rubio has the authority. So all the MAGA supporters, all the manosphere men, how do you feel that Marco Rubio is playing in your face, acting as if he has no idea what's going on and he don't have the power to stop it? It's going down. How they do it? Beat me in Miami. It's going down. Meet me in my purple shirt. It's going down. Meet me in my high waters. It's going down. Meet me with shoes with no socks on. It's going down. That is crazy. Yo, man, Dollar Washer, I don't understand. I don't get it. Marco has the power to set your manosphere king free.
Extradition challenge that they have been
Mention me by name?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, look, that extraditions, I don't know the details of this particular case. I've been overseas, but I mean, I know who you're talking about. I just don't know the details of it. These cases have a process that they go through in the courts. My understanding is that they're involved in that judicial process. And so that'll play itself out at this point. And there's no role for us to play at this moment or maybe ever in that regard. But
that man said, if y'all want the show to get wild and crazy, y'all got to hit the likes. That's the only way we're going to get it wilder and crazier. We get more crazy comments. We get more participation is by you hitting the like button. That's how we get a wild, awesome show. It's not about if you actually like me. It's about if you enjoy the wildness. If you enjoy the wildness, then you hit the like button. That man said, I don't think we ever going to get involved in this shit because basically what he's saying, the amount of evidence that they got on his ass, he's a rat. Absolutely. Rubio got to make the call. It is up to him. And he's literally playing in the manosphere's face. You know what I'm saying, M. Mills? Marco is playing in these men's face. This is what happens to y'all. Y'all don't really understand what's happening out here in the world. What up, bro? Nah, I didn't get it. It didn't come through. I didn't see it, bro. I didn't see it. But thank you. I appreciate you. But if it came through or not, I don't know. But I didn't see it. But thank you so much, Verbal Assassin. Hey. I don't know. I think it's interesting. I think it's funny because all these men be saying, hey, you shouldn't follow no man, but they say follow me. They said we got Trump in office. All the MAGAs, all the manosphere, all the R.I.M.bros, red pill, incel mess for these no good suckers. They all was pushing this. And now the very man that could set your brother free, your manosphere brother, your R.I.M. brother, the man that could set your R.I.M. brother free, he's acting like he had no power whatsoever. I hear you. I hear you. It's so funny how now y'all want to backtrack it. Nah, Andrew, Candace, ain't none of them MAGA. They all had the MAGA hats on. They all was pushing for MAGA to go forward. Every last one of them. The manosphere pushing MAGA. Candace pushing MAGA. Andrew Tate pushing MAGA. I don't know what in the world you've been watching. Now all of a sudden, I don't know why you care. Because I love this country tis of me. That's why. And I don't want to see it go down the goddamn drain. That's why.
I'm not going to opine on something that's still working through a legal process.
Is the U.S. trying to get Syria involved in fighting Hezbollah?
Be reviewed in that context.
Is one of the U.S. trying to get mentioned you by name? I know.
But of course, when things like this happen, I gotta say why. They gotta ask me, why do I care? Why you care, Sharon? Who cares that Andrew Tate is telling millions of men to go out there and take advantage of women and be predators of women? Why would you care, Sharon? Why do you care? It's so crazy to see in here. Why do you care, Sharon? He only want to tell millions of men to commit crimes on underage girls and women. He just tells millions of men on how to control women. He tells millions of men how to manipulate women. Why do y'all want to be on his side? Why do y'all want to run interference so badly? Why do y'all want to lie and act as if this man wasn't pushing for millions of young men to be misogynistic towards your family members, your daughters, your cousins, your sisters, your goddamn nieces? That's what Andrew Tate was pushing. He wasn't pushing anything that was going to help any kind of community whatsoever. Myron is not pushing any advice that's going to help any community whatsoever. Why be on the side of, I don't know why you mad? Why are you talking about it? Why are you investing on a man that is telling millions of American men to be criminals? Why does that concern you, Sharon? How insane is that? You asking me, why does that concern you, Sharon? Because I don't want millions of young men to become criminals. Insanity. Insane. I don't know why y'all want to fight for these people so badly. So crazy. Let's see. I see there's some dude. He's talking.
The Tate brothers are in.
So we're gonna see what he's talking about. Hopefully he don't say nothing crazy because I never seen it a day in my life. But let's see what he's talking about. Let's see what he's talking about.
Military confinement in Federal Detention Center of Miami, right here behind me, behind these very walls. And I've spent $50,000 on a trip from Dubai to Miami just to make this very video. And the least that you can do is watch this video till the end and understand what's really happening and share it as much as possible. So if you care about due process, about human rights, about the America First initiative, or simply what happens to two guys that were, yes, very loud, but also spoke a lot of freaking truth about corruption and other topics that frankly others were too scared to even mention. If you do, if yes, then here is what you need to understand. This is, in my opinion, a lot bigger than most of you think. To begin with, Marco Rubio, as the Secretary of State, actually holds the final decision on whether Andrew and Tristan actually get extradited to the UK. And the arrest was allegedly greenlit by a very low DOJ functionary without any kind of leadership approval. And if it is true, it's unacceptable because it's a huge case. And we should never cheer rogue actors inside the DOJ doing the British government's dirty work.
Hey, Shicey, this is your white king? Hey, Shicey! Shicey, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, Shicey. This is his supporter, Shicey. Shicey, look who's supporting him, Shicey. He spent $50,000 according to him. According to him, Shicey, he spent 50 bands to fly from Dubai to Miami just to do this video so y'all can hit the likes. God damn. I do this every day. I wonder if I got some likes. I wonder if we even got to 40 likes. Did we at least get to 40 likes? I wonder. We've been on this joint for an hour. Did we get to 40 likes? I thought y'all like wildness. I thought y'all like entertainment. No, Shicey. Shicey, no, they're not. They keeping it dirty. You know what I'm saying? They keep it dirty. That's what this man is doing. He said, hey, the reason why they are being arrested is because they loud. No, they're arrested because they're doing crimes against humanity. The crime against humanity is not them being arrested. The crime against humanity is them teaching millions of young men to do crimes against women. But, you know, we're going to see. I thought y'all like it wild. We're going to see. Hopefully, y'all hitting that like in the shit. But hopefully, we got 240 likes. Let me see. Shicey, did we get the 40 likes? I wonder. They talk all this ish. Can't even hit the damn like button. Are you insane? Let's get it together. Let's see what else he's talking about.
America First means protecting our own processes, not outsourcing justice, if you will, to foreign governments.
Damn. So he's saying the U.S. is outsourcing the due process? Bruh. Are y'all going to allow this man to give excuses? That man, Andrew, he gave a step-by-step playbook for you to get your game on track to be a goddamn criminal against women. Crazy. What is this man talking about?
Andrew and Tristan are U.S. citizens, and they do deserve a fair trial.
Okay.
Once again, I'm not advocating whether they're guilty or they're not guilty. I'm not a judge, and I haven't seen the evidence. But guess what?
What?
Neither has any single one of you.
What you mean? What about the evidence that he says himself? What about the things that Andrew and them said themselves? How they said that you got to control a woman, how you got to trick her, make her fall in love with you, and then you get her to be a sex worker, and then you take her passport away, then you could control her, then you keep her in the house, you don't let her go out the side so she can keep on making money for your house. What do that sound like to you, sir? Do that sound like, what does it sound like? I don't get it. I don't understand what these men are saying.
Including all of the haters. The UK government is throwing countless allegations with "trust me, bro" type of wording, and is not releasing any tangible proof of any of it, by simply hiding behind privacy of the alleged victims. Sure, fine. All we are asking is that high-level official reviews the evidence privately, but personally. Marco Rubio, for example, so that we are sure beyond a reasonable doubt that it's not some dictatorial power grab silencing technique by the UK government. So if you care at all, tag the Trump family accounts as well as Marco Rubio himself.
Interesting. I know we had 50 likes because I know y'all want to get the show started. I know y'all wanted to get the wildness started. So I know we have 50 likes, and you want the wildness to be here. We got to get to at least 100 likes. That's just how it goes. Now they are asking for other people to join them into tagging Trump and Marco Rubio. This is the problem. Y'all never want to. This is the problem, Bubba. Y'all will question me and y'all won't say anything about this situation. It's a problem. That's an issue. This whole situation needs to be spoken up about.
Down in the comments and share this video as much as possible. You can either see them on the screen or find them in the video description, and let's get these guys a fair treatment. That's all I'm asking.
Just get these guys a fair treatment. Solely asking. I just want some fair treatment. That's all I'm asking. Can I get some fair treatment? Shit. Crazy.
President, thank you very much. Young, handsome guy. It's always nice to be young and handsome. Doesn't mean we have to like you. I don't like young, handsome men.
But I think it's a wrap for them, to be honest, because I think if you are somebody that actually believes in religion and you believe in family, how in the world? Yeah, Trump is wild. Trump is a wild guy. How in the world can you back up Andrew Tate? You know what? I see you got people just, I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to listen. Let me see if anybody brave enough to come up. See if anybody brave enough to have a conversation and tell me why we should be fighting for Andrew Tate. Somebody make it make sense. Hit the link and explain to me why this makes sense. How does this make sense? Let's see what this is saying. It says, behind the scenes, those who know Rubio's thing is say the secretary, a conservative, Catholic who fought as a U.S. Senator for stronger human trafficking laws. Dang. Right? And protections for victims, isn't inclined to help the Tates. It's not going to happen that way. It's kind of crazy when you really think about it. Good day. Welcome to the show. Why do Myron Gaines want men to go ahead and he did a emergency call to action to help the Tates? What is your thoughts on that, Josh?
I don't know. I don't know why Gaines. Okay. So I know why the what do you call them? Red pillars. I know why they would band together, because if one falls, they basically start taking each other out, if that makes any sense. So there has to be some form of loyalty. Otherwise, it kind of goes against the, can I call it the grift? Right? Like, say you have 5 people and they're all like, buddy.
Josh, I thought the red pill means that they deal in the truth and nothing else but the truth.
No. That might be true at the bottom level, but if you're looking at the top level, all of the people at the top that are talking, no, they're all dating coaches that are selling something.
Well, Andrew's not selling. He's not a dating coach. He's a pimping coach.
Yeah, but he's still selling sex, right? Because it is the guys that are logging in and I guess apparently buying the women. So, I mean, it is what it is. He was running porn for a little while. What's messed up, I think actually, I guess my point of contention here is people trying to predict what can happen. This is kind of a messed up position. So I don't know how many, some people know me, some people don't. I work for State Department. There's a problem with this. There was that one video, that blonde girl. Now, it depends on when this law, it depends on when the federal law took place. And it depends on what year this took place. But that blonde girl that he was basically beaten with a belt, that he was having sexual relationships with, she was 15 at the given time.
You're talking about his baby mother that he met her when she was 15.
I don't know her name because nobody ever, they use pseudonames. So I don't know her legal name. Only UK would have the information of that. We don't have any of that stuff. The problem is that's a federal crime. If you're a U.S. citizen, or let's just say one state, the age of consent is 16. Another state, the age of consent is 17. However, if you step foot off of U.S. soil, the age of consent is 18, regardless of whether you're on U.S. soil or off. And you can be criminally liable for it, meaning that you can actually be arrested for, like, say, going to China and having sex with a minor, or if you're going to Thailand, right? You can't travel to have sex with a minor. That is explicitly illegal, and we've got all kinds of cases for this. If the facts of the case are that he did actually have sex with anybody under the age of 18, federal government can prosecute him, even if it's 25 years down the road. So let's hypothetically say you actually believe that Trump is going to block it, like going to block extradition. Even if that takes place, right? He can only protect him for as long as he's in the administration. He's got to be an end of a president at some point. So the next president could come on and say, you know what? Fuck Tate. It's in my best interest to, I guess, showboat some way and throw him right under the bus. And there's already a federal regulation for him to do so. So while he's let's just say he's on U.S. soil and he thinks he's protected, right? The next administration could easily charge him. He's in a shitty position no matter what he does. He's quite literally at the mercy of multiple administrations. And what he's doing, he has also, not he, because he was incarcerated, his associates have been leaking information here and there, little tidbits of videos, trying to leverage the administration to get them to do something, basically to save his ass. Right. That also pisses off the administration because it makes him look bad, right? and you are not going to threaten an administration. Well, you can't be nobody and threaten an administration. You just can't do it. And so it's effectively kind of like hammering the nail in his own coffin, because they're not likely to do so. And if anybody ever knows Trump, right, like threatening him, even if it's like publicly, like that's just a kiss of death. He's gone after people a lot more powerful than Tate that have made like they've made lesser threats. So I don't see why the Trump administration would ever do anything to block. And yeah, the Trump administration could wave a pen, make a request for the State Department, but the State Department, in this case, specifically Rubio, does actually have to sign that paper for extradition. It's a requirement, part of the extradition treaty. So that case will come across his desk, and he will rubber stamp that or not, one or the other, right? But it is under his purview.
And it doesn't seem like he's going to do anything about it. It seems like I mean, if he's really a Catholic, the way how he presents himself.
This is political. There is no part of this that has anything other than anybody that touches it is going to end up under they're all getting pushed under the bus, period. And the next administration is going to get a hold of some of this information, and everybody's going to have egg on their face or mudslinging party, right? It's going to happen. That leverage ain't going to be used for Tate, right? It's going to be used to attack other administrations, as they always do. Like, this isn't even new.
I think, I mean, that's a great point. And I think he's getting what he deserved. Do you think Andrew Tate, from the rhetoric that he's been pushing, from the course that he was selling called PhD, the Pimpin' Hoes degree, he told men how to get women, have sex with them, make them fall in love with you, and then you get them to do sex work. Then you take away their passport. Then you keep them in the house, and you make sure you keep all 100% of the money. You lied to them about taxes and all those types of things. This sounds like a scheme for doing degenerate behavior.
Multiple crimes.
A crime. Because all those things sound like a crime to me. I don't know anywhere in the world where pimping is not illegal.
Not a crime, multiple crimes. So if you're blocking travel, that's kidnapping, definitionally speaking, right? Now, I don't know how the UK, I don't know exactly their laws, right? But generally speaking, they're not too much different from ours. Not too much, right? So the idea of taking a passport to prevent travel, that's kidnapping. I'm pretty sure that I have to look it up explicitly, but UK, that would be kidnapping by definition. More specifically for the purposes of sex, meaning like you're preventing their travel to, basically extort them into some type of sex work. Keep in mind, we actually classify sex work as pornography, right? So even if there's no physical thing, right? It's just here, masturbate for the camera, right? That's sex work. And so that's actually classified under the concept of what they call a sex trafficking, right? So that in some states, it's a legal classification. Within the federal government, it is actually the legal classification, right? So it applies sex trafficking as that concept. The taxes, there were rumors. I don't know this for sure, but there are rumors based on the concept of taxation. You do have to actually report that income. I don't know. We have a system in exchange. Like when you pay taxes, keep in mind.
The thing that he said about the taxes, Josh, was that what you do is you accept payments in Bitcoin, so you don't have to pay taxes, and you just tell the girl that you are paying all this money in taxes, so you don't ever have to pay her.
We don't.
That's what he said.
Yeah, there's 1,000,001 ways of exploiting tax exemptions. We won't know that until the facts of the case take place, and that idea.
No, I'm just telling you what that man. No, I'm just telling you what Andrew Tate said out of his own mouth.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a crime. There's been rumors, but again, this is up to the UK for starters, right? We also got to take into account. So I don't know why people don't understand this. Andrew Tate was born in Washington, D.C. He is by birth a U.S. citizen. He's not a naturalized citizen. He is a U.S. citizen. Regardless of where you draw your income from, you will have to pay income tax to the U.S. government. This is why, you hear people like renouncing their citizenship. It's almost always, not every time, but almost always dual nationals for this purpose. Now, there are there are agreements, legally speaking, with other countries, right? Like, let's say the U.S. 15% is your income tax, like just taking it as a flat rate. It's not that way, but let's just hypothetically say it that way, right? But you pay 9% or 10% into another government. That remaining 5% you have to pay to the U.S. This is under tax law. That's a whole different ballgame, and it's a nightmare. But yes, you are obligated as a U.S. citizen to pay U.S. income tax, regardless if you're on the moon, let alone another country. The Tate brothers are going to have a lot of problems here. First and foremost, they're going to learn what loyalty is among politicians. There is none. If you're going to try and do something stupid that could possibly cause problems for the politicians that you're trying to ask for help from, they've already fucked up and broken the game. It's not in the Trump's best administration, or in their administration. It's not in their best interest to protect Tate at any given cost. Worse, all of this, getting online or let's say.
So do you believe? Because I know you are a MAGA supporter. Are majority of the MAGA supporters switching sides on somebody like Andrew Tate?
First, I'm not a MAGA. I'm a Republican. I don't particularly care what person stands in the GOP party, right? I don't really care one way or the other, just so long as they're GOP. I'm a GOPer, effectively, a lifelonger. Do I think that people are switching sides? Fuck no, to be honest with you. I think everybody's going to be dumb enough to double down.
By the way. That's
apologize. They're going to be dumb enough.
I don't want your apology. I want your $2.
Yeah. They're going to double down, right? They're going to double down, and they're going to do this stupid concept of, well, we'll have to wait and see what happens. And the reason is because there's too many videos of too many politicians, too many, let's call them commentators, like say Candace Owens and all of them. There's too many people that have been for the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years stood up and made comments defending one way or the other. You can't make that. The internet is forever. You can't make that go away. They have no choice but to double down because, again, a lot of these people are still in their political careers. They can tank their own political careers just by the wrong thing being said at the right time. They're going to double down and hope to goodness that in the next couple of years that this goes away. It ain't, but they're going to hope for it.
So somebody in the chat could either pay his $2 or we're going to wait for Josh to pay his $2, but somebody got to pay his $2 for us F-bombs. I ain't up here doing this shit for free. I ain't out here doing this shit for nothing. Y'all got me twisted. Let me see what this one's saying. What is this saying? God damn it. What did I just do? I didn't mean it. Whatever I did. Okay, Tate speech. I'm being held in SHU, the highest level of security which exists. Commissary, no visits, no contact with the outside world. My neighbor is a cannibal who screams through the night. God damn. I feel for you. And let me see who somebody in the chat. Hey, and let me see if my moderators is making sure they catch the people that are saying nonsense in the chat. Did I see somebody say something crazy?
Has there been anybody within your community that's actually stood up to defend Tate, on any type of moral standard?
I don't know.
Because most of this is political. Political and moral are completely different standards. A political standard is just basically who.
Does anybody time out? Somebody time out Ramon, right? So you telling me something? No. Okay, no. Okay, Ramon is okay. All right. Hold on. I thought I see something. All right, cool. Go ahead. Josh, where your $2 at before you start talking?
Well, I owe you more than $2, and I'll have to send you the $10 super chat. I got to get off the phone to do it, though.
Oh, well,
because I'm on.
Good, do it. God damn it. The link will be there for your ass.
All right, I got you.
Be here. I'll be right here.
Just give me a minute.
All right. I didn't mean to, but I blocked off of Twitter by accident. Let me see what more crazy this I can find. Let me see what else I can find. Let me see what else I can find. Good day, beautiful. How you doing? Beautiful conversation with MJ. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you, bro?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Yeah. So what about the situation with the Tate brothers?
They trying to rally up the troops, MJ. They trying to rally up as many men as they can get to get some backing, some real backing behind him to get him free, and saying that the Matrix is after him, and they expect Donald Trump. They think Donald Trump owes the Tate brothers because the Tate brothers are responsible for getting Donald Trump in office, is what they're saying. Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
Here's 10. Thank you so much. So that's
yeah,
what they said. So Myron Gaines, MJ did a show today called Emergency Meeting. We got to do what we got to do to stand up for the Tates and get them free. Over 10,000 people watching it. Over 1,000 likes.
They're cooked. Ain't nothing gonna happen. Ain't nothing gonna happen. They're gonna sit in there unless they can start convincing witnesses to change their story. They're gonna sit in there. It doesn't make no sense for this administration, with all the backlashes that they're getting for a lot of things, for them to chime in on the Tate brothers situation, especially when it has to deal with exploiting or probably prostitution of underage girls. Like, the motherfucker didn't, excuse my language, but I'm sending you money. But the mofo didn't learn his lesson when he was in Bolivia or Bulgaria or something like that, when he got incarcerated. Like, you're still doing. Oh, okay, there you go. Romania, exactly. You didn't learn from him. Like, that prison was a hellhole. Like, that prison is worse than some of our worst prisons out in the United States. And you was able to get out of that. And then you go back home, or this happened in UK. He was arrested in UK, right? Was he arrested in the UK or in the US?
He was arrested in the US, specifically in Florida. The extradition is from the UK.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, like he's done so. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's the arrogance or the lack of education of United States citizens. It doesn't matter where you go. If you have a U.S. passport, you're representing the United States of America, so you still have to abide by our laws. Our laws. It doesn't matter what country you go to and you want to, participate in their laws, right? Some of their laws is very barbaric. They've been around for hundreds and hundreds of years, especially when it has to deal with dating or marrying underage girls. That doesn't fly here. Yes, we still have, I think, about 15 states that allow underage girls, like up to the age of 15, that can be married, but they have to be signed off by their parents, legally signed off to be married. But still, like, in general, we have an age requirement here when it comes to dealing with someone in an intimate way or marriage. So I don't really know what to really say per se about them. But I say good riddance. Fuck them. I'll send you your money.
Well, she's got a bigger point in the concept. It could be a really good political tool. Let's hypothetically say that the left-leaning media is trying to basically tank the or the Trump administration, right? It would actually be in their best interest to like call out specific people on the right and say, hey, how do you feel about this, court case? How do you feel about it? And if they open up like publicly and say the wrong thing, right? Like it's technically a career killer. So she's got a point there.
I'm sorry, Josh. I just wanted to say, normally I would agree with you that this would be, it could benefit the Democrat politically, but not right now. Not after what just happened at the House with them signing the NDAA and pretty much merging a section of the U.S. military with Israel military. And there was 6 Democrats that signed on it to get them the yay. I don't think so. They're already going through their hell right now, where the constituents is reaching back to them saying, wait a minute, you have, promoted and campaigned that you're against this. And now 6 of you decide to say, yeah, let's merge our military defenses. Nah.
Quietness.
Well, that's politics, right? Politics is all a populist, right? It's always an argument for popularity, right? I can't go against her position, right? But I actually think that it's actually a very useful tool. I think her initial point, very useful tool. So if I was like, let's just say CNN, right? And I wanted to take out right-leaning leaders, right? Like that's exactly what I would do. I'd invite them on, do an interview, and then ask them personally about the case, just for no other reason than, hey, you supported Tate, right? Like you're PDF file supporter, right? Like just for no other reason than just to take a really good political hack at somebody.
I would say that they should try it. The only problem is when it comes down to the Democratic Party, per se, they're like elephants, right? They always remember, right? And they keep the pettiness all the way up. They'll bring up anything from 20, 30 years if they have to rehash things why they shouldn't think about this with an open mind, right? So that's the only reason why I say that it could work to a extent, but not really, because there's a lot of dags and daggers that have been thrown at each other on both sides, right? That most people are not going to be getting over it. And you can see how like our politicians are playing really, really, really dirty right now. Like even to the point they're going against things that they say that they're not for. They're literally promoting it at this point.
You're right. You're exactly right.
Shout out to the high five, brother Nupsey.
Does anybody that last clip when they were asking Rubio, when somebody said that they mentioned Rubio's name, or they mentioned Rubio by name, who was the media outlet that asked that question?
That I don't know. I don't know.
That's a good question. That's a very good question, because we can definitely find out where their political affiliation is with.
Yeah, it was a baited question, right? Like, obviously, they didn't have to add all of that stuff, right? Because it's kind of hearsay, at least technically right now it is. But I'm pretty sure that, again, her initial point was spot on.
Hell yeah.
And going to get a lot worse. And we ain't even gotten over the whole Epstein files, right? Like,
right, that's what I'm saying. Like the Epstein files is still being talked about heavily on social media. It might not be out there on our big, networks, our big television networks, but it's still being talked and spread around social media wise. People are still asking why nothing have came out yet. Why nothing have been done? Are we still in further investigation? Are you still looking for witnesses and questioning witnesses? So I think with this type of highlight, people will start to bring that back up again too. And I don't think this administration want to touch that right now. They're really more concerned of just getting their plans, you know, completely, you know, fulfilled and writing things in law. Like, you know, that's what they're really concerned about. They're not worrying about anything else. They've been taking a lot of backlash for everything they have done. They be like, F you, F your feelings. We're going to do what we want to do. And then later on, if things were messed up, we will come and circle back later on. That's how they have operated this whole entire time. And I continue to, you know, doing it now until, you know, the push comes to shove when we get to the elections. The elections, I think there will be a big push, pretty much calling out the hypocrisy of the Democratic Party, pretty much letting everybody know that they really don't have any strong candidates, and they haven't had any strong candidates for at least like 10 to 15 years. And this is why we had to do such extreme measures to the point where we are today, that people are not comfortable what they're seeing or how they're feeling because of that. I think they're going to lead with that.
Damn. That's an interesting take.
It's actually a common take, right? Like that's what politics is about a lot of mudslinging. This is why I say I don't think the Tate brothers are going to be protected, right? Because they're causing they're adding fuel to a fire that has already been burning, right? Anybody, at least from the right, that actually decides that they want to come up, like step up publicly and defend them, is going to get ugly, right? It would just be in their best interest to distance themselves as far as possible. I also don't believe that the Tate brothers are going to allow that to happen. I actually think more leaks are going to come out about previous association.
Yeah, I agree. See, that's another problem too, right? Like the Tate brothers and all of them, if you hear them, or even Myron Gaines, by him advocating for them, they are heavily trying to basically put a stance that they should be get assistance from the administration due to parasocial relationships, about how they feel or how they agreed with their stance on a lot of things that were highly political, and they got a numerous of fan base, especially from the ages of 17 up to at least 30, to pretty much identify with that ideology. So they're trying to use that as the leverage per se, and it can help or it might not help. It can go backwards, like what happened with Candace Owens, you know, in her situation and who she was affiliated with. You know, at one point you was going hard and everything like that, and now you're the person, you know, going against the presidents and going against the administration and going against everybody that you was advocating for literally like 8 years straight. So a lot of people don't really necessarily take her as serious as they was before. This is why I believe she had to go to the conspiracy route of, you know, people trying to take her out and stuff like that, because, you know, when you made a big public stance the way you did for decades, and now you're trying to revert back, you know, people don't really look at you as trustworthy anymore.
Tate actually did, Andrew specifically did the identical same thing. He actually, his last claim, and I believe it was about a week and a half ago, I believe it was already in Florida by the time that it happened. It might be wrong about that, but the video date, quite literally, his claim is that it was going to be in the best interest that the UK government have him killed. So like going down the conspiracy theory.
Act like you know how YouTube works. God damn it.
Oh, deleted. I apologize. Well, his word was, you get it, right? Tate's basically doing the same thing that Owens did, right? He's going to go after the conspiracy theorists. That might actually even be in the purview of whatever extradition claim. So like if I go there, they might actually kill me, because he really was in DC at one of those political parties. He was rubbing shoulders with politicians.
I agree. I mean, at the end of the day, their situation is so bad, they're gonna have to go anywhere they can possibly go. And if one of the reasons is the fear of their life, and bigger people or bigger organizations is in plot to their demise, then yeah, I see them taking that route, absolutely. But first, they're gonna try this route, call upon them being the modern Republican and the new stance and the new world order, call upon that they have the ears and the hearts of the youth, of the peers. They're going to call upon that first. And if that doesn't work, then they're out to get me.
Right. And I do find it interesting. Somebody mentioned it in the chat that Myron was a part of the FBI, and he was somebody that was into human trafficking, especially for children, and he is backing somebody like Andrew Tate. I do not understand for the life of me how this keeps on happening. How do men allow this to be okay? How do the hypocriticalness be okay? I don't understand it. Why are men fighting this situation so hard to act as if Andrew is some kind of innocent?
You're going to hate this answer. You're going to absolutely hate this answer. But as men, we mostly don't care. We don't care that a bunch of dudes go out there and just bang random girls for whatever. Matter of fact, we actually kind of celebrate it. Like, that's how we judge each other, is by who and
but
how many girls.
They're not doing it for whatever, Josh. They're doing it for criminal activities.
Well, the criminal aspect of it is just like the icing on the cake. But ultimately, men, by and large, huge numbers, don't actually care that we're. What is it, like the argument of the hoe versus the hoe maker, right? Like, men actually don't care that we go around.
Hold on one second. R.I.M.bros. Good day to you. How you doing? You have an echo. Turn down YouTube in your background. Travel. Can you hear me?
Not me.
Huh? Can you hear me?
It's a very bad echo.
Yes. Travel, I'm gonna have to drop your background looks good. You're in an airplane drinking. You're on a private plane. That looks awesome, but you have a horrible echo and we cannot hear. So you have to try to fix that echo first. But shout out to you for being 30,000 feet up in the air on the plane, watching us on YouTube while you got your steak dinner. That is awesome. But you are having a bad echo and you have bad reception for the meantime.
Anyways, the answer to this question is the vast majority of men out there. We actually don't care that dudes are going out there and just banging everything on two legs. That's really what the answer is.
But the problem is, Josh, they're not just doing that. Like, it's one thing they were just having, they were just doing casual sex. That's not what's happening. What they are doing is actually a crime, and they promoting a crime, and they were selling courses on how to do a crime. That is
but you gotta think about this, Sharon. When in history that sex, criminality, or profit didn't go hand in hand when it came down to men? If men can literally make money, get away with something, and have sex at the same time, that is the highlight or the epitome of their existence.
Dang.
And that'd be the issue. That's why none of this should actually be surprising. I kind of feel bad for, like, when the women bring it up, right? Because they're wanting to bring.
It's surprising because the reason why it's surprising, Josh, I don't understand why more men are not fighting against it.
Because we don't care.
They don't
quite
care.
literally don't care.
He said it's Sharon. Listen, he's not saying all men. He just said the majority necessarily don't care. You remember when I had the conversation with you about how a man doesn't care necessarily what happens to anyone literally outside of his domain or what he governs or what he controls. So a man will be a horrible man or disrespectful to somebody else's daughter, but let you do the same thing to his daughter and he's ready to take your head off. It's the same ideology. That
pretty much sums it up. Yes. Like, and this is across the board, globally speaking, right? I don't even care what culture you're in. It just is what it is.
Damn. So black men don't care, white men don't care, men don't give a damn about what's really happening out there in the world. And that's why. So that's the reason why so much degeneracy gets promoted and pushed.
It grants leverage when women come to the table and they say y'all are a bunch of immoral jerks, right? There's some truth to it. The problem is, even when they hit us with that, right, we don't care enough to even fight back at it other than anything outside of our own reputation. Oh, I'm a good person, right? But it doesn't matter that the 5 friends standing next to me, they're doing the same, they're doing exactly the thing they're being accused of. Is what it is. We just absolutely don't care.
Why do men act like they care?
Reputation, right? Like if I'm a supremacist, right? I come up here, there are parts of my reputation that I care about. It won't be the things that, like I'm being accused of. Like, yeah, okay, I'm garbage in that concept, right? But we do actually care about our reputation. So when an accusation is leveraged, that's what you're doing. You're just fighting for your own reputation. And yeah, we do this all over YouTube.
I agree with him.
Another thing I don't understand, MK, why do so many act as if this man got so many followers and he got one of the highest, he's probably one of the most clippable people that was probably in the past 5 years. And people act as if he don't matter.
Who, Tate?
Nobody cares about somebody that's this famous. Why people act like that?
You mean Tate or me?
Tate.
Tate is the epitome of. Think about this though, right? Like we sit here and we point at, like, let's just say OnlyFans girls, right? Horribly small numbers, right? But we point at these girls and say, hey, look, you're basically making money from laying on your back. You don't think men want the same thing? Imagine getting paid for just having sex, whether it's on camera or off camera.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that people keep acting as somebody like Andrew Tate don't matter.
I don't know about the concept of not matter, because this is a political nightmare. This is going to have an effect within our own political system. I don't know what the UK, I'd imagine it have an effect over there too, right? I just don't know what that would be. But for us, I don't know how anybody could leverage that claim. Even if you like throw all the moral stuff off of it and just keep the political, obviously, because some nasty, ugly skeletons fixing to come out their closets. I can promise you that. Now, whether they're true or not, I don't know, but some skeletons going to be popping out here real soon.
I mean, I think he was just trying to, I think what was going on as well, I think he was just trying to take Pebble Beach Pete's spot. So he figured since Pebble Beach Pete was doing it for so long under the radar, he was going to be able to do the same thing. But he just way too loud for that to happen.
And they're all doing this crazy crap, right? Like you don't think Gaines doesn't have skeletons in his closet? He did some pretty nasty stuff too.
I don't know.
I just say anybody at the top, it's like a social media person, right? It's going to be the case. You're going to pop into some kind of party, do some degenerate stuff, right? And somebody's going to have some receipts recording it.
I don't know. I don't think. Well, it depends on how moral the person is. So yeah, I guess you could be correct about that.
I don't think 10%.
No matter how I go, nobody's gonna have no goddamn tape with me bent over.
I'm guessing at this, but I'm gonna make the claim, right? Eventually, one day I'll have to answer for this. I don't think 10% of global population are all that moral of people. I think morals is a very easy thing to ride the wave of popularity. You'll see this regardless of whether they're on the left, the right, conservative groups. Take your pick, right? They all say one thing when a camera's around, right? But when that camera turns off and they go all about their personal business, doing some debaucherous stuff. Ultimately, I think people do what the hell they want to do, right? But they're all selling a reputation. And I think it's always been this way. And if I had to put a number on it, I would lay claim that only about 10% of global population could even lay claim to saying, oh, well, you know, I'm squeaky clean, right? I'm a very moral person and never done anything bad.
This is, I guess he's live now. I guess Myron is still live, and I don't know. That should be bothering me sometimes to see how many people support this shit. That shit is wild. It's so wicked.
He should be. He's got a following that all got questions. What do we do now? Well, where do we, like, you know, what direction do we go into, right? Let's call them red pillars, right? What direction do we go into?
Well, clearly you said the men don't actually give a damn, so it ain't no direction to go to. They just want to keep on going in the direction of degeneracy. They don't give a damn about crime. They don't even give a damn about their own wife. They don't give a damn about their own children, daughters, nieces, and none of that. They don't give a damn. And so all these men that's on these goddamn spaces acting like they some protectors, they are liars.
But they do care. Yeah, but they do care about their reputation while they're doing the degeneracy, right? Like I have to latch on.
If they actually cared, they would be speaking out. They would have a reputation of standing up and doing the right thing. They don't have a reputation. They actually have a reputation doing the opposite.
Yeah, misunderstanding my point. My point would be like, let's just hypothetically say I'm a red pillar, right? Like a staunch red pillar, right? I want to go out and do all of the debaucherous stuff, right? I also have to find somebody that's going to lead me on the local most popular talking point arguments to basically justify me doing that thing that is so heinous and continue to do so. Because I want to do the thing that I want to do, but I also want to feel good and publicly look like I'm not a bad person. That's what I mean by the concept of looking for a leader to justify the cause. Told you, we're not moral people. We're just by nature doing very nasty, ugly things, at least if you're measuring it based on morals. I want to do this thing, right? And I need a leader to basically give me all of the arguing points to say, hey, look, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, right? I'm supposed to be out here conquering women or blah, 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 whatever the latest talking points are. That's really what it boils down to. So Myron Gaines is going to have to lead these people into some kind of direction. It might not be him that becomes a leader ultimately, right? But he's going to have to lead. One, he's going to have to rally the red pillars to follow him because it's going to take a hit on his money. So it might not be his interest on the morals. It would be his interest on, let's just say, the economics. Understand what I mean?
Yeah, so therefore I should be, so pretty much what I should be like, hey, we don't got no evidence that Tate did what he did. We need to be fighting and rallying for justice because we don't know. It could happen to you that you are just out there trying to put your peen in some ladies and you could next be on a chopping block in a super secure vicinity where you don't get no outside connection whatsoever. So therefore, we all need to rally down as men to do the wrong thing. That's what I should be.
Correct. And again, keep in mind, I actually wouldn't believe that if Myron were to actually lay claim, I believe Tates were innocent of anything, right? I actually don't believe he believes that, right? But it's not in his best interest to publicly say it. It's in his best interest to continue going for the money. You haven't noticed, right? He's managed to make a decent amount of money off of this. Why would anybody think?
He's still making a lot of money off of it.
Right.
People
why would it be?
They think because he demonetized on YouTube that he ain't having over 3,000 to 5,000 people watching him on it every day.
You just change platforms, right? Like even if you get demonetized off of YouTube, right? There's other platforms you can make money off of. YouTube ain't exclusively the only thing out there.
And so, like, I think people, I don't know why people act as if these people don't mean anything when they actually ruin men's lives every single day. They make it more degenerate men every single day, millions of them.
I don't know
Stuff that
how
he say is poison.
Well, I don't know how I feel about this, and here, let me clarify this one. I believe we were always, by majority, degenerate people, right? I believe that to be true. The idea that we're becoming more and more degenerate. I think there's just a lot of technology that's available. There's a faster paced communication where we can share information, and I think that information overload is kind of like pointing out what's always been there. So it looks like it's more and more. I just think we've always been this way.
I don't know.
But this can't be proven. Just to be fair, this can never be proven, right? We don't have literature from like 300 years ago. This, surveys of people doing this stuff. It's just
we know it's called secret societies. All we ask is trust, right? We understand what they used to say back then. We understand that jargon and this is why it was ran like that way for so long, and that's why people want to do it today, right? Because they know all the secrets, so-called secrets that people used to do, but,
right. Right,
so they try to duplicate it. That's why Andrew Tate think that he was going to be untouchable. He said it himself. We got Donald Trump in there. The old school is back. We ain't got nothing to worry about. That's why he was even more vocal about it, act like nobody could touch him.
Yeah, that's just foolish anyways, to put your basically to put all your eggs in one basket as a political concept, especially in the US. There is no such thing as an ironclad political system we have that doesn't change. Right. So it would be the case, even at best, in 10 years, another administration is going to come along and be completely polar opposite to what the Trump administration is. Right. So to leverage and say, we're untouchable because of this one guy is just foolish in itself. Our senators don't even do this crap. Like they're not even dumb enough to go by that. Right. Like that's the thing you would look at as even the way they operate is based off the idea that, in 2 years, stuff's going to change. And so that would be like the insider trading and all that other crap. People do what they're going to do. And they do it as fast as they can make anything off of it. And they just basically navigate in a way where they're going to adapt to a change and hold on for as long as they can.
Yeah, and a lot of people try to make it seem as if incels are not dangerous, right? These men that are following Myron and them are so undangerous. I think that is a very wrong position to have. I think those men are highly dangerous.
Well, see, I think everybody's dangerous. Just to be fair, right?
A man that you could radicalize is extremely dangerous.
To be fair, I think anything can be radicalized, right? Just to be fair, both on the left and the right. I believe so as a Christian nationalist, I believe even the idea of your Bible can radicalize people, right? That's not to say that it's morally the right thing to do. Like if you take like somebody like Hamp, right? It'd be a Hebrew Israelite. We actually agree on the rule set. We agree on the authority. We don't agree on the tactics. So where let's just say a religious person would argue that, you ought to believe by faith. That's not the same concept of, like, my point is I'm going to take this Bible and I'm going to use it as a bludgeoning tool to beat you with. They don't have the same results.
So, no, I think it is important. That's why America said, no, we don't have no religion, because the forefathers, the founding fathers, they understood how dangerous religion is and how it could be used to wipe out a group of people and how it destroys nations, right? So that was one thing that they did that was very smart. Hey, if we want this thing to survive for as long as possible, we got to take religion out of the Constitution.
Just to be fair, right? Just to be fair, like, I think politically speaking, you have people like on the DNC, within the Black community to some degree, right? You have the DNC saying, hey, look, this crazy Christian nationalist, right? He's going too far. And so they are pointing out the concept of a thing that needs to be opposed just by definition. Even good ideas, if you think the idea should be questioned. We don't, by majority of population, do this. Do you think the majority of the population actually even cared about Tate? No. Right? The only thing that any interest that
They
anybody
didn't
would
care.
have.
They didn't care about it until their sons started getting their asses locked up.
I still think only very few people got their kids locked up, right? And I think it's not enough numbers that
that's
anybody would
wrong.
actually care.
A lot. We see it's a lot of like we see that it ramped up with the whole human trafficking thing. It didn't slow down.
Oh yeah. So sex trafficking is actually growing in numbers, right? But that's been that way for like 50 years though.
Gay rhetoric is actually reaching very dangerous levels that people trying to ignore and act as if these people are not following the rhetoric of these degenerate men. I don't know why they try to make these people seem so irrelevant when we see the writing on the wall.
Okay, I understand what you mean. It would be irrelevant if it was like, let's just hypothetically say you take the Tate brothers, throw them off the table, right, and replace them with something else. That's really what it boils down to, is society wants a thing, right? You just have a person, by whatever error, you just have a person that stands in that slot holder and does this thing and says, oh, hey, I'll teach you how to do this, to where you can get away with it, right? It's always been that way. Sex trafficking is up by at least, I think the stats that we would only have is by the last 50 years. They've always been increasing. Tate ain't new, right? Both of the Tate brothers, they're not new. They're just the next person that's sitting in that chair.
No,
and there will be somebody after.
Like nobody was doing it like how they was doing it and selling courses right in front of everybody and saying, "Come and get me." Like I played the video where he said, "I'm here in Miami, come and get me."
Oh, they used to sell books. like it's just the internet. It's a different media.
So like the Tate brothers, they doing it on a whole other bold level of saying like, hey, look, the Matrix is against us, and they built a whole team around them, and acting as if that they are the thing that's going to get these men out of the Matrix, and they're going to beat the game by following these guys. And what happened was that a bunch of crimes went up because of these brothers. In my opinion, can I prove that? Technically, no, because we got to get each person that got arrested to say, "Hey, yeah, we followed these people."
Oh, yeah. Well, now influence.
So it's no way to prove it, but everybody's gonna say, "Hey, those men don't matter. They matter."
Oh, yeah. Anybody that stands up, writes a book, gets on TV, or gets in front of a camera is going to matter in some format or another, right? Like it's impossible to not influence. But it's just always been that way. I guess I'm probably saying two different things. I don't think we actually disagree.
No,
I think
no. I think people just don't want to put it on Andrew Tate for some reason. They want to act like he don't matter. They want to act like people don't care about this situation. They acting as people that are possibly in high places, right? We just played the video of a dude say he spent $50,000 just to be where Andrew Tate is being locked up at, that's being held at. You think he don't got more powerful people? He also got Myron Gaines that's live right now with about like 20,000, 10,000 people on his behalf. That's a problem.
I do agree that it's a problem, right? Here, let me clarify. The only thing that I disagree is the claim that we don't, or we act like we don't care. I actually think that people aren't acting. I think truly people, by majority, don't actually care. Not when it comes down to women. You've been in these spaces, at least with the battle of the sexes, right? Like the dating concept, where like men versus women has just always been a constant. Literally speaking, that's been around. The same concept has been around since the 1700s. It's because men actually don't care. At least, I hate to say this, I don't care what women have to say, right? But if you're looking at this from as honest and sincere about it, men just have to do their job. And what they're publicly saying is I'm going to do what I want to do. I don't have any duty or responsibility to anything or anybody, right? So I'm going to do what I want to do, and I'm just going to blame women for it. We don't actually have sincere conversations about the concept. It just is what it is. But it's always been around, and it's just another.
So since it is what it is, we ain't supposed to have a conversation. You're supposed to act like everything's
no.
and have useless conversations. The problem that I keep having, people want to have useless conversations and talk about nothing. And then when we talk about something decent, they want to say, nah, that shit don't matter. And then when we talk about something like yesterday, I had a whole show of degeneracy. They want to complain about that. Oh, big dog, now you want to have a like it doesn't. I don't understand. Is people are ridiculous at some point. At some point, the brothers, we got to take accountability for what the hell is happening out here in the world. I don't know why we keep acting as if we supposed to just act as if nothing can be controlled by us. It's ridiculous.
See, now you're more right than I guess what you're laying claim to. Everything in society falls on men. Women's behavior, that's the fault of men. We allow it. Right? That's the point. It's men avoiding responsibility. Forget the accountability. Like let them use that word. Oh, women aren't accountable. Yes, but men aren't. They're also not responsible. Yeah. And by nature, right? Like nobody wants to wake up and say, "Oh, I've got a job to do," or "I've got responsibilities to other people." That's just individualism, just growing and growing and growing, and you can't get away from it. I actually feel sorry if you honestly want a sincere conversation between men and women. I'm sorry, you're going to play hell trying to find a group of people that will sit on a panel.
I'm not trying to have a conversation between men and women.
Well, men and women, or men in society with their jobs, right? Or women within society and their jobs. It's a difficult position to have people have an honest, sincere conversation. Because none of us want to get up here and look on a panel and look like pieces of crap.
But
we're cowards.
The issue is that majority of the R.I.M.bros look like a piece of shit.
You're going to have to clarify me because I'm not familiar. R.I.M.bros, which one is that? Because when you say R.I.M.bros, I start thinking, guys that are sexual degeneracy with buttholes.
Red pill, incel, manosphere. No.
Oh, okay. Suckers. Yeah, that's the red pills.
Any one of them. Red pill, incel, or the manosphere, no matter which one it is, they all sound like POSs. But for some reason, people like to support the POSs. The women like to support the POSs. The men like to support the POSs.
Well, yeah, because ultimately, human nature at its best is degeneracy. We love this stuff. Like, just period. We even like to get on the panels and get entertained by other people doing degenerate stuff, and then we want to laugh about it. Like as if we're any different. We're not in our personal lives. Now find a group of people that are willing to stand up here and admit to it.
The thing is that I don't care if people are entertained by degeneracy. What I don't understand is why people act as if we don't see them. They act like they the ones that's holding it down. Why they act as if?
Because they don't care. Well, I mean, I got to include myself because we don't care. Yeah, I don't like. Here, I'll say it, right. The vast majority of men.
I get it, but you saying y'all don't care. I get that. Nobody cares about anything. That's what everybody keeps saying. Nobody cares. So why do men come up here and act as if they care? That's the part I don't understand.
Because of popularity. Right? Like it is a popular thing to do to come up here and say, oh, I'm a Christian. I believe in morals, because that's just the grift of the game or the grift of this era. Right? I'm a good person. I'm this, I'm that. Right? Everybody has to project an idea that they think they are. Nobody comes up here and says, hey, look, I actually honestly don't care who's banging who. I don't care if you're not taking care of your kids. I don't care. I'm just up here because you know what? This is entertaining, and I like being a piece of trash. The moment that somebody does that, right, there's going to be a whole lot of people who are like, see, I'm not this piece of garbage. I'm different. Guys are doing the same crap that they accuse the women of doing, right? Like, oh, I'm the exceptional one. Guys do the same thing. I actually lay claim that probably most men behave exactly like women are.
Well, at least we got one man other than me that ain't the same hue as me. That's not Taz. That is saying the same thing that a lot of these men on these panels are full of shit. And because whenever I say they act as if I'm lying, as if I'm doing something completely wrong. You was one of the people that act like I was something crazy as well. It's okay. But at least now y'all starting to admit that y'all are pieces of ish. Y'all don't give a damn about nobody in society but yourselves. You don't give a damn about no children. You don't give a damn about your daughter. You don't give a damn about your mama. You don't give a damn about anything but yourself.
Correct. That's it nailed on the head. And the only reason that anybody would be upset for you is because let's just forget name.
No, I'm
right?
just glad I'm just glad somebody finally admitted. That's all. Like, because majority of men will not admit that they don't care about their daughter. They don't give a damn about their mama.
But the reason why you get I guess the reason why you wouldn't get your flowers or you would get pushback on it is because if you, let's say, get up on panel, right, and you take the finger and you point it at somebody, right, they're naturally going to go in that defensive measure, right? That's the name of the game. Oh, no, I'm really a good person. No, I'll say it again. The vast majority of us men are all doing the same crap. And the idea of like what Tate is doing, the rest of us would love to be in that position. You mean I can get money and laid at the same time while doing the same thing? No, they would jump on it faster than hell.
Hey, and shout out to all the men out there that's willing to be a Andrew Tate. Shout out to the brothers that are not going. I'm not one of those men that will go. And I understand that I'm a minority. So, and I'm not a criminal. I don't want to be a criminal. I don't want nothing bad happen to my child. I care about what happened to human beings, but clearly, majority of men do not want me to care about what happened to women. It makes sense. And you know what I'm learning too is that a lot of women don't give a damn about what happened to women either.
Probably not. I mean, I can't imagine why women would be any different than men, because really what we're talking about is human nature. All right. Now the question would be, if you're trying to get like a prescription out of it, is to find some way to be able to differentiate between the POSs and the decent people. Good luck with that, because I've been at this got a psychology degree. Been at this for like 18 years. I still couldn't tell you a good metric to use to identify it. I think the Bible itself has been trying. I think it's got some kind of formula. I don't know how to apply it. It doesn't even make sense.
All you gotta do is ask them if they believe in any kind of red pill, incel, or manosphere ideology. Then you know if they're a piece of shit or not. Oh, you believe in the manosphere? You're a piece of shit.
It'll work.
Oh,
it'll work for
the red pill. You're a piece of shit. It's very simple.
It'll work for about 5 minutes before the next ideology comes along, and they'll jump on that. So you constantly
add that one. We'll add that one to the list when it comes. Oh, you a passport bro? You a piece of ish.
Oh, shout out to Passport Bros. I'm technically a Passport bro. Shout out to them.
And, then, and that's how we can tell who you are. You already self-admitted that you're a POS. So
yeah. Well, I mean,
so what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that it still tracks.
Yeah. Matter of fact,
so that's how we can tell. It's very easy to tell. So any man that's in the chat that is trying to argue for Andrew Tate and say, wait into the evidence, you a POS.
I think you're going to have a lot more than so the Tate thing. Eventually, it's going to go away, right? You're going to have to end up finding something else. That's the problem. It's like shooting a moving target. It's always moving. The adaptation. Won't you get tired of that after a while?
Me personally, no. I got energy. I go work out.
Oh,
I'm not like most of these men that is afraid to go outside and walk and stretch and go to the gym. I ain't one of them. So like majority of these men, I get it, right? You know, they overweight, they got ED, they having troubles at home, they ain't having sex. You know, they smell, they look funny, they dress funny. I don't have none of those issues.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna make sure I don't have none of those issues. I'm gonna make sure that I stay a straight man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of these dudes like Myron that is willing to be straight for men.
I was never really a big fan of Gaines. I'm not particularly a big fan of whatever podcast. Just as a platform, right? But at the end of the day, here's my wish, right? And I actually hope you can pull this off, because there are a few groups that are trying to. I just don't know how they go about doing it. My wish is I actually hope the best of luck to you actually finding a group of people that are willing to have a sincere conversation with each other, like on a panel and actually generally talking about it. I highly doubtful that this is ever really possible to at least any mass degree, right? You might find 3 or 4 people. I don't think you're going to find 10 people is what it boils down to. I hope you can do it, right? Because to be honest with you, most of these problems would cease to be problems if people would just be honest within their conversation. I just don't think you're ever going to get that from them. I know a lot of people that
I
fight
agree.
tooth
I
and
see
nail
that
for it.
a lot of people are afraid to actually have honesty within a conversation. They're willing to lie just to look a certain way in front of other men. And I never really understood that for the life of me. To be honest with you, I never wanted validation from any other man. It's a weird thing. But you know, when you just point out certain things about what the manosphere doing, they say, "Oh, so now you're looking for validation." It's just so weird.
Has anybody ever actually defined what manosphere is?
They
try. Curiosity?
Yeah, it means gay. That's what I learned.
Wait, is that what they say, or that's how you're describing it?
No, that's how they describe it. What you mean? They said they want a woman to shut up, feed them, and F them. Do that sound like something that women do on a daily day?
Oh, well, so I'm white, right? So that sounds like plantation days to me, if you ask in my opinion, right?
Yeah, and most of the time, what they was doing on those plantations, they was doing what?
Exactly that thing that you're talking about.
To who? Not only to the women.
To the black
Not
women
only
specifically.
to them. So what I'm saying is that, like, that's how you know these men are a little fruity, because that's the things that they say.
Damn, that's a gay. Jeez, that hurts. It kind of hurts to hear. I don't know.
It's a lot of men that ain't really straight, and it's okay, and I understand that now.
Oh, it's kind of disturbing to hear. It is what it is. But I honestly, sincerely, I honestly hope you can find. You know what? That'll actually impress me. I honestly hope you can find 10 people to sit on a panel and actually have an honest conversation. That's actually my wish for you.
I think it's possible to start off with an honest conversation, but somewhere down the line, when enough people are in the chat, somebody's gonna fold and not be honest anymore.
Oh yeah, well, now the chat's a different. That's a different monster.
No, but when you get people watching the show, a lot of times people can't maintain that honesty.
Well, I agree. Like I agree. This is why I hope you can do it. Matter of fact, I'm going to set this as a goal for you. In the next 2 years, I'm going to look for a panel that actually pulls off. You know what? I'm not even going to hold you to 10. That's too much. 6, just 6, including yourself, right? So there's 5. You just got to find 5.
I'm always honest.
Well, yeah. Well, I meant like the concept of finding a panel of 6 people totally, right? So all you have to do is find 5 people to have a show that, regardless of the topic, they're going to be sincere about, their perception, their views about it. You might be able to pull it off. I hope you do, because that's actually what I look forward to in society.
I don't think people actually care. Well,
like I said,
not that I think anymore. I know people don't actually care anymore. People just want to see screaming and yelling for the most part.
I'd be okay if people would just be openly say, "I just don't really care."
Well, they're starting to do it now, right?
But they're only doing that when you walk them into a corner, right? Because to be able to participate in the conversation, you have to actually lay claim that you care. Then when the conversation progresses and goes in some direction and somebody finds out that somebody's a piece of crap, right? Then all of a sudden it goes down to, well, I don't really care. Wait, we had to have an hour and a half conversation for you to finally just admit you don't care. Well, what the hell are you doing in the conversation if you don't care? That's what I mean by the dishonesty. Why couldn't that be the starting point?
I don't know.
Anyway,
I don't know what I couldn't be the starting point. But a lot of people don't want to have. I think a lot of people just don't want the responsibility of doing the right thing, because they always going to have the excuse that somebody else around the corner, down the street, in their building, their neighbor is doing the wrong thing. And as long as they have the excuse of somebody else doing the wrong thing, thank you so much, Victoria Swan, that's going to always be their excuse. Why should I do the right thing where they got this girl that I see on the internet that I will never see or speak to is doing the wrong thing? And they conflate those two things. For me personally, I don't give a damn what Josh does.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do whatever I can do to the best of my ability. Do I fall short?
Now, see,
yep.
See,
but
that's
I'm still
actually
doing what I gotta do.
That's actually a really good point. Responsibility actually costs you something. It might be time, it might be effort, it might actually be money, right? But the point of responsibility is you're going to waste your time and resources contending with it. And I believe, honestly, that was probably the best perception of it. Why should I pay for somebody else? That would be responsible. Why should I spend time for somebody else? That would be responsible, right? Like I believe you're spot on there. That's why we actually avoid the responsibility, is because of what it costs us. So now you got your grounds for your moral argument. Good luck with it.
Yeah, that's why most men don't want to be responsible. They want to pass the buck to somebody else.
Well, there you go.
And that's
it hurts.
It doesn't matter.
But there you go.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, no, I think you're spot on there. I actually fundamentally agree with you there.
And I'll keep having my shows and I keep on disagreeing. But as I got better at my arguments, what I noticed is that more men are afraid to talk. They rather go to a place where it's okay to talk and say nonsense, and they can look cool, and a whole bunch of other men be like, "Yeah, them bitches is hoes." They want to talk about everything else but themselves. I get it. A lot of times, I'm just a mirror to some of these people, and that shit hurts.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. Oh, I've been meaning to ask. So, are you still in? Yeah. Are you still? Did you switch countries yet?
Yeah, I went to 3 different countries so far.
Which I gotta ask, right? Because I don't really travel around Asia anymore. I can't stand it. Which one did you like best and why?
They all got their own things.
Yeah, they're all different.
I think structure-wise, so far, I think China's been the best on this side of the world.
Okay. Structure-wise, you mean like infrastructure as to systems that exist?
Yeah, if you say in a tier 1 city, the infrastructure is really good. The way how the cities run is like a goddamn machine. Everything works.
Yeah,
everything's convenient. You don't really have to you don't have to leave the house. The delivery system is crazy. You can order anything almost any time at night. Safety wise, they figured that part out. The only I guess the bad thing that you could say about it is that it takes away creativity because they're so structured.
Are you there in that specific country currently?
Yeah.
So let me give you a heads up. The U.S. is incredibly pissed at China currently. Like it went.
I do not want to talk about anything about those 2 countries against each other at all.
Yeah. Well, I just want to give you a warning, right? So,
okay. So just leave it there. I'll look it up from there.
Okay. Just letting you know that there might be potential problems. I would expect it not immediately, but I would be expecting for those political problems within about 3 months. At the soonest, right? It doesn't happen overnight, right? But I guess The two countries are at each other's throat, politically speaking, like currently.
But they
because
always going to be that. I ain't really worried about none of that. I don't
no,
it
it got expounded because of what happened in Iran. So there are actually discussions of having supply chains broken by force, meaning military-wise, right? Which probably potentially escalates.
I ain't gonna talk about none of that stuff. So I'll look into it behind the scenes though.
So I just want to give you a heads up. Be something to keep your eye open for, right? Because if you're there, it might become a problem.
I got you.
Aside from that, if you do get in a position where you have to get into an exit plan, head for at least Thailand is a good emergency landing pad. What was the third place that you went to? Now I'm kind of curious.
South Korea.
I've heard so many rumors. I was in South Korea once, but I never got off the base, right? Because they were doing training there. They wouldn't allow us off the base, so I don't know what South Korea was like. But I've heard lots of rumors about it.
It's beautiful there. It's very clean. It's probably it's the cleanest spot I've been to so far. The cleanest country. The people is cool. There's a lot of plastic surgery over there.
Yes, that's one of the rumors.
It's a lot of men that do plastic surgery. They try to the men do more plastic surgery than the women in South Korea. Is very interesting. And you can see it. They all look like K-pop demon hunters.
Yes. Yes, that was the rumor I heard too. Okay.
So that is interesting. And then all three spots, the food was delicious.
Do you have any plans of checking out Japan? Just out of curiosity.
That's most likely my next spot.
Okay, all right. If you do that, let me know. Can you do like a video? I'm actually kind of a little bit curious because Japan is supposed to be this like oddball thing. Like out of all of the Asian countries, that one's supposed to be an oddball. I'm curious. Like I'm really curious, and I never have an option to go. So I have to live through you vicariously.
So far, I've been on my other channel. I've been doing videos about the spots that I was at. The ones that
all right. Yeah. You ought to do like a secondary channel, right? Like create a secondary channel and do it based off the travel.
It is. It's a secondary channel.
Oh, really? Sure. Yeah. Put that in the back channel or in the back chat because I'm unaware of that one.
One of my goddamn moderators, please drop the link to my other channel, my travel channel, in the chat, please. I appreciate y'all because it's very difficult to get a goddamn like, but maybe I know my moderators, they got my back, and drop the link to my other channel so we can get that moving.
I'll definitely roll back that, and you might want to start adding your adding the secondary channel in your descriptions just to kind of draw some traffic to it. I will tell you there's a lot of people that are interested in travel. So it's going to be a hit regardless of who they are, right? People are into this stuff. I'm also interested. I'm also interested in
to drop my travel channel in the chat. We'll see. And then maybe one I don't give out. I've been pulling back on those things.
Please cover prices in your travel too, right? Because that's also strangely enough. Apparently, prices seem to constantly flux or something, right? So people are always asking about prices.
I don't know why. I think if you're in the tourist spots, the prices don't change. If you're trying to be a local, you move like the locals, and then the prices are extremely cheaper.
True,
it's about your comfort. If you want to figure out what the locals are doing, then it's going to be cheap. If you want regardless of what's going to be regular American prices, they see you coming.
Yeah, it's true regardless of what country you go to. But people are always constantly asking this. Like expats there is no end to that same question. How much is this? How much is that? Right? Like, and you're always going to have to answer it, right? But that's one of the things that, for some odd reason, people want to see on camera. You walk into the dadgum store, show me the price of a Coca-Cola, right? And then they're going to turn around and ask about visas and stuff. It's going to be the never-ending same question over and over.
Maybe I'll start doing some prices, comparisons.
You
I
should.
really don't really think about it like that, but yeah, maybe I should.
You will also have to reiterate, like if you're in the middle of the large metro tourist city, right? Like this is the price, the same price, you know, in Podunk, another town, right? They're going to ask that question too. So just letting you know, people want that information.
All right. Welcome to, before I go there, B. Sneezy says, support for the show. Keep up the good work. Thank you, B. Sneezy. I am doing my best. I appreciate that. Salute to you, B. Sneezy. Welcome to the show. Out the Mud. Cody, what is your thoughts?
All right, so I'm gonna go with y'all with that.
What it do?
Oh shit.
How's it going, man?
What up, y'all? I ain't really y'all had strayed off of the conversation where you was doing all that reaching and shit at. But
What we was reaching on? You can speak on it.
you was reaching on, ain't we?
What I reached on?
You say that you honestly believe that majority of men don't care about their daughters.
Correct. It's showing every single day.
How is that?
By the rhetoric that they're saying, the men that they are supporting, they support predators every single day.
No.
They support the fact that men should be going out there and popping women off as much as they possibly can. It is no way you care about your daughter by saying men need to go out there and pop off women. Your daughter is part of women. Your sister is a part of women. Your niece is a part of women. For some reason, when they say this rhetoric, they believe that they family members is not included in that.
You think that's majority of people though?
Yeah, that's majority of men. That's what I learned. Yeah.
Yeah, you're true.
It's more men that say that than say shit that I'm saying. That's for sure. That's 100% sure.
Oh, what are you saying?
Huh?
What are you saying that men ain't saying?
I don't tell men to go ahead and have sex with everything moving because women are hoes.
You think that's majority of men's message?
Majority of men messages that women are hoes, yes. And men need to go out there and pop it off. Yes, that's what most men are saying.
On the internet? Or you saying that your competition on the internet or something?
The internet and in real life.
No, that's a lie.
You say so.
That's a lie. Saran, you ever you have homeboys with sons that's like of age what 21 to 30 or something?
Mm-hmm.
And you think your homeboys tell their sons to go out here and just pop them off and do whatever, and you think that's the message?
Yes.
Oh, y'all tripping. I don't think that's the message.
Hold up. He doesn't mean the concept of like a father going directly to a son and saying those words. But a father would be going on to, like, say, a public panel or whatever and bragging about his escapades. Then his son turns around and looks at this media, usually not by invitation, right? But eventually things are found, right? And that's the venue that teaches the son. Hey, Dad said to me this moral thing, right? But then turned around on social media and said something completely different. Now the son has to decide which one was true, the moral claim that he said to me or the public claim that he made somewhere else. That's what Sharon means by, like, you know, how things are getting taught.
Thank you so much, MLs. And the channel is in the chat, Josh. Yep. Thank you so much, MLs.
Thank you. I still say that that's bull. That's bull. I don't think that's true. I think when it comes to men who talk like that and stuff. I think on the majority scale, the men that talk like that are younger. And I think Sharon was more, and Josh was more influenced by his age group than his dad in them in any capacity. So I think it's bullshit. And to say that men don't care about their daughters and all this based on the fact of relationships, but based on the fact of relationships with the opposite sex, that's a total reach.
Why is that?
Because they're totally different relationships.
How?
How not?
Answer mine's first.
How are they not totally different relationships? You a relationship with women are intimate and more physical, and it's a different emotion being placed in it. It's totally different.
So you're saying a father that's out there slanging girls left and right, that man actually cares about what his daughter's well-being is sexually?
Yes. Overall.
Because I thought daughters wound up dating their fathers.
To a certain capacity, but not overall, not the full being of her father, not that total man.
Yeah, that's where we disagree. So if a man do not want his daughter to be out there and get treated a certain way, he would be having to move a certain way so she could see exactly what type of man to look out for.
Yeah, but she
if he's the same thing, she's gonna be with the same thing. Usually.
But you're what you doing is you like saying like, so you think the average man, 40 years old and older, is moving the way you speaking, like running around and having sex with any and everybody and just engaging in random sex and shit like that? That what you saying?
Last night, then we just had a girl that said her vagina was all over the goddamn internet with some dude that is supposedly a married man, and what, like, I don't know those people, but somehow that vagina is getting popped off.
On the internet, you can't pop off the vagina on the internet, can you? What they doing is virtual.
It doesn't matter what question you ask me. What
I'm saying that they engaging in sex.
What I'm saying that these men that are out here just trying to sling dick anywhere and everywhere that they can, is no way that man can say that he actually gives a damn about his daughter, because he is setting it up the situation for his daughter to find a man that is just like him.
I don't believe it, but I don't agree with men running around and just having sex with any and everybody. I think men should find their one and raise their children and bring them up the proper way.
Yeah, but that's not happening.
Yeah, it's not happening, but you saying like for the men where it is happening, and you saying as if it's like a overall majority type thing, but I'm saying I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, but life is showing otherwise.
No, it's how?
Because we all know men that cheated on their wives.
And what that mean though? What you say that to say what?
That every man that we ever encountered knows a man that cheated on his wife.
I'm saying, what does that mean? What are you saying, though?
That means that men do not give a damn and they willing to pop off anything that's outside. They are
Not even
willing to
what that
risk
means.
it all.
That is
They are
crazy for
willing
you
to
to take
risk it
that leap.
all for some. They are willing to risk it all for some new vagina. They say it on the internet, and men do it in real life.
Yeah,
I think
but
we might be.
Go ahead, Josh.
Well, I'm just trying to see if we can find an example here to kind of explain his position. Let's try this. And see, I don't know your name, and the names aren't showing, so this is a good thing. Let me ask this. Let me try this. Whatever your name is, please don't say it, right? For the sake of this conversation. Are you a virgin? Let me try that. Let's start there. Are you a virgin?
Oh, me?
That's a no.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So you ain't got to answer for me.
No. Just we're gonna walk this down here. Are you married?
Yes.
Have you been with more than one female your entire life?
Yes.
Okay. Not saying, do not say your name within this framework, right? If you had a daughter, because it really doesn't matter if you do or don't, right? This is the point. If you had a daughter, would you be concerned with your daughter finding access to this video and that being eventually she finding out about it and having an influence on her perception of you?
No.
Okay. So by that nature, and again, it doesn't matter if you do or don't, right?
See
if
what
you would
that, hold
openly
on. Let me tell you what that just told me. That told me that you guys are the type that lie to your children.
Absolutely.
You want your children to think that their mammy was great, awesome, and perfect, and they pappy was great, awesome, and perfect when they can't be on earth.
Right.
So to continue to lie to your children is what got your children out here screwed and confused. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if it's the case that promiscuity is an honest position to take your to provide your children, right? How does that not influence them? Isn't that telling them that by your actions you're portraying that it's okay within society to behave
because my actions could have been wrong. I could have not known any better. And now that I do, and I'm raising children that I want to bring up properly on this planet Earth, this thing we call society, I'll teach them better. I don't hide who I am, was, or could be from my children. That's where you're going wrong. We're going wrong as Americans.
Well, no. I don't know. I actually, I say going wrong. I'll agree with that concept, but not based on this premise. I do actually believe that we're immoral people by majority, and that's where we went wrong. The concept of how we get there.
If we're immoral people by majority, why hide it from your children?
Because it's, how do you tell people to be moral people while doing immoral things?
You're not doing immoral things. You have done immoral things. There's a difference.
I don't know. I think the argument would be probably continue. Let's try this.
Slow. I'm telling y'all can't.
Let's try this. If it was the case that your wife could never find out, you did say you were married, right? Sir?
Yeah, we all married on this panel. You, me, Sharon, yes.
Okay. If it was the case that your wife would never found out, you could 100% guarantee that your wife would never know about it, would you have sex with another woman?
Would I have sex with it? No, I wouldn't have. I don't even, I'm not the type that be around just fucking with women like that. Me and my woman be together all the time. You understand what I'm saying? I don't even I'm where I'm at. I'm good where I'm at. I don't do that really.
So that's a no. If it was the case that your wife could never find out about it, like it was guaranteed she'd never find out about it, that's a no, that you would not have sex with another woman.
That's a no. You can't. I don't think we could guarantee anything on Earth. So
Well, no,
that would be an absolute
it's a
no.
hypothetical, right? Like it's just a hypothetical. That's why I'm glad our names are not up here, right? It's the point
Yeah,
of asking the
everybody know
question.
who I am. Everybody know us on this panel. What the names don't have shit to do with being up here. Don't have nothing to do with nothing. Everybody know us that's in this chat, and I'm telling you, big dog, from where I stand and from my lifestyle previous to marriage, I don't move like that. I never have. Even when I had a girlfriend who I deal with, and I'm done. I never was the type that just slept around with random oddball ass women.
So I'll be a little bit more honest about my position, right? So I've been married like 9
Before
years.
that, let me read this super chat real quick.
Everybody
hates mine. But the 499. The Bible tells us that it is our nature to be immoral. If we wouldn't need redemption. You want to also keep our kids away from the Bible? Question mark.
Yeah, that's how slow y'all are.
Oh well, I'm
you having a conversation with one person.
Yeah, I'm an atheist, and I force my child to go to, well, actually, technically 2 different types of churches. I'm more specifically partial to Orthodoxy, but they don't have Orthodox churches in my area.
I want y'all children to not know y'all as children or know y'all as adolescents or teenagers. Y'all don't want y'all children to know that part of y'all because they wasn't there to see it.
One person. Stop saying y'all.
So you hide your past and you want your children to think you're perfect, and you're not. That's a lie. And so your children go and chase to find out what's going on. And then when they really find out who their father and their mammy really was, that's when they get what they call they become they despise you. And then they get the rebelling and they get the doing and going the opposite direction because you lie so much to your children.
Rebellious against what?
Let me understand, who argument was that? Because that was not my argument.
Well, what you say that wasn't your argument?
Yeah, the premise that you just said was not my argument at all. So if you think that was my argument, then you're wrong.
That was both of y'all argument a minute ago, wasn't it?
No, but that is my position. That is not Sharon's position.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, if the shoe fit, put it on. If it don't, go barefooted. African.
So make sure you know who you're talking to when you're having your argument. I ain't
go barefooted African. I don't give a damn.
Yeah,
I give a damn.
To be fair, I didn't make the claim, right? But you did leverage the argument, and I'm admitting that would be my position. There's lots of things I'd lie to my child about.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Is it?
I would say so.
Like in all cases, or in just certain cases?
Not in all. In nothing. All cases. Not in all cases.
Okay.
We're not saying that. We wouldn't be that silly, would we?
So, you openly talk to your child about your sex life?
What do you mean?
That's what the deception would be, right? You're not being honest with them about who you were. And to be honest, you'd have to actually talk about your sex life with your child.
What are you saying? Details or in depth? What do you mean?
But I guess however you would describe it, because right, like my kid's only 8. I absolutely would never allow anybody.
Silly as hell on this internet, fool. How stupid can you be? Don't ask me no dumbass question. Now I'm finna start going off. All right. Hey, the next stupid question. Hey, Cody's showing up around here, big dog. And look here. Hey, what's up, my half-breed brother? Keep cooking. Cody, Sharon believe it too. I know AR, he running and ducking and windmilling and trying to swim backwards all of a sudden. But no, I seen him run a mile and jog in jeans.
My position, Cody, just so we clear, my position is that men need to be the type of man that their daughter can potentially go out there and date, so they can see what it looks like. They can hear what it looks like. They can see what it looks like. Majority of men are not willing to take the accountability and show their children how a man is supposed to move. They out here doing anything willy-nilly. And that's
But
why
I
the
think
kids is
majority of men are, but they don't do it the way you like it though, Sharon. You think that because Barry Sanders was a running back in the NFL and he played football and took all these hits and dodged all these hits, you think that for him to tell his son he don't want his son to do that is wrong. But I'm saying, big dog, that's the form of protecting his son from the damage he took.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is that man that is out there slinging dick around, he don't care about his daughter because he is the very thing that is poisoning the community, and he keeps that thing going. And somebody is going that same man that he is, his daughter's gonna find that same man as well. Everybody hates my interesting combo here. Is it moral to lie for a perceived moral reason? First question. Can it be immoral to tell the truth to your kids, the truth no matter what?
Nope. It's destructive to tell your child everything. Actually, probably most of your life should not be discussed with your own child.
So my problem is I think your life should be showing your kids what's going on.
Correct.
So
yeah, but look though, you saying like you said, but y'all saying like if
not y'all, what I'm saying, me
what you saying, but you saying like if somebody can't change based off of what they done in their past, that's what you're saying, and now they're raising their children.
Okay,
but you're saying you're saying people are still participating while raising their children?
Yes.
Well, that would be a small group of people. I don't think that would be the majority of people.
But it's not. I'm learning more and more every day that is not the minority. I used to believe that as well.
Well, I'm saying, or what are you saying? Like people that are in relationship as far as couples and married people, or are you just saying people who out here engaging in situationships and willy-nilly just doing them? What are you saying?
All of those. They got married men doing it. They got men that's just in situationships. They got men that just in relationships. They are all doing the slinging dick thing and act as if they really believe that their children don't see it. And children are much smarter than what these men think they are. They know that their daddy's a womanizer. And then they want to find a man that's just like their daddy. Same thing with the dudes, right? The dudes wind up finding a woman that's just like their mama. And then they grow up to hate their mama, but they use the woman as a way to curse out their mama.
I think you trying to combat nature now at this point, big dog, and I don't think you got the power or the steady hands to do it. So you ain't equipped. You don't have the proper tools to pull this move out, big dog. You combating nature. You combating nature.
I'm not combating nature.
You are, big dog. I think that it's natural for a female child to want or desire a man with the characteristics of her father, based on her father being her first love.
That's what he said.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying you can't combat that. You say that you think that that's what they're doing is wrong, or you saying like
I'm saying that the fathers are being degenerates and acting as if their daughter is not gonna go find that degenerate as well in the street.
No, because of the simple fact. No, you're wrong, though. You're wrong.
Let me finish it. If you are a father and you give a damn about the type of man your daughter is going to be with, you yourself as a father wouldn't be the degenerate man in the first place. So it's where your daughter know exactly what a non-degenerate man looks like. That's all I'm saying. Everybody
you wrong. You
hates
wrong with that.
me and Sharon used to be dangerous to the community. Running the streets. Speak for yourself, man. Now we are saviors to our community, cleaning up the red pill streets. Cody too.
But that you don't want to get the actual point. You want to just laugh. Read it and get the actual message in it. Read it, Sharon. I don't think
No, you are missing it. I don't know how, because I'm explaining it pretty well. That if you are a father, you care about the type of man that your daughter goes out and meet. You need to be that man.
No, well,
Majority of
look,
men
so
are
does it.
not
So
being
does
that
it. So
man.
look,
They out
listen
there
though. Let me say
slinging.
this.
What I'm saying
Let me
that
ask
is
you
a
this.
lot of. What I'm saying is a lot of men out there slinging dick, thinking that they daughters don't know.
It don't mean shit though. Let me say this. So, you was nothing at one point, and so what are you saying? At all stages of life, or are you saying at the stage of raising children? What are you saying?
I could answer that, but it's his argument.
He got to stretch out that chair so little for them long knees. They got his knees bent and scrunched all up. And that little chair sitting on the floor. You might well go and get down there and sit Indian style.
You can't do that. I live in Vietnam. I'm like one country down from him. It is true that those damn chairs are like completely short, and yeah, there ain't no getting away from it. It's actually kind of painful after a while. He had a question for you. I actually wanted to pick up your argument, but I kind of can't because it's yours. But he had a question for you. He was asking. He was asking across all stages, like say when you're a young man and you're just dating, all the way up to marriage and through it. Is what he's asking specifics about.
What I'm saying, Cody, is that if men cared about their daughters, they will become the man that they want their daughters to date.
At what stage in life? From the beginning of coming out here and saying I might have a daughter one day, so I need to walk like this, or the day he have a daughter. At what stage in life, Sharon?
When they have a daughter, when they have a child, whenever they have a child, if they're not moving the way how they want their children to move, then they don't really give a fuck about their goddamn children.
I'll push back on that, but first,
That's
so
all
let
it
me get
is.
the teams right. It's me and Cody versus Sharon and Josh.
They already lost. Don't do that to them.
All right, but all right. So check it out. This is why I disagree with you, Sharon, real quick, because even though you might not be the best person when you have kids, still, right? I still think that doesn't mean that you're necessarily a bad person because people struggle with things too. Nobody's perfect. We all struggle with things, and hopefully, at a certain point, people start to wake up, or just kind of they work on themselves. But we still gonna have struggles, if that makes sense. But I understand your point of. I definitely think in general, once you have kids, you are a leader whether you like it or not, and your kids are going to not listen to what you say. They're gonna do to a degree they will, but they're gonna look at you, and then they're going to they're gonna do what you do. Like even my son, right? He keep me on my toes because my girl would tell me like, yo, he wearing his shoes in the house. Well, why he know better than to wear his shoes in the house, right? But if I'm rushing, I might have my shoes on and run in the house and leave. And he looking at what daddy doing and he's thinking that, my daddy do it. So I'm like, you know what? I gotta get better. Even if I'm rushing, take my shoes off. So I dig both points.
Shout out to PZ Ain't Gone. He said, men teach their daughters wait till marriage and teach their sons how their oats. Stop the cat. I agree. Soil. He teach the sons how to soil their oats. Stop the cap.
This ain't coming to America. Man, listen. Hey, I guarantee you, out of 100 men you could survey, Sharon,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give y'all a little cushion. Maybe I'm gonna say 80 of them. Dad ain't never told them to go out here and just do whatever they need to do with these women, big dog. Man, people, you get that from your peers.
That's not his claim. Not based on the concept of saying. It's basically what he's saying is you do a thing.
I'm talking about the message he just read. That's what I'm speaking on. He said in the message right there, he just read, he said that they teach the daughters to wait till marriage and tell the sons to go out here and do what they need to do whenever they need to do it. And I'm saying I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, but that is the case.
It's not.
What you, Cody?
He means telling based on verbally.
But he's telling the daughter. So he's telling the daughter something verbally, but he's telling his son something with his actions.
So he's telling
the daughter don't pick up on the actions.
What the super chat is saying is that fathers tell their daughters one thing and they tell their son something else. They
That's
tell
verbally.
their daughters
That's verbally or actions. Is that verbally or through actions, big dog?
You talking about the super chat, right?
Is that verbally or through actions?
I'm asking so we can be clear because you conflating things. We talking about
I ain't
the super chat, right?
You conflate. I've been talking about the super chat.
I'm asking you a question so this way we can have
I've been
clarity.
said the super chat. I've been said the super chat. Why is you asking me that?
Because I'm making sure. So yes, the super chat said the fathers say one thing to the daughter and say another thing to the man.
Said say, right? Not action.
Yes.
That was my point, Sharon. That's what I said. I spoke to the super chat.
Okay, so I don't understand what's your argument. PZ ain't going. You think most men wait until marriage?
That wasn't the statement I made. So PZ and Sharon silly as hell. He's silly. He's silly. Do you think most women wait till marriage? Silly ass boy.
We are not talking about. Oh my God, Cody! This is what I'm talking about. You conflating things.
No, I'm not conflating nothing. Can you read, Sharon?
It's either you're gonna read the super chat and disagree with the super chat, but you can't change it.
I read it.
Do you disagree? Do fathers tell their daughters to go out there and pop it on the handstand?
No.
All right. Do they tell their son, "Hey, son, go ahead and get that"?
No.
You full of shit.
They don't. Are you serious?
Easy ain't going. Both of them.
Crazy as hell.
Full of shit.
You crazy, Sharon? Your daddy ever told you that, Sharon?
So you telling me that it is fathers out there that tell their sons to wait until marriage?
Sharon, most dads aren't telling their sons to be the same.
I want to understand Cody's position. Are you saying majority of men are telling their sons to wait to marriage?
I'm saying yes. I'm saying yes. I'm saying that majority of men are telling their sons, daughters, their children, period, to not be reckless and go out here and do all this reckless, harmless shit. We just go our own route as adults, big dog.
Can I say something?
You're not answering my question. Do you think?
I did, as I said no out the gate. I said no.
Can I say something?
Yeah, let me read the super chat and you got it. Cody is on some bullshit. PZ ain't going. Breathe, bro. It's just a conversation. That was crazy. I can't believe what Cody's saying right now. Go ahead. I believe that was mine.
No, Sway.
Yes, Sway. I'm sorry, Sway. Welcome to the show, Sway.
Good day. So in terms of male influences growing up, just I guess anecdotally, I don't remember them specifically saying go F on a lot of different young things or whatever. However, they also didn't say specifically you should be looking to have sex in a confine of a relationship. It seemed a lot more like this is the right thing to do. However, if you decided you have sex with a woman outside a relationship, this is the process you should do it, so you're not putting yourself in a compromising position by doing so. So like they'll say, wear condoms or make sure she ain't a type of way or blah blah blah, like all these different little factors. If the young man decides to get into sexual relationships with a woman before a relationship or marriage. So I don't think that it is a push, but I also don't think it's a deterrent. So based on
Y'all
my
are not
experience.
telling the truth. Y'all are not telling the truth. Hey,
No,
young blood, that's you, young blood. You telling me that's you right there, young blood?
that is
Are
never
you inside that one?
that
Listen,
has never happened to me in my entire life.
No father does that.
And your
That's
dad ain't never
crazy.
said
Hold
that
on,
The
to you.
fact
That's
that
hold
you're
on,
stupid
trying
y'all.
to
as hell.
say
Come
that
on,
hold
be
on,
for
hold
real.
on,
Hold on.
hold on, hold on, y'all,
His,
hold on. Y'all
his,
could say y'all fathers never did that, but do not say
No,
that's
Your
what
daddy didn't,
no.
Sharon. Your
So
dad
I'm
did that.
not. Hold on.
Hell no.
I'm not speaking as just specifically fathers. I'm talking about older male influences.
I
When
think
I'm
he was talking to.
outside and I'm talking to shorties on the block or whatever, I didn't have a random old nigga be like, "That's you, young blood. That's you. I see you, young." That has never happened to me in
that's
my life.
crazy.
Well, hold on, real
Shit,
quick. I
that's
just want to make the
crazy.
distinction that and in general, fathers are definitely at least more partial when it comes to their daughters and when it comes to this conversation, right? When we're talking about our daughters, we definitely harp on these boys only want one thing from you. Be careful. We don't want this for you and all that type of stuff. Even at minimum, we more bullish on our daughters when it comes to this conversation versus our sons. Can we at least agree to that for most men? Not us, but most people.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to
Yeah,
be pretty.
we agree with
The
that.
way I said it, they kind of, with men to their sons or the other men around the neighborhood, they leave it arbitrary, like if you happen to. But like you said, when they get about the women or the daughters, it's very staunch. You do not do this. We do not want this. You do not move accordingly like this. You only have sex
Thank
in a
you.
confine of a relationship. You're very staunch about that position of how they use their bodies. If it's up to boys or men, you kind of leave it up to their discretion. We don't really leave it up to the female's discretion. We say, no, you aren't doing this until you get
Thank
No.
married
you. I
So
appreciate
you're
that
or
right. We
honesty.
tell our
relationship.
daughters no. We
Because
tell
we
our
know she
daughters
got to
no.
bring that baby
We
to
tell
our
our
house.
Hold on,
Shit.
sons.
hold on, hold
We
on,
tell
Cody.
our
Get
sons don't.
Shadow trying to get in there. Get Shadow.
We tell our daughters not to. We tell our sons don't. There's a difference in that conversation. Our daughters were saying, no matter what, don't. Hey, don't do this at all. Here's the consequence. For our sons, we're not promoting them to go out to do it. That's what I don't like about the conversation.
No,
We're not saying go out and
that's
bust it.
not true. We
People
tell our
ain't doing that
sons
for their
how to.
sons, bro.
They're telling their sons how to, and they tell their daughters not to. Not to. Hey, Right. if you go, hey, y'all keep saying if you gonna do this, they say, hey, make sure you use a condom. Make sure
Hold up.
you protect
And
yourself. Hold on.
even
Let
in
me.
that
So putting
scenario,
your
they
daughter on
Are
only
you
birth
do
just
it.
control and telling her
are
to
you
go
just
have
about to
sex.
reiterate what I said 10 minutes ago?
I think so. I think
Yeah.
so. Hold on, y'all. So this way we can get everybody's thoughts in. We don't have to make it too screaming and yelling. Even though I know that's what people like. Be sneezy. I grew up catching crawdads and snakes in buckets at 5 years old, far away from home. Not today though. Yeah, there's a lot of people that ain't teaching those type of things. Salute to your dad. Salute to that. Hopefully you'll pass on the that same thing. Get Eater Man, finish it up so this way you can get your full thought out. Get Eater Man.
You cut me off.
Maybe my daddy was just my daddy definitely told me go out there and get some coochie. He just told me make sure I protect myself. Like and I know some people might not want to tell the truth, the conversations they had with their daddy. But my daddy, without a doubt, he said, man, make sure you protect yourself. Don't bring no babies home. Put on a condom, man. But he definitely told me it's all soaks my royal oaks. Without a doubt. Okay. My uncles, Without a like my uncles told me this, especially like if I brought somebody to the cookout, the men almost went crazy. Man, oh my God, that's you. I knew you had that player gene in you, young man. Like that was the stuff they would say, like they praised that type of thing. But I guess that was just my family. And we was unique. Nobody else family pushed that narrative. Mm.
Yeah, my dad didn't really talk about females in a way of promoting. He always talked on a level of discernment. And so I could move accordingly, make my own decisions as a grown ass man, not telling me what I need to do and how to do it and no. He had a level of putting information in front of me and allowing me to be able to come to certain conclusions on my own and by helping me guide through that. But yeah, he was never telling me like, yo, pull up on her, you should be doing this, or you should be talking to her, or you should be. He never. We weren't. Our conversations didn't center around women. It was everything else, developmental about being a man. We weren't sitting around talking about how to get hoes or protect, get sex easy, or where to go, or what to do if you accidentally come in a girl or something weird like that. Those weren't our conversations.
Right. So I mean, but you said it earlier. He said how to do it. He didn't deter you away from it. So, and I think that's the consensus that most men are saying, right? That majority of fathers would tell their daughter not to do it, and they would tell their son how to do it.
See, that's a difference in conversation. Again,
what would birth control be then for the daughter? Would that be telling her to do it?
So I didn't understand the question. Say it again.
Birth control. Would that, if a parent put their daughter on birth control, right? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And would that be them telling their daughter to go have sex?
No.
Well, then, how do you say that it's telling their son to go have sex? Because he's telling him, hey, make sure you have condoms if this situation pops up and you go that route. And he's giving him the tools, right? How do you say that he's telling him to go have sex based off of that?
Because what we know from the conversations that majority of us had is that they explained to us as young men how to have sex and how not to get caught up in things. But majority
What you mean how to have sex? What you mean by how to have sex, Sharon? Let me ask you this. What do you mean by how to have sex?
Protect yourself. The same that you're saying.
Birth control is protect yourself, Sharon.
Hey, Cody, the only way I can see it, and so it have to apply in a blanketed statement that it doesn't determine, is because I've met multiple women throughout when they first got on it. It wasn't for a sexual intention. It was more so for their period pain, that putting them on birth control. A lot of young girls, I guess, have a severe period pain to the point of them passing out or they can't function in school. So a lot of doctors recommend birth control so they don't have to experience that. I met quite a bit of women, I wouldn't say the majority, but since that is applicable to a decent amount, I couldn't make that blanketed statement per se.
So I just want to make sure I understand. Are we saying that the men on this panel father told them not to have sex? Because I know for a fact he told my sister that.
Yes. My dad told me not to have sex because my brother had 9 kids.
No, my dad didn't say that.
Don't be like your older brother because he can't pull out of a bus stop.
Titan,
I'm telling you, that's weird.
Did he tell your brother that also?
No. That's why he got 9 kids.
No, actually, he did tell JC that, and he didn't listen, which is why they argued. And this isn't just my birth family. My adopted family did it to all 9 of us. We all sat down and had this conversation regularly. Because it was total. And then I went to college and wilded out because I thought it was stupid.
Well, I'm just saying, and like I said, my family, I'm going to say that I got the nominee family. I have seen my dad have conversations with my sisters about not having sex, and we did not have those conversations. My daddy literally was like, hey,
you was in the room when he had the conversation with your sister?
Yes.
But he wasn't talking to you?
No, okay. I'm trying to.
Nah, Cody, I can attest to that. My father never. I knew exactly how he told my sisters, like, yo, don't ever be on no hoe shit out here, like, ever. He never really talked to me about that at all. But he made sure to tell them, like, you better not be no hoe out here in the streets. He didn't really talk to me that much about it.
But he didn't talk to you about sex at all?
No, my dad told. My dad talked to me about sex.
He didn't talk to me about sex because in my late teens, we stopped being cool. Like, we stopped, our relationship. Something happened to it. But before like, and I wasn't having sex at that point anyway, but we never talked about sex. But he made sure my sister's whole life, we knew that they would get their ass whooped if they was on some whole shit.
Hey, E.
Yes, sir.
I know you're not saying this, but it's like a tangent off of it. Would you carry that same advice if, I don't know if you have one, but if you have one, or if you end up having a son, would you also tell him to sow his royal oats early,
No,
and the same way your dad would have gave that type of.
no, I think my dad gave me the wrong advice.
Heard
I
that.
so like and then I kind of understand like even so growing up, I remember my dad had a Suburban. I used to ride around in the car in the back seat and see him holler at women. That was like a thing. Like he'll holler up, pull up on a woman, slow creep in the car, talk to him. I remember like when we was to go to places like Daytona, Black Bike Week, he used to tell the women to show us his titties. Like I think he had a level of dysfunction. I'm just telling you the truth. Like, but like I said, maybe I had an abnormal father. Shout out to my father. I think the man that I became is because of my father, right? So shout out to him. But it was some dysfunction there once I became
Shout
old.
out to Kulu live streaming. You see it all the time when the son gets caught doing adult things. Dad acts mad in front of mom, but when she leave, he shakes his son's hand and cheers.
Sound like the Cosby Show. I seen that on the Cosby Show before.
Right, because it's real life. That's why you've seen it there.
I also thought that when women, I'm just gonna be so tangent, but this kind of make the point that not everything you see on TV is true or movies is true, and we all know that. But the
Well, Sharon
idea
just said
that
it
when a
is. He
woman
say
is
the
ready to
reason you
give
see it
birth
there is
is
because
her
it's
water
true.
breaks. Like idea that when women are ready to give birth, their water breaks. But I came to find out today that's only in 10% of women. So the idea that on these shows that's the indicator that if you need to go to the hospital is when there's wet stuff coming down her leg. That ain't true. A
No,
bunch
that
of
is
other
true.
signs, huh?
Well, most women get induced.
That's
Most
what I'm
women get
saying. It's
induced. Yeah,
not
most women
you
get way before they like the
No,
doctor break their
hold on,
water
hold on,
for
but
them.
hold on.
exactly. Sometimes they gotta break it.
No, but Sway, if her water do break, she got to go to the hospital.
Exactly. Yeah, but I'm saying not every single time does that happen. Like,
Oh, you're
yeah,
saying,
it doesn't
wait,
break
what you're
every
saying,
time. So if you
Yeah,
just
that,
sitting
if,
there
that
waiting
part.
and waiting and waiting for it to break, it ain't gonna break the way you think, like in a movie, and then you can get rest.
okay,
No, it's not like that.
no,
It
I get
might
what
No,
you're
okay,
break, it
yeah,
saying.
might not.
yeah, that part is true.
Right. Yeah, I was confused at first. The way you explained it was off. But
Yeah,
now
yeah.
you're
Well, I
saying,
just thought that like
He
I
cleaned it
can
up. He
like
cleaned
in
it.
my
Hold on,
head.
hold on.
no,
We
he
don't
cleaned
gotta
it up.
hop on.
He cleaned it up. I
He
get it.
cleaned
He
it up.
cleaned it up.
He cleaned it up and said that majority of women water is not just breaking naturally. That doesn't happen as often as people think. That it's just a pool of water just fly out. Even that's what he's saying, which is a very true
I thought
statement.
he said that the first time.
It's okay. And so
Sharon. So real
yes,
quick. Also, even though my dad didn't like dig in on us the way y'all are saying we did it on the girls, my mom's did. Birth and adopted, both of them stood on do not go out having reckless sex. Wait till you're married. I think moms actually talk to sons more about them hot girls. Hey, I need you to stay away from them fast ass girls. Yeah, I do remember hearing that all the time when I was younger.
yeah, well,
I think actually the
that's from
moms stood on.
like yeah, we can understand that coming from your mom, but we talking about fathers speaking to their children, and
So,
majority of men when they speaking to their sons, they speak in a way where like, hey, this is how you do it, son, like
it's more of
and
a
when they
how
talk to
to and not to.
their daughters, they like, hey, you better not. That's just how the conversation goes. I don't know why we act like we don't know that.
Yeah, and then like even if I look at like all of the people, like I said, it sounds like it's anecdotal because I only can choose like my cousins, I could choose my friends, I could choose like
Right.
but the people who had fathers, it typically was not a conversation. And maybe if your father was married to your mama the full duration, kind of like what Shadow's saying, he might have different rhetoric. But if your daddy was out here in the streets, he was gonna tell you he
Well,
gonna
hold
tell
on.
you to protect yourself.
I just asked the other two people I'm working with right now, and they're saying the same thing that I'm saying. Yeah, if it happened, it happened, but our dad did not sit there and promote us having sex.
Well,
Like
no, no, no.
legit.
Well, ask them this question:
Okay.
Did they dad have a problem with them having sex?
Hey, yo, did your old man have an issue with you going out having sex with men, like having sex with animals? Yeah. Okay. He said, nah, my dad didn't want no grandkids at a young age. And he's
No,
an
no,
old
but
street dude.
No, not.
We're
That's
talking
why they
about
gave us.
Right, that's what condoms are for, right? Don't bring no kids home. We
Yeah,
understand that.
no. Wait,
I
y'all
know
are
for a
not
fact
saying
that
what he
my
said.
daddy did not want me to
Wait,
get a
y'all
woman
didn't
pregnant.
say. Y'all aren't saying what he's saying. I noticed y'all I just told y'all exactly what he said, right? And you're saying, yeah, well, that's what condoms are for. No, he said my dad didn't want no kids at all.
No, I think the more specific question, Shadow, is like if your dad found out that you had sex, would he have gave you a form of punishment? Would he have been disappointing you the
Yeah,
same way the daughter,
yeah.
if you found out that his daughter
Okay,
has sex, she's going to get punished.
better
She's going
question.
to feel a level
Because
of
apparently it's
disappointment.
not clear enough. If you did have sex as a minor, right, or as a kid, would your dad have tried to punish you for it, or would he have congratulated you for
We never said nothing about minors.
Nothing
Well,
about
you
We're talking about
congratulations.
20
kids,
year
right?
old who going to have sex
Okay,
around? You're not talking about adults,
right.
are you?
Wait, you're talking about, if you're talking about adults, this
Let him
conversation is
ask the
ridiculous.
question. Just ask the question how you want to,
No, hold
Shadow.
up. Because
No,
if
because
y'all are
Shadow,
telling me
you
we're
might go.
not talking
I
about
want his
kids,
answer first. Please, just ask the question however you want, so we get his answer.
right? So when you were a kid, right? Not super kid, but you know,
Teenager.
did your dad, would he have gotten upset if you had sex? Did y'all
Yeah,
hear him?
yeah.
He's like, yeah.
Nah, my parents wouldn't have got no upset. Mom or dad, if we being
He,
honest. Matter of fact, my mom and my dad knew I was fucking.
Like,
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie to
maybe
you.
I
My
just be
parents wouldn't have been upset. Neither my mom or dad. I like Shadow said, my mom was one of the ones like, don't be messing with these fast ass, whatever. But if they found out and I ain't had no kid by it, I don't think that they would have been putting me on punishment.
I think
yeah.
I just
because
asked.
My hey, listen, ain't nobody in my family would have been mad. They were like, hey, you protecting yourself? All right,
let me tell you, only way my mom and my daddy would have been mad if I was sleeping with somebody in their house. Now that'd piss them off, like if it was happening in their
Facts.
house. But if I'm outside, they knew I was outside. They do that. Like they was like, that's
What,
why
what
they
age you talking about, though, E, man? You talking about like 15 and shit? What age are
15.
you talking about?
Right, Cody,
I'm talking
now
about
I'm
14,
wondering the
15,
conversation.
14 and
Because when I
up.
said minor,
At
everybody talked to me
14,
like
if
I was
your parents
crazy.
would have caught you having sex anywhere, they wouldn't have been mad at you?
If they, you mean caught me in the act? Like if they knew, so it's two different things: catching me having sex and knowing that I'm having sex. If they
How do
knew
they know?
that,
How do they know? I'm saying, how do they know you having sex? They guessing
Come
all.
on, we're not gonna act
we,
slow. We're not gonna act slow now. This is
Man,
insane.
no, y'all
well,
tripping. Y'all are the ones acting slow. You're
well, hold
saying
on.
that
Okay,
Joe.
okay. All right, so let's put it
I
like
think
this.
that most people that was
Okay, hold.
raised with their mother and father in the house, I think if they were they parents was told, hey man, we caught little Johnny over here having sex with our daughter. Man, I think that boy daddy gonna get on his ass in any situation.
That's not true.
I can it's you can't say it's not true. I can definitely see that the age discrepancy if you're versus you being 14 versus 17
Yeah,
of your
that's crazy.
father or like that's gonna vary, you know what I mean? Especially the younger you are. So it
And
just I can agree
I,
with Cody to an extent, but I will lean with y'all that it starts to become the minority of men or fathers when you start to get closer to the age of an adulthood. But 14, I would still lean the majority of dads would probably
I remember,
yell and tear their son a new one.
I remember at 14, my dad asked me, he was like, "You having sex?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he said, "You protecting yourself?" He said, "Don't." He said, "You better not bring no kids into my house." Like we had this whole, like my dad and my mom, they was really big on lying. Like they felt like lying was like almost like a sin. So if they asked us a question and we was honest, we didn't get punished for being honest. We did not. Like these.
But these church people was letting they teenage son just
Letting y'all
fornicate
just
and
say
have
some
sex.
crazy stuff.
That's dysfunctional though, in my opinion. In
That's
terms of the
dysfunction as
only
hell.
that you can pretty much get away with anything if you're honest.
Well, the
Right,
point that
that's
I'm
what I
trying to
just
help you
heard.
understand is that it was nothing they can do to stop me from having sex.
They
That's
could
kind
be
of tough.
parents.
I feel like there are
No.
things they can do, not necessarily
Absolutely.
forcing you to not do it, but I think there are certain influences they could have, like you were saying, your dad wasn't necessarily the best influence in terms of you thinking that that was okay and condoning that behavior, especially early on. So there were definitely a bunch of things they could have done to influence you differently in terms of like trying to control you. But yeah, physically they couldn't put a
Hey,
shackle on
Sharon,
you
let me
or
ask you
a
something.
chastity belt on you or nothing like that.
Hey,
But you
Sharon,
are dad now, so you
if
know.
if my 14, 15-year-old daughter or son is smoking weed, right? And I know it and don't do nothing about it, I'm allowing them to do it, right? I'm letting them do it, right?
No.
Oh, cut this shit.
Wait, Sharon, what was your answer?
No.
The word I think you're looking for. I'm asking the same question that he has, but instead of allow, condone.
Condone. No, I don't think you condone it. No.
Man, it's
So
the same shit. He full of it.
I think that it would be condoning it if you don't say anything about it.
There ain't
You
nothing you
know
can
that
do.
it's happening and you don't say anything about it. That's pretty much condoning it. I
And
don't see
pretty
how
much
it
That's
would
what
be.
he
allowing it.
asked me.
And it's pretty much allowing it to happen.
I'm confused. So if I think we be imagining something that's just not realistic. One
Okay, put
No,
me
no,
second,
on.
no.
y'all.
You said you were
One
confused.
second, y'all
Can you
would
unconfuse
say.
it?
One second, y'all say these kids you cannot control them. They outside in these streets. They smoking weed, drinking, and having sex, and ain't nothing that you can do as a parent once your kid decide to do that. But
Oh,
now
I
y'all
never said. I
saying
never
No,
said that.
I don't think me and Cody are saying that. In fact, I
Nor
think
have
me and
I.
Cody are saying otherwise. But as from what I just heard, somebody asked you specifically if I know my child is smoking weed and you don't do anything about it, you're co-signing it. You said
you're
no.
not.
How is that not a no? If you know something is happening and you are doing nothing to stop it, how are you not agreeing with it?
Well, that's perfect, Shadow. What can we do to stop it?
Yes, it ain't nothing you can do.
It's not a. I
Clearly,
understand.
No,
clearly
let
your
him
answer
I
is
understand
answer.
what
pushing
there's.
Hello.
down your ass.
Let him
I,
answer. What can you do to stop somebody from having sex, Shadow?
Again, if there's ways to handle it non-violently, but if it comes down to it, get dead on that ass.
uh,
Punishment
Hello.
works.
that ain't gonna.
Hello. Let's be clear. So since your
That
kids
ain't gonna
are
work.
having sex, you think you should physically abuse them?
I didn't say physically abuse them.
What are you saying? I'm trying to understand what's going to make them stop. Because if my dad would have hit me, I would have had more sex, without a
That's
doubt.
wild. That's wild.
It's crazy as that sounds. If I'm physically getting beat, I'm really gonna do what I want to do.
So if you stole something and your dad whooped your ass, you were just like, no, I'm gonna steal something tomorrow too, because he can't whoop me. Come
Y'all
on, bro.
delusional.
Kids that
Y'all
have this,
crazy.
kids that have this, the thing I've understood based on me looking around, the ones that got into shit the most, typically they have a level of distrust and fear of their parents. So they're gonna do something and pretty much everything that their parents don't want them to do, and they're not gonna let them know anything about it. So if you thinking that you're gonna one be lying to them throughout their entire life, and then when they do something you don't like, you're gonna beat them to get them to not do it. Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck to getting the outcomes you
Good
Dead
want.
on
luck.
that.
Because
But
at the
that's
end of
why
the
you
day,
don't
they're gonna
litigate.
do the thing. Because it's always about outcomes, Shadow. And if it's not getting you the outcomes you want, which I've seen that typically 9 out of 10 times, unless you get to the point where your kid is now just a shell of a human being, that
Right.
it's just trauma. But I don't think you want to make your kid a shell of a human being. You want to make them confident and value themselves to the point where they can make these decisions on their own. I would
And
rather
also
build
understand
value
that
in my
actions have
kid
consequences.
and let him understand that he don't just need to put his D in every chick because his D is quote unquote valuable. He's valuable. He's putting himself in compromising positions every time he does that.
But
Putting a
it's
purpose to having sex, stuff like that. But like I said, those things are garnered over time and by influencing by your actions and your words and them aligning. But if you aren't doing that throughout their life, and by the time they get to 15, 16, 17 and they're experimenting, I mean, they're just going to follow the trend.
but hold on, Sway. I want you to answer that question. You said it was dangerous if you say that you don't punish your kids for telling the truth. What do you mean by that, Sway?
What? No, I said, it's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope to where your kids think I can pretty much do whatever I want as long as I'm honest about it. I can do,
No.
I can smoke weed, I can do fuck shit, I can do this, I can do that, and I'm not gonna get in trouble with my parents as long as I'm honest about it. And the one example I can think of outside of UE that I heard that also happened is Will Smith and his kids with Jaden and them. The
Well, he
two,
don't
what's the
punish
sons?
his kids. Period. He
Jaden and
don't.
Willow. No, I'm not talking about fighting them. He had in an interview that the thing he regretted was with his parenting styles that he told his kids is as long as they're honest with me, they won't be in trouble. So that he saw the trend and ultimately they just kept doing F shit, thinking as long as they're honest that they're not gonna get in trouble. And so that was the trend.
But he also said that he don't punish his kids at all. So
I
so
think
he.
it's like I think you're talking about like physical punishment.
Yeah, no. So what I'm saying is, one thing I learned, and people say it's weird to me today. I talk to my parents every day. As an adult, I definitely talk to my mama twice a day. Like that's a norm. But since I was able to be honest and I didn't have to hide who I was, it actually built a level of a better relationships than if I was lying to them and trying to manipulate them all the time. So I think sometimes people get so caught up in their youth and they don't understand how impactful your child being able to talk to you is going to be throughout their whole life.
Yeah, I mean, I
Cool.
still talk to them. Go ahead, my fault.
Kulalashe, nowadays, dads would be glad if they found out sons is having adult relations because of the fear of the son being a tambourine player. Dads will eternally be proud.
Look, we can't keep this narrative. This is
I can,
ridiculous.
but let me ask you a question, E. I'm assuming that there was still a standard of what's right and wrong though in your house, no? Or was it
No.
wasn't
So let's be clear. If I did wrong, does not mean I didn't get lectured because I got a lot of lectures growing up. They still didn't. I'm not saying they don't correct or they didn't correct the behavior when I was wrong. I just did not get in trouble. Those are two different things. So like if I did something wrong, they would sit down to me, we'll have these conversations. They would try to get into how I'm thinking. In so many words, they'll try to convince me that my way of thinking is wrong and their way of way is thinking is right through words, right? So it
Okay.
was still some type of corrective actions. I just wasn't in trouble. I seen it. I think the worst thing a parent can do is they kid tell them the truth and then they whoop them. I'm telling you, that kid
I
becomes a liar that day.
A
He said, "I've
lecture
yeah,
is
never
I'm
told
trouble
the
a
to a
truth."
lot of
advocate
Did you
that
kids.
stop?
A lecture
Did
is
you stop
trouble to
having
a lot of
sex?
kids, big dog. So
Wait,
disappointment
E,
is
did you stop
trouble.
having sex?
having to sit through a lecture is being in trouble to most children. So
And the other thing part about that is the correction point, because if you actually corrected yourself through those conversations, then obviously your parents will see the trend that it works. But if you're one of the kids that don't correct themselves through the conversation, I'm not an advocate of beating your kids, but that there shouldn't be any form of punishment if a conversation can't get through to you. Or is that what you're saying? That there wouldn't be any form of punishment if you didn't correct your actions?
Well, no, I respect my parents. Like I always had a reverence of my parents. So if my
And that
parents,
is what I want to develop. That is the reason what I say. Like I'm agreeing with you ultimately, E, is that beating your kids don't build that. Beating your kids don't build reverence, respect, and value in themselves and in their parents.
but
Because
it's
that's the goal
sometimes
that
your
you
kids
want.
need whoopings though. Listen, when I almost burnt the neighborhood down because I used to like playing with fire, I
This
needed a
nigga.
whooping in that moment. I'm just telling the truth. I needed a whooping in that moment because it was other people's lives was in danger, right? So it's certain things that
Did
need.
you get whooped?
Yeah, I got whooped. I definitely got whooped for that. Like that was one of the things that I got, and I lied about it too. So I was like, "Nah, I didn't start the fire. I definitely started that fire, without a
It
doubt."
was
So you did get
listen,
punished.
the world is
I
gonna.
got punished. Yeah, without a doubt, I
So
got
what?
punished for that.
You got in trouble.
But
You
what I
got
want to
punished.
ask is this: so, Cody, you believe the girls that got caught and got their ass whooped, they stopped having sex?
when did I say that?
I'm asking you.
But you framing it as if I said it before.
I feel like that was
Okay, I did
shadows.
not. I did not. I'm asking.
I think he's trying to get your perspective of it. What it sounds like.
I didn't say that. I don't believe that. I'm saying I didn't even say anything about whooping no girl because I didn't say nothing about that. Where'd that come from?
I'll
Where
rephrase
it
it,
comes
Cody.
from
Do you
is
think it? I
it
re-
comes from Shadow. It comes from Shadow saying that if they don't listen, then you need to whoop their ass.
Yeah, so he was just
No, I don't
asking you
believe. No, I
your
don't think you
perspective on
need to
that.
whoop their ass. I think it stems from not having the conversation in the beginning. So
That's fine. That's fine. But what I'm saying is that this whole disciplinarian situation of sex, it just doesn't work in the real world. It just doesn't work. Like I get
I,
what y'all saying, and y'all believe that every kid and every father is telling their sons not to go ahead and pop it off, and they treat the sons the same exact way as the daughter. I'm just letting you know
nobody said
that
that though, Sharon. Nobody said they treat the
you are.
sons the same exact way as the. Nobody said that. And
I so, but you're not. So the problem is you're not. You haven't so far. You have not been acknowledging that they treat them differently. Even in the
well,
super chat, it said they tell their daughters to wait into marriage, and they tell their son, "Hey, go ahead and do your thing." You would disagree with that.
that's a lie. That super chat is lying. You agreeing with bullshit.
I can agree that we tell them two different things. I don't necessarily think it's those two things specifically, but I'm also in agreement that you probably should tell them two different things. But I'm also not agreeing that those two examples that your son should be effing
Yeah, the
everything and
super
your
chat is
daughter shouldn't
wrong,
be.
regardless of what
That's
you say.
that's stupid way of telling them two different things, in my opinion. But the idea that you give your the same advice to your son and daughter, no, I'm not going to give them the same advice.
All right, so Cody, when it comes to having sex, what are you telling your daughter? What are you telling your son? What's the difference?
What's the difference?
Yeah, so we can have an understanding of your position.
I would tell I don't have a son, but if I was to have a son, I would be telling my son not to be engaging in sex. That's like I told my daughter, which I so happen to raise to be 25 years of age. You understand what I'm saying? So
So you telling both of them the same thing.
when it comes to engaging in sex, or to as far as like virginity, keeping their virginity or whatever, yes, I am. I'm telling them both the same thing. I'm not telling my son, hey man, go out here and do what you need to do, man. There's gonna be plenty of bad bitches out there on you and stuff, man. I know you're a good looking man. I ain't telling my son that shit.
Well,
And
I
you think
agree. And hold on,
and you
I
think
agree with that, but that's a new way of thinking, correct?
I'm the new way of parent. I'm the new parent though.
Yeah, so
We are the generation that's raising the adults. We're
I
not talking
agree.
about Sharon age people, my age people.
I agree. I agree that we think different than our parents think when it comes
Sharon
down to
want to
men.
think as if we're his parents raising him. No, big dog, we're different. Sharon has raised 20-plus-year-old children, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Sharon can't tell me his children move that way.
and also Sharon could tell you that Sharon moved the way that he is teaching his children because he teaches
But
them
you're
to the
not
way
the
he
only
leads.
one, though, Sharon. I'm saying on a majority scale, the fathers who are there and involved in their children's life are moving that way.
Yeah,
That's what
but
I'm saying.
you had to add in a caveat.
No, but you're
I'm not
saying,
adding
but you want to
what
count
I'm
fathers
trying to
who ain't
say.
even involved. So how would
I'm
they be
talking
there to
about.
tell them anything?
I'm talking about the majority of fathers. You talking about the minority of fathers.
Listen to
Do
what
you
I'm
think
saying,
me?
Sharon.
Do
Listen to
you
what I'm
think?
saying.
Do you hold on?
We
Do you
agree
think me?
right there, though. We
Hold
agree.
on. No, you're not agreeing. Me, you, and Edomir are the majority of fathers.
I ain't say that, you silly
Can I
bastard.
can I
Okay,
ask?
so that's
I
what
just need a little bit
I'm
of
talking to them
context.
like I'm talking to the majority of fathers,
What
not
I'm
me,
saying
you,
is
and
this, though.
Can I ask a little bit of context?
You're
Sorry.
saying that you expect the majority of fathers who are not there and involved anyway to be telling their children something responsible?
I have to ask this clarifying question. Are we talking about current fathers that have children under the age of 18 or all fathers? Because y'all have dads, but I'm just making sure. Are we talking about y'all including in that? Or are we just talking about currently the kids that are being influenced and dads that have kids under the age of 18?
all fathers.
Okay, so that would include me. That would include people who are 40, 50,
You said
60. Their
include.
dad.
Sway, you a
Every
father,
man that
Sway?
has a dad in their life.
Congratulations, big dog.
Hold on. You said what's
Congratulations, Sway.
Huh?
You a father?
Well, answer that question. Yes, I am. But the secondly,
Congratulations, Sway.
oh shit.
Big
We're
dog.
not making.
What you got right now, Sway?
Oh my days, we're not making this about myself because that was
No,
the
you
point. I
thought
was.
Cody didn't
About
know.
to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Congratulations, Sway, my big dog.
Congratulations. I
Hey,
had
big
no
dog.
idea.
I'm proud of you, big dog. Congratulations. I know you're gonna be the father you need to be, posed to be, and want to be, big dog. You hear me?
I
100.
appreciate it, Cody, because I know you ain't a liar, so that came
For
from an honest
real, man.
place.
For real, big dog.
Yeah.
I stand on that
Salute.
one.
Hey, salute to that Sway.
And I am having a son too, so I gotta.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Congratulations, big dog. For sure, man. That's
Congratulations.
what's up, bro. Hey, that's a blessing,
Enjoy
Sway. And I
enjoy
always
all
do
the
it that
ups and
way, big
downs of
dog. You hear
that.
me?
That is an awesome thing. Salute
I
to that.
always drew it as that blessing it is, big dog. You hear me?
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. I'm just glad I got getting the son out the way. I can have 4 daughters from now. I wouldn't care.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. Congratulations, bro. I mean that for
Yeah,
real.
salute to that.
But back to y'all two arguing, whatever y'all was arguing. I'm just making sure we talking about current fathers and like because y'all was making that age discrepancy, like because I think that was Cody's point. Is like we are the new father. We're not talking about the 60, 70-year-olds that influence us. We're talking about the new generation of kids and how they're being influenced by us. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that was the point he was making, or if that's the group of men Sharon was talking about originally, or if he's just talking about like the men that influence y'all. And we see a lot of 40-year-old, 50-year-old dudes out here kind of just been on degenerate time for the last X amount of years based on their fathers.
Right. So what I'm saying is that I know old fathers, grandfathers, uncles, all the way to the younger fathers. Majority of them is not on the same type of time that we are talking about right now, saying that, hey,
But it
I'm
ain't
gonna.
never been a majority, Sharon, and it never will be, big dog.
But I'm not. So okay. So now, I'm confused now. So
I think
therefore,
trying
you
to
want me
fight
to
for
talk about. So you
majority.
want. So I'm talking about the majority. You talking about the minority, but you saying that the majority don't exist.
I'm saying to try to fight for the majority of things to be a certain way is like a never ending battle because
That's
I
not
don't.
the conversation. The conversation is not fighting. The conversation is what happens in majority sense, and you is in disagreement of what majority happens.
I'm saying if you talking, but listen to what I'm saying. That's where we missing each other at, but you don't want to take this into consideration. What I'm saying is this, Sharon. If, are you want to speak on overall fathers, right? And what they're doing and not doing, whether it be both. I mean the negative and the positive of it, right? And so I'm saying, how do we include fathers that aren't there and aren't involved anyway? How do we expect them to be there to give advice to sons and or daughters, right? But I'm saying the fathers, the group of fathers that are there, are I think the group of fathers that are there involved in engaging with their children, raising their children, I think those fathers are, on the majority scale, are not leading their children improperly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's fine. That the minority of fathers are doing something in the majority sense, in a good sense. That is fine. But in reality, the fathers out here are not moving on that type of time. The majority of fathers is telling their daughters don't do something, and they telling their sons how to do it properly where they don't get caught up. That's the conversation, and we need more men
I
to
don't think
start moving.
majority. If
Like
we're
we
going off
need
of that
more
premise,
men, and we
if,
need more men to start moving like Cody to have their sons and their daughters respect sex.
yeah, but I'm saying if we're going off of your premise, I don't think majority of fathers are teaching sons or daughters anything. That's what I'm saying.
Well, then you wrong.
Well, your
I, I,
premise is
I
wrong.
think that I think that's fair. That a lot of people just like they're being obtuse
That's
to the
still
whole
teaching.
situation.
That's still teaching.
Oh, so even if they say nothing, it's still teaching them, even if they learned it
Absolutely,
outside
because
of.
my father was not in my life, and he taught me a lot.
Oh, Okay, well that's a whole different conversation. If you believe people teaching it and they
Well, I'm saying
not
he just
teaching.
arguing, asshole Buckley, man. He just arguing. It don't make sense. I'm telling you, because you if the fathers
So,
aren't
so,
there,
so
they're
hold on.
not
So
teaching
the
anybody
problem is you're not
anything.
having a conversation about what I'm saying. You're trying to steer the conversation to talking about good fathers, and I'm
No, I'm
not
not. No, I'm
talking
not.
about
No, I'm
that.
not. No, I'm not.
Yes.
No, I'm
So
not.
the reason why is because I was having a conversation, right? And we was talking about something, and then now you staring it into something completely different. This is
No,
not how
I'm
the
saying you're
conversation
saying
started.
that
The
fathers, Sharon, are
conversation,
teaching their
the
children stuff.
conversation started. The conversation started about what fathers is telling their sons versus what they telling their daughters.
But I'm saying the only thing I'm saying to combat what you're saying is this: fathers aren't there and involved on the majority scale, right, Sharon?
Okay, so Cody, let me, because you
But
keep
yeah,
stopping, because you keep trying to steer a conversation from what we was having a conversation about.
No, I'm not.
We're gonna have a conversation strictly about what you're saying. Then yes, you are 100% correct. There's no argument there. I don't know why you keep trying to make it a argument there.
I guess, yeah, I mean, we're talking
so
about black
but
people
Cody,
specifically.
I'm listening.
no, because what Cody, can you understand that Sharon is saying, regardless if a father's present or not, he's teaching a man regardless. Do you agree with that statement or you disagree with that, Cody?
Well, what did he say? What'd you say? Say it again, Email.
Yeah, so basically what he's saying is his statement that he just made, he said, regardless if the father's present or not, he's still teaching a lesson. Do you agree with that statement or disagree with that?
I could agree with that to an extent, but not overall. What I'm not with
Okay,
sis.
so Cody, this conversation started off right. This is how the conversation started off. A father that is out there popping it off, he doesn't care about his daughter because he's going to teach his daughter how to get the same man like how he was. That's how this conversation started. Do you agree with that part? That's how it started.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Right.
I
So
agree with
that's
that.
where we started at. So I was saying that men that is out there cheating on their girlfriend, cheating on their wives, popping it off, those men don't give a damn about their daughters. That's how this conversation started.
Yes. And I said that was a reach.
Do you you disagree with that?
Yes.
And that's how the conversation starts. So if we're gonna
I know
have
how
the
to conversate,
conversation,
bro.
make sure it stays in that lane so we can finish out that conversation. Don't turn it
No,
into
we
all these
killed
good
that
fathers.
already. We went on somewhere else. The conversation passed that
Yeah, but
already.
what I'm
Now you're
no,
going
that's why I'm
about it.
right. And so that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's how come we got here
How long?
because you
But
kept moving
it implied that
because
they
you kept
already had
moving it
daughters, right?
because
You
you kept
implied
moving
that
the
they had.
goalposts. You kept moving the goalposts into where we got here. But if we
I don't
keep it
know.
there,
No.
a man that is a womanizer, he doesn't give a fuck about his daughter. Is my position. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I
So we can.
disagree with that.
Okay, so either man, do you agree or disagree with that?
I'm saying it's implied that he have daughters, right?
Yes. Yes, that father have a daughter. Yes.
I disagree with that statement.
Okay, Sway, do you agree or disagree? All right, Sway's on the call.
Sorry. Repeat the question.
A father that is a womanizer, I say that father doesn't actually care about his daughter because she's gonna go outside and find a man that is exactly like him and get womanized. In my opinion.
Since I can't definitively say majority or minority, I'm just gonna say I don't know.
Okay.
That's
Go
fair.
ahead, Cody, then go ahead, eat a man.
Yeah, well, the reason I disagree with it is because this idea that all women are in the same category is crazy. Like I could treat one woman one way and another one doesn't mean that I feel that way about all women. So just because a man treats a woman that he's having sex with multiple women this way, and that's how he feel about his daughter, I just think that's a fallacy. Like, because people are treated different. Like you would treat me different than you treat Cody different. That doesn't mean that it's one rule just because how you treat one person. Is that fair?
No, because So when we talk about dating, do we agree that our children learn from the way how we move, not from what we say? Hmm. All right, Edie Man got a phone call. So my issue is
Sir, you
that
can hear me?
no, we couldn't hear you.
Oh yes, yes. I believe we teach our kids with our actions. 100%.
Okay, so therefore, if we teach it with our actions, if we being a womanizer, wouldn't our daughter most likely date a womanizer?
Sure. Let's go with that.
Okay,
But
and
but
then
that doesn't mean that I don't like my daughter.
clearly, so okay, that's your
No, no, no.
opinion. I feel you. I feel you. Hey, I feel you. Hey, if you think that, I don't know what to say.
Well,
I
because
wouldn't want my I wouldn't want my daughter. I love my daughter enough to that I don't want her to be getting taken advantage of. And a womanizer takes advantage of women.
but that's the question that you got to ask yourself. Is it valid that we compartmentalize women and say women are different? Is it okay for us to say we got a category of women that
That don't have nothing to do with your. But you doing that doesn't have that. How you going to teach that to your daughter?
I
She's seeing what you're doing, so she's going to just find a man that is just like you, which is a
no,
womanizer. It doesn't matter why he's doing it, but she's going to find a man that is going to do that.
no, but
So
hello, but I want you to understand what I'm saying, right? So can you agree that it's different categories of women? Would we say that we have women that men would call hoes and women that we would call good women? Would we say there are two
not,
different?
but not to a womanizer. Womanizer, if he has a good woman, he's still going to womanize that good woman too.
I agree, but we agree that it is two different categories, right?
That's fine, but that has nothing to do with the conversation.
Well, they have a lot to do with the conversation because now
So
that
you saying the womanizer, when he gets a good woman, he's going to cheat on her, right? Correct.
no, I did not say that. My point is,
So how's he
hello.
going to? So how he's
I
going to
only jump
womanize?
in to ask clarifying questions to move the conversation. I gotta ask this: when we're describing a womanizer, right? Because what Sharon is, I mean, this is clarifying, alluding to that a womanizer would womanize the good and the bad woman, but a
Correct.
man that compartmentalizes women as good and bad and don't treat them the same is not a womanizer.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I disagree with that. I think a guy could be a womanizer and say, "Hey, I'm gonna only treat these hoes this way, so I'm only gonna deal with the hoes. I'm not gonna deal with the good women." He is still a womanizer, even though he's not dealing with good women. He's dealing with the easier women. You disagree with that, Sharon?
So yes, I disagree with that because you saying that the womanizers stay away from good women.
Yeah, I know womanizers who have stayed away from good women. They only mess with hoes.
Right. That we're not saying that. This is crazy.
So the point that we got on a tangent. The reason I was asking was it two different groups of women. If we can agree that men see two different groups of women, we can see men can also think that the women that he dealt with versus his daughter are part of two separate groups. That was the point that I was making. I wasn't making my point about womanizers, right? So just because
So what I'm saying is, so if we are looking at this man that is a womanizer, he finds a good woman, a good woman.
Yeah.
Is he still going to womanize?
Sure.
He is?
Yeah. But that wasn't part of my conversation. The reason I brought up the two different groups of I get what you're saying.
Hold on.
I'm agreeing with what you're
You
saying.
you cannot agree with what I'm saying. It's not possible.
He said I can't agree with what you said. Okay.
No, because the logic is not linking up. This man is a womanizer.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So now he got with a good woman and he made a daughter, but she's a good woman. Is he still out there womanizing?
Yes, he's still out there womanizing. But you're literally not understanding what I'm saying. Like you're making points that's completely different from what I'm saying. I am saying if a man can separate and says that this woman is a good woman and this woman is a hoe, a bad woman, whatever we want to call it, he can also separate the women that he's dealing with and his daughter. So just because he treat the women that he's dealing with one way does not mean that he feels those same sentiments about his daughter. Can you agree to that?
No.
That is crazy.
Absolutely not.
What you think, Sway?
The way I think is if I take this out of womenizing and I just say, let's say it's a married couple, right? And I've seen situations to where the mom or the dad, they treat each certain way. I believe that's not a direct reflection on the children and how they treat the children. Like, let's say the dad is treating the mom a certain type of way, yelling at the mom, or maybe cheated on the mom, or whatever at the mom, but he's not doing those same things to the daughter. Doesn't him being a bad husband doesn't make him necessarily a bad father. But I don't know. I mean, I really don't want to argue this, to be honest with you, because I feel like it's too confusing and it's not a one size fit all. Because I can see both sides. That's why I was like, if it's not the majority of this happening, like whatever you're arguing for, that I'm not really going to argue it. Because I don't ever argue in absolutes. I don't think you guys are arguing absolutes. I think you guys are arguing from a majority standpoint. And I couldn't quantify either way, either position that you guys have. I think it's too nuanced. It's too much nuance going on because there's outside influence outside of just these two people. You know what I mean? They could have a grandfather in their life, an uncle in their life, or brother in their life. You know, other positive male influences. They can allow them to self-reflect, or like you were saying, E, for on the woman's side, be able to compartmentalize two different type of men. But if they only see one thing, then yeah, I mean, they wouldn't know. You don't know what you don't know what you don't know. You know what I mean? Like if they don't see something else that exists to be able to compare it to, how would they know if anything else is different? Which would elude Sharon's outcome more often. But if there was someone like a well-around dude that was trying to give her proper covering that her dad isn't, I think she could also still get positive outcomes, even though her dad is a womanizer.
Yeah, I agree that the human experience is a complex human experience. Like we can't just say just because you're dad, this is gonna be your outcome. But I think I was trying to still stay at the point that you could treat people different. My whole point is a person can treat his main chick and his side chick two different ways. That doesn't mean that he's gonna treat them all the same, right?
That is true, but see, even in that, I argue majority minority. What is the percentage of that being the case versus the opposite? What's the percentage of a womanizer that treat women in his day-to-day life like ain't shit, and he don't somehow bleed that over into how he treat, quote unquote, the people he care about, the women he care about?
Well, that's easy. That the question that you asked is, do human beings have the ability to compartmentalize the different places of women, right?
Your idea of love is too fucking it's too.
What does got to do with love, Sharon? This ain't got to do with
My
love.
idea of love is pretty blanket. Is all it is discrimination. That's my idea of
Hey,
love.
Sway.
I would pick my kid over yours if they was both hanging off of a burning building. Fuck your kid.
No,
I'm
that's
Hey,
discriminating.
responsibility. That's
No, it's
not love. That's
hey,
discrimination.
responsibility.
hey, Sway.
I'm
You got you
discriminating.
in your computer. Google the
Yes.
definition of the word y'all using all this time. What it is womanizing. Is womanizing always like a negative?
If you're a woman,
I'm asking. I don't know if the word is a negative all the way, definitive negative or what.
AI overview. A womanizer is a man who habitually pursues, flirts with, or has temporary sexual relationships with many women without serious intentions or emotional commitment. The term is generally disapproving and implies that a man may be manipulative, shallow, or prone to objectifying women to boost his own ego.
yeah, that's definitely a negative.
Another definition, a man who engages, this is like I think this is might be Webster or something. A man who engages in numerous casual sexual affairs with women.
And we are saying that a father that doesn't mind his daughter being with a man like that man that father loves his daughter?
Oh, yeah. I don't think that got nothing to do with the other. I'm asking.
But I'm asking a question. I just
I,
need that to be understood. I just want to
I answered
hear.
the
To
question.
answer your first question on why it does seem to always be a negative, I guess. But somewhat, I guess what you were saying, Sharon, I guess is you were saying from the woman's perspective, because I've been arguing men being positive of these actions. So I guess it is not always negative. Since some men would condone it and some men would promote it.
No, and the thing is, the point that I was saying is
I'm
just
saying
because
does the
I am.
treatment always like be negative? Because unless Sharon's saying that the act of engaging in sex is negative, just because if he's saying that the act of engaging in sex with random women is negative, I understand that. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm saying is the treatment is what you saying the way he treat the woman negative
Yeah, because he's teaching his daughter how to be treated like by a man. Correct? Is that not the consensus that we have?
by the way he dealing with other women?
Yes.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay. Cody doesn't agree with that. Sway, do you agree with that?
So based on the definition and based on what you're implying, he's teaching her to engage in casual sex with men.
He is teaching her what kind of man to deal with.
Or to he's teaching her to accept the man who habitually pursues, flirts with, and has temporary sexual relations with many women without serious intention or emotional commitment. He's teaching her to deal with that type of man.
Correct.
And then the follow-up, so yes. And then was there a follow-up?
I was gonna ask either man the same thing.
Okay.
So the question is, if he's acting in this behavior, is he teaching his daughter those behaviors? I mean, to choose men like him? No.
Yes.
No. Wow. And I can explain it. Because he can actually be telling her to do the opposite. Don't give her no man like me.
That's wow.
I didn't ask the question 1,000 times. Would you want your daughter to be with like a man like you? And I done heard men in this space say, nah, I want her to get nothing close to or anything like me. So, and this idea is just because your father is who your father is, you're going to get with a man like your father. We know that I got to lean with Sway saying it's no absolute. Some people date the opposite of their father because they don't like their father, right? So this idea, just because your father do something, it's going to be your reality. I think it's a stretch. What do you think, Sway?
And like your father is taking too literal. I think that's taking too literal. I think it really means like certain attributes of your father. That don't mean that it's gonna be the all the negatives of him.
Yeah, the clone.
I think you can learn from actions. So like you were saying, it's a possibility that could be an outcome. So that's why I said yes. But the same is true on the other side. You see how those women react and the treatment that they get from your dad, and you don't want nothing to do from it. Or like I also said, you have something else to reflect on it, something that's better, and something you do feel more comfortable around, and you want to be centered around. And you use your father as an example of what not to be, not necessarily what to be. I use a lot of people in my neighborhood as examples what not to be. Fortunately, I had other examples in my life that I can reflect on and say, this is what I should be doing or comparative to, because it's getting outcomes that seem more productive, comfortable, whatever the case.
And I know a lot of men who live this lifestyle completely keep it away from their kids. Like he don't introduce these women to kids. Like he completely shield his kids from that. But are we gonna say just because it's happening, they're learning it?
So you saying that me being so you being a husband doesn't actually matter. It doesn't show your daughters how a man loves a woman.
It does matter. Because she's physically seeing it.
Hold on.
I'm about to explain it.
So you saying on one side it doesn't matter if he's a womanizer, but on the other side it does matter if he's a good husband.
I am not saying that neither one doesn't matter. I'm telling you that.
Hold on,
people. I'm about to explain it.
Slow down.
Well, you gotta let me finish. Get it out.
That's really what. hold on, but that's what the conversation is about.
So let me ask the question: do you believe that adults can do things in their life that their kids have no idea that they're doing? Because that's what I'm trying to understand. You said it's almost like you're speaking in the absolute. Since he's a womanizer messing with multiple people, he's gonna teach his daughter this, even if his daughter not exposed to that. If he gonna be a womanizer while she with her mama and on his weekends, he's 100% invested in his kids. I'm just trying to understand the idea of how do you believe that she's just exposed to it because he's doing it in private, Sharon?
I gave him the benefit of the doubt. He's not speaking in absolutes. He's speaking in majority.
But he is
But
speaking in absolutes, though. He's
I
saying,
don't.
regardless, if you the man that's moving in that way, your daughter is gonna pick up a man. He only saying the 9 times out of 10 to give you a little cushion, but that ain't much cushion. You still gonna bust your head on the concrete.
Okay.
Hey, for some reason, I think people think that they can hide who they are from their kids, and it's just weird to me.
Yeah.
You
So
can. I just don't think it works out for the majority. So it's very
Yeah,
hard.
like this idea that kids don't know that their daddy was fucking or their mama was fucking is crazy to me.
But that don't mean that the children gonna do it, though, big dog. That's the only thing people saying.
If you say so. So it don't matter what we do in front of our kids or behind closed doors.
So the
We could
pastor
just do
children would be pastors.
we could just do whatever the fuck we want and hope that the kids come out okay. It doesn't matter if I'm going to be at home with my wife, treating her with respect or not. Because even if I'm disrespecting the mom and making her cry and all these other things, as long as I'm being good to my daughter, it don't matter.
that's not what we
Ain't
said.
nobody
What
said that,
now?
though.
Hold on. I want to
You
be
It
just
clear.
is
you,
what you're
you
saying.
just reach.
No.
You
What
stretch
I am saying
Armstrong.
is,
What you
Stretch
saying.
no.
Armstrong. You be
Listen.
reaching.
Yeah, you're reaching.
I'm not reaching.
I
Yeah.
want to be clear. What you do in front of your kids matter. I like how you threw that in there. That's not even what I was saying. I am saying your kids don't know everything. This idea that we had these conversations about, like, if you are hitting on your wife in front of your kids, that can have an impact on your kid. That is
I'm
not
not
what
talking
I'm
about
talking about.
abuse. We're not talking about abuse.
I mean, anything, if you cuss them out, any of the things that you said, if you're doing it in front of them and they're watching you do it, is one thing.
If you believe that you can go ahead and cheat on your wife and your kids never find out, good luck. That's bullshit.
I'll never find out. The point that he's saying is, if you cheat on your wife, then you think your kid's gonna be attracted to a cheater because you the one cheated. That's what you saying.
All I know
Yes.
is that I've heard
That's
stories about.
crazy.
Well, Sharon, to I guess somewhat eat them in, I don't know. But all I know, I've heard stories about people in y'all's age bracket not finding out y'all have siblings until your daddy or mommy die when y'all all show up at the funeral. So if they can hide siblings from you and whole other families from you until they die, I mean, they can hide things from you.
But dad never hid that he was a goddamn womanizer fucking on other bitches.
Well, he obviously did. He had other kids.
No, majority of children know if their daddy is outside. They cannot say definitively and say, like, yeah, daddy out there cheating on mom. But
You see, that's why I gave you the
majority
benefit of the doubt of the majority minority. It seemed like they argued against you in the absolutism. So I'm like, I don't think that's what he's arguing, y'all. I think he's arguing the majority minority.
So, I don't know why we trying to act as if kids don't be knowing shit, but hey, it is what it is.
I agree with you on the majority minority part.
And if men think that they could just, I think that's the issue. Men think that everything is willy nilly. They could do whatever, and as long as they claim that they love their kid, did I do that to you? Hey, it is what it is.
Nah, I don't think that. I think you like. I don't think. I think they two different relationships, big dog, and I don't think.
So what's the point of being a good parent?
is to raise productive children.
But you saying it don't matter.
No, I'm not.
I
You
would
said
I would rephrase it. What's the point of being a good husband?
to be the reason to be a good husband.
Mm-hmm.
It would
For
be
your
to
for your children, not for your wife, for your children.
their reason would be for my children to be a good outlook of what a man, a father, a husband, a provider should be.
You hear that double talk?
That's not how is that double talk? If you to be a good husband would be and for your if you say it without not about my wife, it would be for the sake of my children. What would
I
yours
got
be,
two.
Sharon? With
I
your
got two
wife
questions.
excluded? What would hold on? What would yours be, Sharon, with your wife excluded? It wouldn't be for the sake of your children and their well being.
I'm gonna answer that. Go ahead, Sway.
Damn. Now, I got you for the F bomb. I think I might have sent a credit the other day, but I'll still send something. Well, the question I was going to ask is like, so if you're a bad husband to, because you said be a good husband can positively influence your kids. If you're a bad husband, that one, does that negatively influence your kids? And two, do you think a man that is a womanizer is a bad husband, and that negative influences his kids?
I think a bad husband in the household is a bad influence, and I think if he's being a bad husband, you asking me, does that make him a bad father?
Well, just because at first, if he's a good husband, it positively influences his kids. But I think you answered if he's a bad husband, it negatively influences kids. And then
If
also the
we
second
talking
question
about
was,
if we
what is a
speaking on
womanizer a bad husband?
if we speaking on positive or negatively influence the kids, because the way I said it positively influence the kids is based on his production and who he is in the household, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So if that's what we speaking on, then if he's not if he's negative in the household as far as his parenting, his attention, his provision of the children, then yes, that negatively affects the children. If
No,
you're
I mean,
saying
no. If he's negative and neglecting and a bad influence towards his wife, does that in turn influence his children negatively as well? And if he's a bad and good influence and a
yeah, we saying the same thing. If he got his wife and her emotions and feelings and mad and frustrated all day, every day, that negative affects the children. He is a negative influence on the household.
Crazy. That
That's
was
what's wrong with what I said? I said what's right.
no.
You're saying that what he does in the streets, does that negative affect his children? I'm saying I don't agree with that.
Crazy to me. That's insane to me. Welcome to the show, Tommy Sotomayor. What is
What's going
your thought on this conversation?
What's going on, brother?
I'm doing well.
All right. I'm hoping uh-oh. Oh, I'm hoping that I can shed a little light on this situation. Y'all were way off base. I'm gonna make it easy for you though, if y'all don't mind. Let me ask you, have you heard of a guy by the name of Dr. Martin Luther King?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he was a good father or not? Just your opinion.
Womanizer.
No. Don't do that. I said, do you think don't do that. I asked a very specific question. Do you think he's a good father or not?
I don't know.
That should be very easy to answer, sir.
No, he's a
I'm
good
going
father.
mute.
What about JFK? What about JFK? Do you think he was a good father? What about RFK? Do you think he was a good father?
I don't know them as their fatherhood.
What
I
a,
know them for them for their political positions.
you
I
know,
don't know them
and
being
right, and you don't know most people, but you also know that these people have raised good children and had stable families. And not only that, they weren't the definition of a womanizer. Because remember what a womanizer was doing? He was out messing with a bunch of people, but he didn't make a commitment. These guys were womanizers and had made a commitment to a woman. Not only that, but this is something that's gone throughout history. So making the statement the way that y'all are making the statement today is completely inappropriate. And as I was stating in the comment section, you guys, it shows you guys don't know anything about nuance because you're lying. Because there's been plenty of civilizations where not only the man had one wife, but several wives. And those kids turned out fine and became stable position bearers in civilization throughout history. You're making up a lie today to suit something. But if we wanted to go along with what you're saying, because I can name all these men throughout history who've had several women and they were fine, including David and Solomon in the Bible. But let's not go there.
So the argument I think people are missing. My argument is that the men that move that way, they actually don't give a damn about their daughters. They don't care if they get another man that is doing the same thing to their daughter. They don't care if their daughter be with a womanizer. They don't care. They do not actually care.
That's not
Can
true.
I ask a clarifying question?
I will explain to you why it's not true.
In terms, are we going to agree or disagree based on the definition that if a man marries a woman, he can no longer be deemed a womanizer because he found a form of commitment in a woman, regardless if he's still sleeping with other women?
Interesting question. Yeah, Tom.
Oh no, I was letting him go finish. I didn't. I was trying to.
That was the main clarifying. Like, if he marries a woman, based on definitely, like you said, Tommy, a man who doesn't commit, and if he does find at least one woman he decides to commit to, but he's still sleeping casually with other women, does he still get the label as a womanizer, or no longer based on the definition?
Well, how I would view it would be a simple way of this. You're saying if he doesn't commit?
No, if he does commit to one woman, but he still have multiple women, would that not make him a womanizer because he did commit to a woman?
Well, look, I would assume hold on. Well, I'm going to say he's a womanizer on both accounts. That's why I said one womanizer committed to a woman and then kept messing with other women. See, the main womanizer, if you guys listen to this part, the main womanizer did what? If the main womanizer is sitting there and saying, okay, check this out. I'm going to sleep with as many women as I want, and the women who I'm dealing with are going to know this. Everybody understands. Everybody gets what he's doing. So it should be no problem. The problem becomes the guy who says, in my opinion, the guy who not only says, I'm going to sleep with my wife, but I'm going to sleep with other women, but not tell my wife. Which one's worse?
The liar.
But the one who didn't tell. Yet y'all are saying, well, at least the guy married one. Well, how is he better? Just because he married one, how is he better?
The one that's lying is definitely worse, for sure.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know about better or not. I don't think necessarily we were making that position, but I will say I'm mainly just trying to clarify what we're describing as a womanizer in this conversation to somewhat forward move it along so we're not arguing past each other, because even Sharon admitted he was talking in a majority sense that if a man is womanizing women, that is going to negatively influence his daughter to deal with other men like him, i.e. other women that don't commit to women, that have a lot of casual sex, that don't take them seriously, that in majority of sense when men do that, it's going to negatively affect their daughters, i.e. they don't really like their daughters is the argument he's making.
Well, I still think it's a bad argument simply because as I was stating when I was naming the people, what you do with your spouse, what you do with your side chick, and what you do with your kids is typically different. Number one. Number two, y'all are assuming that this man is treating any of these women in horrible ways. I don't think if we're doing this, then we'd have to say, because I've heard on your show, those women state, hey, these black men are picking bad women. They go after hoes first. Well, my whole point has been the reason they're doing it is because they got that at home in a mama. But none of y'all will give that the same weight. Because these black men are running after hoes. Why are they running after them when 76% of their mothers are single moms? Nobody's going to say, no, mama, well, even though she was a crack fiend mama, she always was a black queen mama. But this daddy held so much weight that his daughter's going to pick the type of person that he is. Y'all never say that about mothers. And most of these black kids, mothers get not only have a child by one man, but several men. And y'all still say these men are supposed to grow up to be good men and not pick bad women. But y'all are saying if a woman picks a bad man, then it had to be because her dad was bad. But then we can look at somebody like Larry Fishburne, who was there in his daughter's life. And like Eda Man said, I think that's who said it. Sometimes your daughter goes against you just because they don't like you, which is what she did. So you can be the best parent and your child is going to raise themselves again when they turn 18. Most fathers who've been in homes with their daughters, good ones, will tell you they kind of lose their daughter around 16 and they come back around 25. Why is that? Because they start liking boys and dad's keeping them away from boys.
So now, with the whole mother being a whole thing, plenty of times on my show, we explain that a lot of men are really mad at their mama. And they trying to use the woman that they date as a way to scream and yell at their mama. So you don't have too much of an argument there from me and from most people that hit this panel.
No, you use the word.
We recognize that a lot, especially your favorite PhD diva. She always said you mad at your mama.
Changed it. No,
I did not change it. You said
yeah, you did. Did you say those girls were mad at their fathers? That's why they were picking the same type of man their father was?
No, I'm trying to give you the understanding that on this channel.
But you never said that about the girls.
So this is what you understand. Those men that pick whole women are mad at their mama. That's why they be up here so upset, screaming and yelling at women. So yes,
you
I
keep
said
using the word man.
And so now when we put it to the other side, it's the same exact thing. If you are a father, you will want to be in your household with your wife, and you showing your daughter through the way how you interact with your wife, how a woman is supposed to be treated by a man. So this way she don't go out there and mess with clown ass men.
Y'all see how wild that is that he added the word men are mad at their mothers. That's why they picking hoes. Even if they mother. That ain't what I said.
You changed the shit. You switched it up.
Anybody hearing this knows you changed it. Why do you do that and think it's funny when you do it?
Because I'm not going to say it verbatim.
Then don't say it at all. Don't be in.
Okay, I said what I said.
I don't think it's hard to admit
that. But because I say verbatim doesn't mean that I didn't get the gist of what you were saying.
You did it. If you did, I wouldn't be arguing it. If you did, other people wouldn't have been saying he never said that.
Bullshit.
You can't,
I don't think it's hard to admit.
Disingenuous if somebody tells you that's not what I meant, and you keep on saying, "Well, I got the gist of it." It is.
What did you mean that was different from what I said?
You said they were mad at the mothers. That's why they were picking. I never said they were mad at the mothers, and you never said the daughters were mad at the fathers. You said they were picking because that's the example they saw, not that there was anger behind it.
Okay, so this is where you misunderstand. You said, you claimed that on this channel, nobody says and blames the men for picking hoes because their mama was a hoe. Is that the gist?
Yes, and you said they were mad. You're not mad at your mom. She just a hoe. That's the example you saw. There's no anger. So keep anger out of it.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm trying to make sure I understand your point. The men picked hoes because their mama was hoes. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what they saw.
Okay.
Mama
said, and so now, if you was listening, I said on this show, we somewhat agree with you because we say the men choose women that is like their mama. That's why they be mad at the women. And they screaming at those women because they really mad at their mama. They are screaming and yelling, being mad, talking all this R.I.M.bros shit, red pill, incel manifest, no good sucker rhetoric is because they really actually mad at their mama. Is what I said. So I agree with your initial point, and then I told you I agree with your initial point, and then I tell you what happens on this show. So it was two different things. So now we got that clear. So that's where the anger part comes into.
Now I just simply asked you right there. I simply asked you, why would you add anger to the
because that's what happened on this show. What we said, this is what we communicated on this. I'm just telling you what we communicated on this show.
Okay.
On my show before. So this way we could be clear.
And now I'm asking you very nicely, why would you add the phrase angry when you were talking about one?
Because that's what we discussed.
Okay, that's what y'all were talking about. No, I'm asking about on that day. Why did y'all add anger on that day?
Because the men, on that day, a man here come up here, start screaming and saying, saying negative things about women. And what we come up to the conclusion that they really talking about their mama. They ain't really talking about women.
See?
Okay. So we didn't understand this of what happened that day. Not what happened today.
Do y'all not understand or see how blatantly disingenuous and unfair that is? So when women complain about men, when they say these men need to step up and be real men, but they have chosen those type of men and they're procreated with them, but they'll say, now I know my worth. Nobody will say, well, lady, you just up here acting like that because you're mad because you didn't have a good father. I don't even hear people talking to women who say black men need to step up. When somebody say these black men ain't leaders, I ain't never heard nobody say, no, that's your daddy, lady.
They do. No, hold on. They do.
No, you did it. No, you did it.
They absolutely say, yo,
no.
They absolutely say that.
The PhD.
Can I say one thing? Can I say one thing? So I've been in the space for a little minute. The only phrase that I've heard that's somewhat relative to that is that if a woman doesn't love her father and have a level of respect for her father, there's no way she's going to love and respect random men out in the street.
Thank you.
It always starts at home. That's what I've heard in terms of what you're saying. Whenever you ever heard that, I've heard that once in that context.
Yep, and that's usually men saying, yeah, exactly. And men are saying it, but the women are, and that's rare. But the women never come at another woman and say, if you got those girls who call them black men bullet bags, those girls, nobody go at them and say, well, lady, it's the type of men you've chosen, and it's your daddy. We're going to start with your dad and your uncle. That's where you learn this at. As a matter of fact, almost every time a woman pick a ain't-ish dude, they still think that dude's supposed to turn into a hero after he get her pregnant. He done got 8 other kids he took care of. A man called my show Tuesday, and he was going off on his brother about how he don't take care of none of his kids. I said, well, where'd he get it from? And why are you saying the women who knew he didn't take care of child 1, 2, 3, that they got when you got child 4 with somebody who don't take care of their kids, we're not gonna say you must like this? No, we still gonna say this man need to be in jail because he need to grow up. He need to become a man now. He need to be everything we want a man to be just because he got you pregnant. When if he wasn't that before he got you pregnant, why would we even expect him to be the opposite? If he grew up seeing that, why would we expect? Because if y'all are saying true what you're saying, that fathers dictate who their daughters pick.
Correct.
Cool.
That's what I'm saying.
Then why did the mother pick that man to start? So it keeps being, if that's the case, then when that girl picks the type of man we pick, why do we tell him he need to step up? He was being exactly what she chose. Why don't we tell her, again, because she chose him, and it was because of her dad was like that.
We don't. We say leave his ass because he ain't shit.
Leave that
bum. That's
but
what
she
ain't.
No.
What you doing dealing with that bum? That is something that be said.
No.
You're getting things confused.
She ain't shit.
We getting things confused.
There's 2 ain't shit. It's 2 ain't shits in the category though. So. But you refuse to acknowledge the other ain't shit. You refuse to.
They give the woman always a pass at being not shit. If she was raised by an ain't shit daddy and went out and chose ain't shit dick, why you telling her she need to leave? She right what she need to be.
If she's complaining about it,
He complained about hoes, and y'all tell him it's his fault.
Yes, because
so
he's the one that. The reason why is because majority of the men are the ones that's pursuing. Women are not pursuing men.
What? Women? Okay, let me tell you something about a vampire. Hold on a second.
Listen to what I said. Listen to what I said.
Say it again.
Majority of women are not pursuing men.
Okay, and the majority of humans are not pursuing vampires. True or false?
Shit.
If you read any comments,
for argument's sake, no.
Right. And the only way a vampire can get in your house is how?
Letting them in, open the door and welcome them.
I like this brother.
Hold on, by invite. Go ahead.
Yes. So every one of those women who you say aren't chasing men, only way the man can sleep with them unless he grapes them is if they invite him in the house.
Perfect. So now the vampire, do he tell them he's a vampire, or do he trick them into acting as he's something else, and he put on a mask and act like he's a good human being?
Oh no, I agree with you right there. Now let me give you my backup to that, because that's why. Wait, no. Okay, hold on. I didn't do all that. Wait a minute, sir. Hold on. I did not do all that. I did not do all that when I just got to you. I let you.
You better say, I like how this man be talking.
Hold on. No, he spoke up, and I was saying he get what I'm saying, but I didn't do all that. Not let you finish. I say go ahead, and now here we go. Here's my response. See, you didn't know it was a vampire, but you just explained that these women and everybody should know this, and tell me if I'm lying. You know, if his daddy wasn't there, then he probably ain't gonna be there for your kid, right or wrong, because you can see it. Because y'all all claim that this is something that should be known. If his daddy was a womanizer,
he's still on your premise, Sharon. He's still on your premise.
No, he's not. Hold on. Let me understand the premise first.
If his daddy was a womanizer,
so my daddy's a womanizer.
Yes, then you're going to be one, right?
No.
There's a high probability, right? You said 9 times out of 10. That's what you said before I came up here.
I disagree, because we never had a conversation about the fathers and the sons. We was only having a strictly conversation.
Are you okay? So then, please help me out. So the father has a greater example on who the daughter picks, even though he's not doing it in front of his daughter, than he does with his son, who he'd probably be more open to letting him know what he's doing. Because the Kennedy sons knew what their father was doing, but they didn't. The Kennedy dad didn't go tell his daughters, you know, I'm out here fucking these hoes. He didn't do that. So he hid it from his daughter. I hid it from mine.
Good
afternoon.
Can I get in?
So the difference is here is that you talking about teaching, right? But we talking about just observing, right? So the daughter's just observing.
Yes, y'all said earlier.
So now if the son is just observing, right? He is gonna look at his father womanizing his mother and say, I do not want to treat women like that, because he's gonna feel some way about his mama being hurt.
That's
I do not agree. I do not agree that just because the father
he's just making up things.
And we're just gonna laugh when I talk and interrupt.
Ooh. Can I give it a try?
Everybody get a chance to talk. We cannot just jump in and say, hey, I don't give a fuck about what you are talking about. And
no, you're right. They see me and you talking. You're right. With me and this man having a conversation directly, so I'm sure you can get a turn when we stop. Go ahead, bro.
So everybody's going to get a chance to talk. I promise y'all. We are not trying to just hog the mic. We both are along with it, but we are not attempting to hog the mic on purpose. I promise y'all. We are not trying to do that.
Yes, we are, but it's cool.
So what I'm saying is that once that son see his father hurting his mother, it's going to make that son not want to womanize his wife or girlfriend.
That's not true. Matter of fact, the studies show that most abusers come from households where there was abuse. The womanizer, again, that's why the Kennedy boys thought it was normal to screw around on their wife, because their father did it. They didn't say, because my father did it, I won't do it. Literally, you think it's a norm.
No. So what I'm saying is that they
He
was
added
taught.
this
I believe that those sons were taught that. It's the thing that is passed down to them. This is how you X, Y, and Z. Because we are a certain caliber of men, and this is what we do as a Kennedy is what was taught to them. Not just from observation, from verbal communication as well.
And
So after you go, Tommy, let me just reference this. After you go, Tommy, one Cody, he has some things to say. He was laughing at me, and Lover Girl C, she wanted to jump in as well. So this way everybody can feel like I'm laughing at you. Just take it over. How you doing? Go ahead, Tommy, Cody, and then Road C.
Society has told men that if you get a certain status, it's okay for you to have a bunch of women. And society has told women that they should expect the men with a bunch of status to be a womanizer. Society has accepted this. As a matter of fact, I've heard women, black women, straight up say, you don't get a man that this pretty because you know he going to be with a bunch of women. Them light-skinned dudes don't do X, Y, Z. They openly said it. So they believe that if a man look a certain way, he going to have a bunch of women. They still take a chance with him, though, and they'll openly say it. They'll tell you after they got a baby with him, I should have known, and yet you still did it. So nobody can then turn around and try to blame that man and say, well, the man was a bad guy and she was a good person, when if she was raised in a household that allowed that, like the girls who chased dope boys. Why are we trying to save her after she get a dope boy or have the dope boy ending and say he's the bad guy, but she's not? She was right along with him. That was the environment she grew up in. If you're saying that these fathers are doing this, but just to wrap that part up, here's what I say. And there's stats that can prove it. You can look them up yourself. You can be in a household with a man, and the mob did it perfectly. That man can be a womanizer and just be out in the streets loving women. And that still does not mean that his daughter now is somehow less or can't pick a path in which she wants to choose. She could end up being with a man that she says, if he cheats, I'm okay with it. But she doesn't. She does say, hey, my mom did it and they were married. So in her mind, she thinks I still got to let a man marry me. Because if you go by what the Bible says, you don't just leave because a man is an adulterer. And if they get married in a Christian church, you don't. You don't. Look at the Bible. The only person that can leave in an adultery situation is the man. And matter of fact, if the man puts that woman away and she gets married again, guess who just committed adultery? The man who married her. I'm just saying if they're Christians. I'm not a Christian, but I know my way around that Bible. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. It does not mean that this girl is somehow going to pick, as y'all call them, Pookie and Ray Ray, because her daddy was as y'all looked up the definition of it, a womanizer. Because again, Martin Luther King, RFK, JFK, and almost every powerful man up until today has been a womanizer. You can't find very many of them that weren't. And they seem to be able to raise pretty good children.
Go ahead, Cody.
I don't even really remember what I had what I was trying to input right there. You had said something. I forgot what you were speaking on, but it sounded like Tommy must have been in the chat agreeing with me the whole time, because I've been telling you the same thing this whole time, big dog. You just don't want to hear it, and I don't know why you fighting so hard when
because y'all full of shit. That's why, Cody. Y'all full of shit, Cody.
Nah.
Ain't no way.
You the one that's full of shit, though, Sharon. And I think you know it on the cool.
All right, Cody, good. I think Cody's good there. Go ahead, Lover Girl C.
Hi, good afternoon, gentlemen. So I just want to argue the fact that at the end of the day, it's nature versus nurture, right? At the end of the day, children are going to follow what they see, but it does take actual situations for a child who is now becoming an adult, who is developing, to realize I can either go this route because I saw it, or I can understand that it's wrong. I can be a better person in spite of my parents or because of my parents. And that is where the responsibility does lay. So if your father, your mother, they're the quote unquote 304, they're the quote unquote womanizer, it is up to that specific child turning into an adult to realize if that lifestyle matches what they want to get their results to be. So to try to blame it, my stepmom actually had a conversation with me today when I was talking to her about my taste in men. And she's like, eventually you're going to have to stop blaming your parents. I'm like, I'm not blaming my parents. I just understand where it came from. But I'm not blaming the fact that my father was such and such or my mother was such and such to why I'm the way I am. And that's where you have to take accountability for yourself. You don't have to be a womanizer just because your daddy was one. You don't have to be a 304 just because your mother was one. But if you do see the results of the lifestyle that you're wanting, then it's just that.
I'm confused slightly because if you're exhibiting those traits based on your influences and you're saying that you are this way because of your parents, then you are blaming them, and that would be true regardless if it was negative or positive.
It's not necessarily blaming them, because after what age do you stop? That's what my stepmother was talking to me. After what age do you really stop saying, well, because my daddy was this way, because my mommy was this way?
Well, let me
That's because
cut you
of
off
who
for
I
half
am
a
now.
second. What I'm saying could be true is that your daddy won't ish, and him being ain't ish influence you to be a positive person. The only difference between the hero and the villain is the choices they make based on the trauma they go through, but they both go through traumatic childhoods.
Yeah.
And so you could have a bad parent, and that allowed you to be the exact opposite of that.
Yes,
So
that's
I'm
the
just
in
saying
spite of.
the
You're agreeing,
blaming part, it doesn't matter if it's positive or negative if you're exhibiting those traits or
but you're
not.
agreeing, but you realize you're agreeing with me because I said either because of or in spite of. That is
Well,
how
you're
most
saying you
children
can't
end up
blame your
growing up.
parents. I'm saying you can blame your parents for being negative or positive if you're exhibiting those traits.
Right. What he's saying is wouldn't they get the blame on both?
They would get
But
the
that's not
blame regardless.
necessarily the blame. It's just a matter of it is what it is. If you're outside in the sun all day and you get sunburned, are you blaming the sun, or is it just is what it is?
But the problem is we have people who do
Yeah.
blame.
If you get sunburned because the sun is burning you, then you would blame the sun.
No, you're not. You're gonna blame the fact that you were ill prepared. You know the sun was gonna burn you if you
Well,
didn't come out prepared for it.
What the moral of the story is, people are
apply.
stupid and can't make decisions for themselves. That's what I keep hearing people say. People are so dumb that they cannot start thinking for themselves and be able to
Exactly,
find
E.
out what's best for themselves. When you really
Exactly.
breaks it down.
Peter, man, that's what I kept saying to them. Like, they're saying that you're predetermined, but then when I turned it around and said, well, these men, all these black men who are having trouble and complaining about the women, and everybody keep telling them it's their fault. They don't tell them that they're raised by hoes. Because if all these men are running after hoes and all these women are complaining that these men are running after hoes, where they seeing these hoes at? They seeing them at home, they aunts. But every time I say that, I hate myself and I hate the way I was raised. But then y'all don't talk about these men and these girls who are picking the dudes. You're saying, well, that's the daddy's fault. Not their fault. That's the way the daddy was now. Wait a minute. There are plenty good daddies that ended up can tell you their daughter went out and did what they wanted to do. Dad was a
But who's
good.
blaming the daddies, Tommy? Most times we're hearing as women,
No.
choose
That's
better,
what
choose better.
before you came up here. That's all they've been doing. That's what this part's
We're
about.
blaming the fathers.
It was like
Yes,
the entire
womanizer.
conversation.
That was not.
Thank you, bro. That's been the entire conversation.
For some reason, people cannot understand the argument because they want to say
You
the
missed
point.
the whole conversation.
Point. The point that I was saying. So this way we are very clear. So I'm gonna make it very clear. If a father is a womanizer, he don't give a damn about his daughter because he is going to teach his daughter how to be with a womanizer.
So
Because
yes and no, Sharon, because
the daughter's first love is supposedly be the goddamn father.
Hold on,
wait. So
Sharon, Cuzzo, I just gotta ask him clarifying questions. I'm quick with it because I'm not gonna disagree with that. But if I follow suit, Sharon, would you say that a man that is a womanizer is also a negative influence on his son? And two, if a woman is a hoe, is she a negative influence on her
Let
daughter?
me answer the first one before you go to say it. And I already
That's
explained. That's why I already explained. No, because that son can see his mother hurt, and he ain't gonna want to do that to his girlfriend because he don't want to never hurt his mama.
That is bullshit.
Hold on. Can we get a woman's perspective real quick? Because y'all are being unbiased. When it comes down to a
You didn't answer my
father,
second question.
I didn't.
If a woman is a hoe, is she a negative influence on her daughter?
Why do y'all think that the parents are doing this in front of the children in the first place?
He said no, not necessarily.
The same way.
Why do y'all think that they're doing this in front of the children in the first place?
Hold on, my logic is holding
No, y'all
the
are
same.
tripping. No, it
This
doesn't.
is wild.
So
Hold on,
a
y'all.
father
Hold on.
can affect a
That's where y'all can
son.
understand the logic.
Oh my God.
The same way how the father, the negative father, doesn't necessarily make the son negative. The negative mother doesn't necessarily make the daughter
Bro,
negative.
it's easier to be a womanizer.
My logic stayed the same.
Bro, it's easier to be a womanizer and not your kids not know than it is to be a hoe and your kids not know.
That's not true either.
Yeah, it is. Hold on.
Let me say this, Thomas. All hoes ain't victims. Hold on, we need to put this out here. All hoes are not victims. This idea just because she's a hoe, she's a victim is crazy to me. That's crazy.
And I tell people the reason it's easier to be a womanizer and not a hoe, and womanizer and your kids not know than it is to be a hoe and your kids not know. Because
But the
like
whole
they
thing
said,
is, y'all will call a woman just sleeping around a hoe. A hoe is getting paid
That
for what
is
she
a
does
hoe
for
by
one.
definition.
That's not. A hoe's getting paid by definition, if we're going to be
A
honest, for one.
prostitute get
But
paid
for
by
two,
definition.
hold on.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time.
If we gonna be honest,
A prostitute get
you
paid
and
by
the woman
definition.
can't determine what a hoe is.
Hold on. Okay, so there's
He did not get them.
clearly y'all can't have just a all right. So we're gonna go Rogue C, Tommy, Shadow, and I believe I heard Sway. That's what I think I heard. So
Yes,
Rogue
I
C,
did.
Tommy, Shadow, Sway. So this way we can all get it organized. Go ahead.
Thank you. At the end of the day, it is going to be both. Most adults know not to put children in adult situations. So the same way you're saying that the womanizer can hide it, the quote unquote hoe can hide it too. Most people are not doing this stuff in front of their children, point blank period. Just because you have the what was that, menace to society type of parents that would, that's not the majority. A lot of people aren't just involving their children in their day-to-day actions. They put that baby to sleep and then they go do what they need to do. But on top of that, what Sharon is saying is not wrong. You can most definitely still become a good person, whether your mother or your father was on some BS. And you can become a bad person if your parents are on the good stuff. Who you are as an adult has nothing to do with your parents after a certain point of your life. Point blank, period.
Yeah, we're not arguing minorities, we're arguing majorities.
Hold on, it's Tommy, Shadow, Sway. Yeah.
And I'm at the Sway.
Okay.
Let me take up for my man. Shadow. Shadow said hoe, and we in the black community know hoe and whore are two different things. Because a hoe is just we still black folks call a person who's promiscuous. They're not the same. A whore is a formal word to describe a prostitute sometimes. That's what it is. So he was right. As a black we're black and we know what hoe mean. Now that's number one. Here's number two. When you say a woman typically does not involve their children in their whoredom, that's a lie. Most men from Richard Pryor to the modern day dude now will tell you there's stories of niggas saying they was kicked out their mama's house because mama was in there doing something with somebody. They were hearing the noise in the room. They knew when different niggas was coming in the house. Because if you got a baby, and let me tell you something, I've had women come by my house with their baby, small baby, ask me to come to their house, small baby. So to sit here and tell that lie that these women are hiding it, that's not true because that child is with them. And if they're being a whore, which is selling it, they got to get it when they can.
Or
and if they've been
horse toes. That's what
I see. I didn't cut you off when you was talking.
I was just saying. I'm sorry.
No. And I'm just saying. I didn't cut you off when you was talking, did
Tommy, don't do all this, Tommy. Come on now.
No, you're doing it. You're doing it. And ma'am, you should have said my bad. That's what a normal person would do.
Did I not just say I'm sorry? Sean, did I not just say I'm sorry?
No.
Tommy, I literally just said I'm sorry.
Let me finish, man. That's all I want to finish. Because I know he's gonna cut me off and I only got a certain time. And I'm trying to get it in before somebody money kick me off. It's just let me try. Okay. So when it comes to the idea of these women, I'm telling y'all, it doesn't matter. Now it don't went back to it's the type you pick. No, the argument was supposed to be is it easier to be a womanizer than it is to be a hoe? And I'm saying it is because typically a man, when he's being a womanizer, he just leaves and he rarely has possession of his kid. The woman usually has possession of their kid, which makes it harder for them to do what they want to do. So that's why they start doing it in front of the children. That's why more men have met a woman's baby than women have met a man's baby. Somebody tell me if I'm lying. More men have met this girl's baby. In order to date this woman, you got to meet her kid.
Man, you know he right. I mean, come on, man. Come on.
Hell no, he ain't right. Hell
Come
no.
on, Sharon.
Hold on. Because I'm skipping Shadow, but Shadow, you gotta
hold the line, Sharon. Hold the line.
I am holding the line. I'm holding the line, goddammit. I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm gonna tell the truth because ain't nobody else wanna tell it.
Tell it, Sharon. Tell the truth.
A lot of these babies have a whole bunch of aunties. That's what happens.
No, man. Cut it out, bro. Cut it out, bro. Cut it out.
Hey, son.
Right,
we're going over to Auntie
Alberta. Man, most side bitches ain't never met they dude
you know
kids
how many
before.
dudes with daughters be bringing their side bitch to braid their daughter's hair?
Bad, Tommy. The only thing I better hear is my bad. Hold on, I'm talking. Say my bad. Say my bad, and let me finish saying what I'm saying.
You mean after you lied on me? All right, cool.
So
your own chat room who don't like me, Sharon, is agreeing with me.
Come on, Sharon, man.
Sharon, your own chat room who doesn't like me is agreeing with me.
But you guys say my fans
but they lying.
Bro, so you know how many men have
everybody else is lying. Everybody else is lying.
So hold on.
Ron, do you know how many men have told stories about sleep?
I'm gonna ask a question. We're gonna see if y'all telling the truth.
Yeah, put it in the comment section.
Hold on. Let me ask the question.
Put it as the thing, the poll.
The poll, yeah, do a poll.
You like polls?
Go ahead, Shadow. Y'all want to hear me talk? Y'all can kiss my black ass.
I'm gonna tell you right now, you lying. Because
thank you.
Say it. Because before I got married, the 2 chicks I dated beforehand had kids, and one of them tried to bring the child to the hotel. Who are you lying to, bro? Never. Stop it.
Hold on. Can you pause for a second? Hold on. Pause for a second. That's not the conversation.
Yes, it was.
No. The conversation was if the woman is hoeing, the men meet the children.
Bro,
and the men that are women.
No, it wasn't, Sharon.
Hold on, I could be wrong.
Why would you not like this?
Hold on, let me finish saying what I thought the conversation was.
Before I get dropped.
So I thought the conversation was that the men that are womanizers, they don't bring their children around the woman.
So everybody heard what we were talking about, but you. Everyone else heard.
Really? That's what I'm. Just answer what I'm saying. I thought, I'm gonna say it again. I thought I heard you say the hoes, they have their children around the men that they hoeing with. But the womanizer,
no, sir. I'll tell you.
The womanizer father.
Would you ask me what are we arguing instead of keep saying? And I can tell you.
No. I'm telling you.
I want to hear it then,
and then you could correct it. I can correct it
by telling you what we're talking about. Why would you need to say what you're saying unless you're trying to equivocate that you were wrong?
Okay, so what you're saying again?
What you were talking about. Here's what everybody on planet Earth understood.
No, what did you say? What did you say about?
That's what I'm telling you. What I said. What I said was, I said it is easier for a man to be a womanizer and his kids not know than it is for a woman to be a hoe and her kids not know. Then I gave an example of why. Because a man typically does things outside of the house if he's married, number one. And number two, most men don't have possession of their kid, which makes it very easy for them to maneuver around when a woman who's a hoe has a more difficult time because she has the baby the majority of the time, which is why a lot of men like Shadow can tell you about stories of this chick brings the kid. I then told you, I said, I've had chicks bring the baby to my house. And you apparently just didn't understand with all this conversation going on because Rogue C said, no, it's not true. It's equal. And anybody with common sense knows it's not equal. Because more men will tell you they've met a girl. More men, let me finish with this last statement. More men will tell you they've met a girl's child than men can tell you their girlfriend met theirs.
Can I ask a
I never said it was
clarifying?
equal
Can
for
I,
one.
can I,
Tommy.
can I ask a clarifying
So
question?
now,
I need one
we know that
Sean,
y'all. Hold on.
I need one
Now we know
clarifying
that y'all
question,
full of
bro.
shit because
Okay,
that's
wait
what I
on your
was communicating
clarification
to.
question.
So a
Dang.
lot. So
This
this is why
lady.
I know y'all be. This is when I know that y'all just be bullshitting for no reason, right? Because a lot of men, especially if they have daughters, they need that hair done. They taking it to that chick,
Exactly,
the side chick,
Sharon.
and all that shit.
Here.
Y'all are
And
playing with
again,
people.
Oh
y'all are
man,
full
cut
of.
it
Hold
out.
on. I don't understand.
Their
Like
mothers
I
do their hair.
don't get it. I don't get it. I don't agree with the shit y'all say, and I still let y'all talk.
Well, the statistics
I don't,
say
and
you
I
are.
still let y'all. You got
You
your full
said you
statement
are.
out, and I knew you was gonna go
I
right
didn't
back
get
to
my
what
full
I
statement
was
out.
saying.
You
And then
started
look
my full
again. Go ahead.
No, I
Clearly,
didn't.
y'all want to talk more than
Shadow,
me
fix your mic
because
check.
y'all get triggered because y'all want to be lovers of men so badly that y'all gonna try to act as if men don't be bringing their children around other chicks. It's insane to me. It's
Preach,
wild.
Sharon.
It's a
No,
lie. Like go ahead, guys. Y'all can
Hey,
keep on
you know what?
capping. Go ahead, Shadow
I know
and
the
lie.
easiest way
Go
to
ahead,
prove
Shadow
it.
and lie, and tell me about
Bet.
how you dated two girls, and those two girls you seen their kids.
No,
Like
no,
that's
no.
what we
So
having a conversation about.
let's
When
go
we
ahead
was
and
talking
be
about
serious then.
hoes and
Okay.
womanizers, and now
Yeah.
you want to bring
Okay,
it to
cool.
your personal.
Got you.
We're not
Got
talking
you.
about too personal. We are
Hey,
talking
are
about
you ready
in
yet?
general.
Hey,
So
are
don't
you
bring
ready
it
yet?
into personal,
Okay,
please.
that's why I need
Cool.
to ask
And
my clarifying
Bet.
question.
Hold up.
hold on, hold the line. Shadow,
Hold up. I got you.
Sway, then either man.
Shadow. Super
Shadow needs to
simple
talk more
question.
into his mic.
Yeah, cool. Got you. So, super simple question. How many men have secret families outside the home compared to women?
Y'all really
I don't
think
know.
that's a secret? Hold on. Do y'all really think that
Hold
y'all
up,
little
no.
secondary families is
Wait,
really secret
so,
like that?
yes, because you see
No,
it all
sweetie.
the time. Oh,
Oh
I
my
didn't know
goodness. You
you
really
had
think
twins,
women are
baby
really that
mama.
dumb? Y'all
Yes.
really think women
It
are
ain't about
dumb?
women, it's
When you
about
being blunt
children.
about it, yes. Yes.
It ain't about women, it's
It's
about
actually
children. Even
it sounds
Shadow,
like
Sharon,
you have
it's
to prove it.
tell it ain't even about the women. We were talking about hiding it from the children. So yes,
that's the
the
thing.
children
You're not
are
hiding it. But Tommy, that's the thing. You're not hiding it. If the mama knows, the children knows. I promise you. The children know about that secret family.
y'all.
That's
So
not
since you want to be
true.
honest,
So
okay, so
hold
now
on.
we're
So
all
hold on. First of all, Shadow's changing the whole conversation. I don't know why. We could just stick to the conversation. Like I don't know why you're asking
how
about
did that change
secret
the
families.
conversation?
This conversation is not about secret families. It's not even relevant. A secret family.
All right. Well,
It's not relevant.
so
Okay.
I'm making it quick. This is mainly to Sharon and I guess Tommy. Clarify when you're speaking of hoes and of womanizers. Minority of the time, are they exposing their kids to these degenerate actions on either side?
The men no, the women yes.
Sharon,
It's equal.
You know how many black children have talked about seeing their mama sleep with somebody else, walking in on their mama sleeping with somebody else. You don't hear about people talking about I walked in on my daddy beating cheeks.
Oh,
They know
God.
better.
Jesus.
They know he doing
Well,
it.
the interesting part of this whole argument is, so I get what he's trying to say, that being a homemonger from a man is impactful on the kids. What I didn't understand is when he tried to say that being a hoe is not impactful for a kid, and he says
That's not what I said.
Yeah, it is. Keep going, Edie man.
No, it's
That's
not.
not
That's
what
not what I
Sharon said,
said.
E. That's not
That
what he
is
said.
not what I said at all. That's not even close to what I said.
Well, let me say exactly what you said. You said that young man is going to see his mother getting taken advantage of by men, so he's not going to want to mess with hoes. That's what you said.
No, it's
Do you
not.
agree?
That's a
He
lie.
said he's not going to want to mistreat a
Hold on.
woman because he saw his mother get mistreated. You did say that.
No. Hold on. This is the problem. Let me clarify so y'all can understand, because clearly y'all have a problem with keeping up with the conversation. What was said was when the dad is a womanizer, is that going to be a negative effect on the son? I said not necessarily, because he's going to see his mother get hurt. That's going to make him not want to be a womanizer. And then you ask the question: if a daughter see her mother being a hoe, is that going to be a negative? And I said my logic is the same thing with her.
No, but before
The
that,
same exact
Sharon,
thing.
but we asked the question. I want to be clear, because remember what you said. You did the cross examination. You said the daughters will be affected by the fathers being homemongers. So the question that we asked you would the sons be affected by the mothers being whole? Let me ask that question first. Yes or no?
Okay, that was the first time that question had been posed on this show.
So yes or no?
No, it isn't.
Hello,
Yes,
wait.
it is.
So
We
just
did that. Yes, that could affect. Yes, that's why some of these men are on these panels crying to Tommy now. That's why the R.I.M. brothers exist to crying to Tommy now. They like, my mama was a hoe, and they scared to say that their mama was a hoe, so they blame the woman.
Wait a minute.
hold on, first,
You
hold
think
on.
that they're crying because their mother wasn't a hoe, and they don't understand why they can't find women that is like their mom.
They lying. They
Oh my
mama was a hoe. They mama was a hoe, and then they call you crying and trying to act like it's the woman, but no, it's because their mama was a hoe.
You better be glad they ain't got no direct flights to China. I come over there and whoop your ass.
So hold on. I want to be clear. So you believe the state of men today is because they mamas are hoes?
The ones that call Tommy crying, yes.
So if that's the case, if we give you your argument that women who date men that are homongers is because their father, in reality, you are saying the situation the black community in is because of the mothers.
Correct.
Based off
Thank
your
you.
Yes.
correct. That's fair.
He's agreeing. And listen, he's agreeing with everything. If what he's saying is true, then he's agreeing with everything I've been saying for years, that these black women is hoes. That's why these boys end up with hoes.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No.
Why are so many black men dating hoes then? Why are so many black men dating hoes?
No, it's not black men dating hoes. It's the R.I.M. brothers that are dating hoes.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
it's the incel, the manosphere, the no good
so wait a minute, Brandon Ingram is, wait a minute. So Brandon Ingram is red pill. Klay Thompson is red pill. I can name you all these men. What?
Most definitely.
Yes.
Most definitely.
Tell me what Brandon Ingram said that was red. Hold on. Tell me what Brandon Ingram or Klay Thompson said that makes y'all say most definitely. Go ahead, tell me.
Klay
The way Klay Thompson treats women. Klay Thompson was cheat. Oh my gosh, yes, he is a whoremonger. He is a cheater.
Red pill. What does red pill guys say?
Hold on, I said a R.I.M. brother.
Yeah, what's a R.I.M. brother?
Incel, manosphere, and no good sucker. It's all three.
Okay, so thank you. And so both of y'all said that Brandon Ingram and Klay Thompson were red pill, incel, manosphere.
One of the three. Not one of the three. The reason why yeah, bro, you got it, bro.
Christ.
I'm sorry.
So we get the definition of something.
Hold on.
People is an insane.
Yes,
hold on. The definition is is it an anagram? Is that what the word I'm looking for? Anagram?
Yes.
So that doesn't mean you're all of the above. You can be all of the above, or you could be one or the other. Klay Thompson is an ain't-ish dude. He is a cheat. He is a scandal. What are you talking about? He has not treated any woman, the good girl, the bad girl, the 304. He has not treated any woman right. That's why that man can't keep a relationship. Are you serious?
Can't keep? Why do you say he can't keep if he's not trying to?
It's not about not trying to. Obviously, if
That's
you're
what
bouncing
can't keep means. If you tell me I can't buy a house and I wasn't trying to buy one.
So Tommy, you're not going to apologize for cutting me off? You're not going to apologize?
No, y'all all been cutting each other off right now.
But I apologize to you.
It was your turn. So I thought that's what
my turn. It was my turn, though. Sharon said, go ahead, Rogue. It was my turn.
Did you cut that man off right there? He been trying to Shadow, wasn't it your turn? Was it not Shadow's turn?
No. Sharon, did you not say go ahead, Rogue?
Yes.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
And let me tell you something.
Is it my turn now?
It is not no damn. It's not no anagram. It's an acronym. See, y'all let Negroes say all kind of shit, and it's an anagram. Y'all be lying to people.
I thought she meant monogram. I thought she meant monogram.
You ain't shit. Somebody bring Rosie back. It's $20 to bring Rosie back. She's up here. She might have misspoke, but we know what she meant.
We didn't know.
No, we did. Stop stealing the English language. Every time I come over here, y'all playing Michael Myers to the English language. Just stabbing it. Just y'all just have no respect for the English language.
Just took it anywhere.
Yeah.
It's
tired of
taken,
y'all destroying the English
it's
language.
taken.
Hey, let me ask you something. Go ahead and read them. Read the money you got. You got money on the table, bro.
All right, bro. Rose says she ain't playing with y'all.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
So I want people to realize how raggedy men are, because the first thing I asked was, is that the correct word? So if I'm over here as a woman asking for correction and you raggedy Negroes would rather just laugh at a woman instead of giving her correction, then I don't want to hear nothing from you red pill men as far as how you want to lead and tell women what they need to do and can't do.
Look, Sharon gave you the wrong correction. He said, yeah, that's it.
So then
He said,
why
yeah.
are you leader men not correcting him? Why are y'all letting me be in the dark? Why are you letting the blind lead the blind if that's the case?
Sharon say, yeah,
I say you call it Sharon blind.
Hey, Sharon, if you could do me a favor for 2 seconds, I want to read something to you if you don't mind.
All right.
Man, we hear a lot about cryptocurrency, but the most people miss is that cryptocurrency was created actually for its own control of money. And after the 2008 financial crisis, Bitcoin was designed as an alternative to banks. So instead of banks holding your money and delaying transfers or limiting access, you're in control of your money. And if you've ever had to wait for your transfer to clear, you felt the problem. Now, fast forward to today, where everybody, including Sharon, has heard of crypto. But getting started feels like it's complicated. And that's exactly why I use Rumble Wallet. It takes all the complexity out and makes it simple. Chaos and all that stuff is with the financial sector right now, but you could choose what you want. With Bitcoin, dollar-based stable coins, and other digital-backed currency, including real gold. No complicated setup. It all connects with MoonPay, so you can use your credit card, debit card, or bank card and set it up right now. Once you get set up, you can support your favorite Rumble creators, like me, directly. So do this now. Scan the QR code and click the link in the description box from Rumble Wallet. In just a few minutes, you can go from hearing about crypto to owning your own crypto. How'd I do?
Sharon, he just did a solid for you. That was a great commercial. That was a great commercial. And he included my big head friend, Sharon.
See?
You hear me? He just did you a major solid right there, big dog. Because now that he mentioned your name, it's going to be hard for them to miss that big ass noggin. No, but he did. That was a great commercial, though, Tommy. I think you did good on the spot. I don't know if it was written in red, but you did well with your pronunciation and your presentation of it, big dog.
You better correct them right now. You better correct them right now and say enunciation.
Listen, nope. Because you said I'm supposed I know where I'm at now. I'm at the place where English goes to die. That's what I'm at. So don't you ask me to correct this.
Go ahead, Roxy. You good. You got it. They making sure you speak. Go ahead, Rogue.
Listen, shout out to Rue. Keep Roxy up. Tell Shadow to try Rue about a money war. Where's Shadow at now?
Ooh, talk your talk.
Where'd he go? Call Shadow out. Hey, listen, y'all might want to start talking.
No hate for Shadow.
Just start talking. I'm just telling y'all, just start talking.
I don't know why Shadow likes to play. Shadow and I don't have many exchanges, so the fact that he wanted to play.
That's what this whole thing is for.
Going back to what you were saying, Tommy, I wouldn't have used any athletes as far as the whole R.I.M. brother arguments go, because at that point, yes, those are the type of men that think they have every right to be womanizers because they make the money, because they have the notoriety, and they are not even trying to be a good representation of men. They have no good examples of a representation of men or manhood.
What did we get to womanizer? We was talking about homongers and hoes. These
because
are two people
hold on, E, because they were talking about hoes being in comparison to the womanizer. But you also have to admit you can't have one without. Okay, E, whatever you want to call it, the womanizer is the whoremonger.
No, it's not. No. A homemonger and a hoe is the same thing. It's just different genders.
Well, the thing is, what they described, and maybe you need to tell me this, what y'all described, and I'd love for you to read it again for the new people who come in. What y'all described as a womanizer, y'all equated it as bad. It's the same thing when people equate ignorant as an insult.
A negative, yo. It's not a negative.
Womanizer is not a bad thing. The definition y'all gave was a man openly and freely liking women, flirting with women, and having different sexual relationships with him, but it didn't say anything about him hiding it, which means the women are knowing what's going on and they're involved in it as well, and they can decide if they want to do it. That is not a negative thing.
I brought that point
So
to the
wouldn't you be able to
table
argue the
earlier,
same
big
thing
dog. That's
about
why I
the
had them
hoe?
that's why I had them to look up the definition. You understand what I'm saying? Now,
So I
Sharon,
think, hold on. So that's fine. That's fair. Like if we go strictly by the definition, then yeah, I guess we could say that is a neutral position because the other party knows. But the way how we use it,
My daughter might be watching this show.
and
I didn't want my
however,
woman
just like how you said earlier in the black community, when they say whore and hoe, it means two different things. But if we go by the definition, it means a certain thing. So when we having this conversation, when we are talking about womanizer, we are talking about it in the negative sense of
what is your definition mean? You still didn't tell me what's yours of womanizer.
It is a man that is taking advantage of women, and he's sexing all of them if he can.
Taking advantage of them.
Taking advantage.
that's what I'm saying. That's a horrible word to put right there.
Right.
Though.
Once you use the word advantage, that is literally negative.
By lying and manipulating to the women.
So
that's not a womanizer. That's a liar.
Hold on, wait. So do we think hoes take advantage of men?
Not at all.
That's crazy.
No.
No.
Hold on, Tommy. Hold on, Tommy.
I will take up for you. He can't. She hasn't been inconsistent on this. You have to ask Sharon because she was saying the same thing earlier. She said this. She said what you said was if the womanizer is a man isn't bad, then a hoe who is basically selling herself to the man.
So she said a womanizer is bad.
How is she taking advantage of him? He knew what he was buying.
Hold on. I was just saying
advantage is a horrible word, man. Don't put that in there.
for his definition. I never said yay or nay to it. Hold on. I never said yay or nay.
He never did it.
But hold on. I'm actually pulling up the definition for us. Hold on.
But you answered what either man was asking Sharon, though. He was asking Sharon, and you answered for her.
So I don't understand how that means I was agreeing with Sharon's point on womanizer, though. I just said no. A hoe is not taking it. So I'm saying, Tommy, I'm saying no.
So she's saying she was not answering either man's question. She was just agreeing with what I was saying. So it just
she answered what he said.
No, I'm strictly saying, Sharon, that no, a hoe cannot take advantage of a man.
That's what either man asked.
So she did answer.
So Sharon, can a hoe? Hold on, wait. Because the question was for Sharon.
Well, that five conversations around here, apparently.
So can a hoe take advantage? Hold on, wait. Because Sharon didn't answer the question, and we can move forward.
Right. So, because it's not a whole. It's nothing is an absolute. So yeah, a whole could get taken advantage of, and a hoe can actually take advantage of men. Yes, it's both. It's nuanced with a hoe. It's nuanced with a with these situations. So
for this conversation, both of them are negative. Neither one of them are positive. Correct.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Cool. Now we can move forward because what I was trying to compare to these both are bad things, and so if they both are bad things, these both will be bad influence.
Shout out to Rue with the 100. Rue C is good for today. Shout out to Sharon. Salute to that. Thank you. I don't think nobody want no smoke today. I don't think they want no smoke. She got $1.20 in credit. I don't think nobody want any smoke.
So
thank you, Rue.
The point
also, just to let you know, Rosie, if somebody like Eat a Man's get on your nerves, you can take $20 out of it.
Yeah, you said I can use the house money. All right, good to know. Good to know.
Say, hey, be wise. That's all I say.
Did you want the definition of womanizer, by the way? I had it pulled up just in case.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
All right. Sharon, is it cool?
I read it earlier.
Right.
I read it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but like Tommy said, the people who are new, we can read it again. Mm-hmm. And I have a better voice than you. No, I'm playing.
Pause. I'd rather hear you read. That is true. No, I do rather hear her read than y'all.
Is a man who habitually pursues, flirts with, or has temporary sexual relationships with women without serious intentions or emotional commitment. So the avoidance of commitment, the charm and flattery, and the fact that it is ego-driven and serial behavior. That is what makes it a negative. I'm assuming that we're all agreeing with, correct, gentlemen?
No, it's not negative. That's not negative.
Yeah, you see that? No. How is something ego-driven means it's negative? That is literally the pursuit of civilization that men have had, which created civilization from day one.
And Tommy, has civilization not had some negative things? Are we not going to talk about genocide, war, and all that?
No.
Because ego-driven stuff has made a lot of bad things happen.
You cannot. My point is, you cannot if you can show the good things of civilization, that means you can show the good things of ego. Michael Jordan becoming the greatest basketball player of all time was all ego-driven.
So not talent. Not the fact that he wanted to work towards it.
God, he will tell you everybody in the pros had talent.
Y'all see how fun it is to get Tommy out of pocket?
So let's just fuck Michael Jordan in his own words. Fuck him. You're right. You know better.
That's what I said? Is that what I said?
No, you know better. I know y'all. I forgot when I go around black folks, they always saying something they don't know, and then they giggle after they say it, and that's the way we do things. Instead of someone
you
saying,
ain't been giggling this whole time.
No, you just asked for a fact that I get off. When you couldn't understand acronym, you said I should have corrected you. You know the reason why people don't correct black folks? Because when you do, they do what you just did. I corrected you and told you the man said it out his own mouth, and you still went right back to, well, he's talented. And I'm like, no, everybody had it. Ego is not bad, and you can't even admit ego is not always bad. That's common sense.
Okay, Tommy, I'm playing right now. No, hold on. No, ego is not always bad. But when you are using things that are ego-driven in the pursuit of doing something for self, it can have a negative turn. Point blank, period.
I understand it can. Everything can. You can drink too much water and drown from drinking it. Everything that's positive can have a negative to it. That's literally how the world works.
So in most cases where ego-driven things have happened,
we told women that they were too nice to men. Have we not heard this? That it became a negative in her life.
Hold on. That women are too nice to men.
We told plenty of women, you're too nice to these guys. You let them run over you.
That's fair.
I mean, I always hear from y'all saying that women are not nice enough.
Causes when I say a fact.
Hold on. Oh my, because I'm thinking about what you said so I can understand. Is that not allowed now?
Never heard someone say to a woman or a man that they are too nice and that's why they get taken advantage of. True or false?
Honestly, I hear more women are not nice enough. That's why you guys don't like us. So false.
It's not about which is more. He said, have you heard it?
This is crazy. She looks for a reason to not agree. And y'all take that seriously? I couldn't listen to people who do that shit. That is the ignorant thing to do. Fully, I feel. I said, have you ever? That's if somebody said, have you ever seen a triple-double? Well, most games don't have a triple-double. Oh, God. I asked, have you ever seen one?
I don't know what a triple-double is.
Of course, but you were going to say something. And I want y'all to just hear this. This is the problem. Somebody will say you should correct them. But then you're saying something to them that's very easy to make the conversation go forward. There is no reason that a person wouldn't agree. Yes, we've heard that before. That's how people get taken advantage of.
Okay, but going back to the whole ego-driven thing, the reason why I was stating that before you jumped in is the fact that because they're not doing it with the pursuit of actually benefiting anyone but themselves, that part of the being it ego-driven is a negative. That is why it is going to be negative, because he is doing it for the pursuit of his own gain. Point blank, period.
And the women
he's
who
not
are
a womanizer because he's trying to help the woman. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Right. And the women involved in it would be the pursuit of their own gain too, if they notice what he's doing. Just like why you said it's not wrong to be a hoe. You said she's not taking advantage of the men who are paying to sleep with her. That's what you said. But she's only fucking to help herself, to get paid.
So the men don't get any benefit from her?
Him. She's not fucking to help him. She's not doing him a favor. She's not helping society. She's literally saying, I need money and this will bring me money.
So a doctor getting paid to be a doctor is not helping.
That's not taking advantage of him, though.
Hold on.
That
I
person.
agree it's not taken advantage of, and it sure ain't taking advantage of. And then this person just said a doctor. Well, let me tell you what a doctor is doing. First off, the first reason typically people go into being a doctor, you have to have this thing called a Hippocratic oath. You say, hey, I don't want to do any harm. I want to help. And most of them do what's called outreach, which is they do it for free. Now, maybe you can find me some hoes who do it for free to help these incels and men who don't get none, and they do pussy outreach. Then maybe you could talk about them and doctor in the same sentence. But I don't know doctors who get into the field because they want the money.
So,
but
Tommy, if you would have stayed around on my show the last time you came to my show, you would have seen that we did have the quote unquote 304s that do an outreach. But again, you're saying doctors are doing stuff to not get paid now?
You brought up a doctor and compared it to a prostitute.
I am, but I'm saying doctors get paid to do the work that they do, whether you want to bring up the Hippocratic Oath or anything like that. Are doctors not getting paid to help people?
Hold on. Listen to what you just said. Hold on. Look at the words you just said.
Answer the question
I said yes. Listen, to help them. Help.
Mm-hmm. That vagina helps.
There we go. There we go. Thank you, Sean.
Wait a minute. So if you believe that, then the dick helps too. The guy that's a womanizer and he flirts and he fucks, those women get the same oxytocin from fucking him knowing he's not going to commit. And if they didn't, they wouldn't do it.
Not true. The reason why it's not true is because majority of the time that man is lying and manipulating that woman to having
that is not in the definition, sir.
Y'all see how he lying? No, it's not. Because I defined it a certain way. I said lying and manipulation. That's what I said. Yeah, that's the true definition, but I'm not talking about the true definition. Just like we ain't talking about
you just add it for the men, but you don't add it for the women. There are many women who are hoes.
No. I did not get to them yet. If you didn't interrupt, maybe I would have got there. What I'm saying is this: the womanizer, he's a liar and a manipulator. So that is a negative for the goddamn woman. So now on the opposite side, if that hoe is a liar and a manipulator, that would be a negative for that man.
Why did you say if for the woman, but guaranteed man?
The reason why is because some hoes, they just out here hoeing.
No, and wait a minute, and some dudes just out there screwing. They not lying to nobody. As a matter of fact, those are not. Let me answer that. But those are not. So those men are not womanizers. The ones that are telling the truth are not. The definition they are.
No, but you can't go in between the definition. Is what I'm
saying. We were just told that Klay Thompson is a womanizer. Klay Thompson, the girl he was with, that just broke up with him, got mad because the man said and told her, I don't think I can be with just one woman. He didn't cheat first. He told her first, and she got mad.
I don't think so.
Clarifying question based on the definition.
That's what happened. She said he came to her and said, I don't think I could be faithful.
But you do know Klay has cheated on other women, Coco Jones and all of them before Megan, right?
I don't know what his dick been. All I know is what this woman said.
So in majority of minority,
I don't get on dick quest and saw where his dick been and who he committed to. So I'm not going to sit there and tell that lie. I am going to tell you what this woman just said.
Majority or minority percent of the time, when a woman experiences a womanizer, is she negatively influenced?
No. Majority of the time, yes, she is negatively influenced. Yes.
Yo, my God.
So so then tell me what's the positive influence of dealing with a womanizer, gentlemen?
She just wants some dick. She just wants some dick. That's the truth. She's at the club.
No. Y'all doing this on purpose.
Women don't want dick. That's why women get away with cheating.
No. We're not saying majority. We're talking about the majority. We're not
Can
talking
I ask
about
a question real quick? Let me ask a question real quick. A majority
can
of
you answer? Hold on, can y'all answer mine before? Hold on, can you answer mine first? Can you answer mine?
Clarify your question. I'm saying a majority of womanizers, like players, are keep that, like player made, like keep that self fresh, clean, smell good, nice haircut. Do they move like are they mostly that type of man, right?
Sure. We'll say sure. Just sure.
And so are you saying that the women that they encounter don't relish the moments of being with them?
With the womanizer, yes, sir.
So women relish
Hold on.
being
Let
with
me ask you a question, bro.
hold on,
Because we about to go
D-Man, hold on.
somewhere else.
Let the woman,
Hold on,
let the woman
hold on.
answer.
I'm
Shit,
trying
she
to
the
go
one that
where
deal with
that's
them.
Cody, right? That's Cody, right?
Damn straight.
All right, hey Cody. So
What's
women are
up?
relishing the fact that we are sleeping with clean men that bathe.
With guys of a certain stature or a certain caliber of man that the bulk of women can't even engage with, right?
But you said based off his hygiene, from what I heard, what you just
No,
said.
I
So
did. No, I did. I'm saying like as far as
you
his
said he's clean.
presentation. I'm saying as far as his presentation, the way he presents himself, the way he carry himself, the things he does, the way what he drive, what he the clothes he wear. That's the way these women are. But the bulk of women are not able to deal with what we'll call a womanizer, right?
So I get what you're trying to say, Cody, but being with the man isn't really the perk. If you're going to say what the man provides, that would be the perk on why women would actually choose to be with womanizers. Most women,
womanizers ain't provide nothing but the dick, though. That's the
not true
thing.
though. That's not true though. That's not true though.
Womanizers aren't the
I'm
tricks.
telling
Womanizers are not
you
the
that's
tricks.
not. Hold on. Yes, they are. If y'all are sitting here thinking that Chris Brown didn't have to pay to play with Karuchi, you are a bold-faced lie. Chris Brown wasn't just giving Karuchi D, and she was just happy with that. Rihanna was not just getting D from Chris Brown.
Hold on.
So wait, no, hold on.
I
So
want
wait,
to answer
hold
her
on, E, give me
question.
half a
Hold
second,
on.
please.
Even
I make it quick.
hold on, real
She
quick.
just
Hold on,
because
Sway.
based
Hold
on
on,
what
hold
she
on, real
just
quick,
said, based
Sway,
on
hold
what
on,
you
real
just
quick.
said, I gotta
Sway,
get this
hold
out
on.
because
I'm
I've
gonna let
been
you get out.
quiet.
Just let me
I
ask you that.
literally
Hold
been
on.
quiet
Let
for
me just give you one more
45
thing.
minutes, and
Hold
I
on,
make
Sway.
2-minute comments. Y'all can't sit
Hold
here
on.
not letting me make
bro. You
2-minute
got credits,
comments
bro.
when y'all
Sway.
make 10-minute monologues. You can't sit,
Sway.
argue
I'm
one
just gonna
second.
Sway.
You're not allowed to
Calm
argue 1
down.
second that there's nothing positive about being dealing with a womanizer, but then 10 minutes later you're giving
I never
examples how it's
argued that.
positive to deal with a womanizer because they
I
have
never
things like they're
argued that.
tricking on women.
I never
Like,
argued
that
that.
don't make sense.
I
You,
just said because based off what Cody was saying, I knew where Cody was going to take it. I never argued that there weren't any positives.
Yeah,
What
they
are y'all
did.
hearing?
Y'all just
I
said it.
never
Well,
said
you ain't
that.
listening to the argument though, because they saying that the womanizer is a negative thing. That's
I
what that's
asked
the
the men strictly. Hold on. The fact that I had to even answer my own question lets me know that y'all
I
aren't
was trying
listening.
to
I
answer your
asked the men.
question.
I know, E. Hold
Just let
on.
her finish so we can
I
understand.
asked the men who are pro womanizer what is the benefits, and y'all couldn't even tell me anything besides him being clean and his status and his stature. And I'm telling you, no,
No, we
sweetie.
did
For the
not.
women, E.
Who is
Hold
this
on.
y'all?
Because when I asked the question, Cody answered it. I just
I
kept asking the men.
asked the
He
panel a
started
question.
answering it. You cut him off and told him, so only
Okay,
thing you
this is what we,
and then
this
you
is what we're
started
gonna
over.
do. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna clean it up now. All right, so we
Ask
start
anybody
with.
else.
All right, let's clean it up now. What are the benefits of a womanizer for the men that think that is some positive for being a womanizer? Go ahead. Whoever want to start first. Womanizer, pro womanizer. What's the benefits?
So I was in the middle of answering and they just didn't like it. The pro
Just go ahead. Just go ahead.
I ran the club for 5 years and I seen the hoes and the womanizers interact for 5 years straight. And I'm telling you, the benefit is it wasn't that men was lying, saying he gonna be her man and all this. They said, hey, we drunk. You want some dick, I want some coochie, and let's go exchange what we want. So the benefit for a woman to mess with a womanizer, especially in a club statement, is that she get dick.
That's not it.
Okay.
But okay.
So the problem is that's not the definition. What we clarify, I said what a womanizer is, right? Lying and manipulating. Nobody was lying and manipulating that situation. Go ahead, Tommy. What is the benefits of a womanizer?
I just want all y'all to understand. Every time it has something to do with a man, he adds in some negative thing, and then you said lying and manipulating. Did you not?
So no, hold on. What I did was hold on.
That was the definition when the word lying was not in there.
No. So we got to stop being confused. I said it is a true definition version of it, and then it got what I was explaining. So it's either we're gonna go with the true textbook definition of it, or we're gonna go with what we all agree to, what people say when we are having a conversation. That's what happened.
So Sharon, I skipped over. Hold on, real quick. I skipped over. Hold on, I just want to let it be known. I did skip over the definition. I just want to clear this up. The term.
Hold on, Ro. We understand the definition. The problem is that we are having an issue with going between the textbook definition and what we use womanizer for in real world. That's the issue that we have.
And all I was pointing
I'm telling you, Sharon, the textbook definition does say what you're saying. They're trying to ignore that point. That's what I'm trying to argue. What you're saying is not wrong. The term is genuinely disapproving and implies that the man may be manipulative, shallow, or prone to objectifying women to boost his own ego. Now, just because you don't want to say lie, exactly, what is manipulation?
Hold on a second. Just so we all understand, to manipulate does not mean to lie.
True.
And I hate being, but again, the person wants the men to correct them, but every time they get corrected, no, it ain't. So fuck it. Can I just talk about what I want to talk about? I don't want to get involved with somebody that damn hard-headed. I just like to talk to y'all in the audience, if it's okay. Whatever she said is right. Anyway, when you talked about womanizing versus whore, you never put lie and manipulate in front of whore. You didn't. And most men who've ever told you they've dealt with a whore, she lied and manipulated. She's not straightforward. As a matter of fact, either man could probably tell you about how many women who said to the man who was tricking on them, I'm not tricking with nobody else, this just yours. And then she had 4 or 5 other dudes telling them the same damn thing. Because you ain't gonna have this product that you could sell to several people and only sell it to one. You're gonna sell it to many, but you're not gonna tell him you're doing it because you want him to trick on you. So there's the lie, there's the deceit right there. Then when you talk about what could be the positives of this guy, when you say he's tricking off, that would be the positive. When you say no man who's a womanizer is not tricking off. And then said women who whore are doing it for the financial gain. And if whoring ain't wrong, then the tricking ain't wrong either. So there's no way you can say that this man is doing something wrong if he's compensating the woman, because if he's having to compensate the woman, then I don't know what lie she's being told and believing she's in a real relationship. Again, if y'all saying he got to pay for it, he got to pay to play, what lie he telling?
No, and I agree with Tommy on that. The lie is when the womanizer is saying, oh, baby, you're the only woman for me. Oh, baby, you know there's no other girl in my life. Oh, baby, you know we're going to be together. I'm going to marry you, girl, like Klay Thompson did with Megan.
But he paid.
Hold on. I agree. Listen, Tommy, we're not disagreeing at this point. What I'm saying is it's the setup of thinking, yeah, I'm really the only girl for you. Klay Thompson got a house with Megan. Like they were actually about to go and set off into the sunset, skipping in one in unison, right? That was the womanizing aspect, especially because the man does have a history of trying to do the same situation with other women. I'm not disagreeing with you as far as compensating the woman.
But is it possible that he didn't lie? He changed his mind?
Thank you. Jesus Christ. Women can change their mind on men all day. Men can't change their mind. When a woman told me she wanted to marry me and then decided she wanted to be out in the streets, they would tell me I'm a lame for trying to hold on to a woman who told me straight up that ain't what I want. Number one. And number two, I guarantee you on the first night he fucked Meg, he didn't tell her I want to marry you. He didn't have to do that. So where was
Okay, I'm explaining it. He didn't have to introduce her to his parents, have her in the house cooking and all that, like she was really wifey. He didn't have to have her get in a house, getting a boat named after her. These long-term commitment style things is what made it seem like, oh, we're really in a relationship for real, for real. That is the issue. Hold on. That is the issue with the womanizer. Yes, you are most definitely able to change your mind, but Klay Thompson has a history of doing this with women. That's not a pattern at that point, is a pattern, right?
No, we can't talk about the other relationship for real, for real, still to change your mind. Details, his intentions might to be.
Hold on. Why?
Because you don't know if he changed his mind. You can't make that statement.
Hold on. You gonna say you're gonna ignore the pattern that he did it multiple times?
What pattern?
Hold on. She's saying she has evidence that he did it to multiple girls.
No, you listen to her. You're listening to her. You didn't show him the pattern.
But women have come out and said
Y'all
that
could
Coco Jones
disagree
is
with her
celebrity.
argument. Y'all could disagree with her argument, but the argument is that it is a pattern and not that he changed his mind. That's her argument.
Who did he buy a house for?
Hold on,
Buy a
you gotta
boat
have
for?
a different. Hold on, you gotta have a different argument than what she's presenting. That's what I'm saying. So her argument is okay. So all right. So Tommy understands what I'm saying. That her argument is that he had a pattern, not a change of heart. Go ahead, Tommy.
Well, I want to let Either Man answer first. I think he was.
Go ahead, Either Man. Then.
So, and then I asked, my whole point that I was asking is, what other examples we have of a woman saying that he got introduced to the parents, he bought a house, and he bought a boat. You can't say just because he have messed with women in the past. Okay, go ahead.
Are you allowing me to answer it? Yes. Coco Jones and other women, I don't have all the women in front of me right now, have said how Klay Thompson does this. I'm not even going to say Klay Thompson is a love bomber or anything like this. Klay Thompson does this. He will get you all hyped up thinking you're in a committed relationship, then cheat on you, and then go about his way. That is his pattern. For those who are saying Meg has a history
she got
too.
Coco, so she got Coco and she got Meg. She got two that she can remember offhand. Does that satisfy your answer? Your question?
No, it's the reason it doesn't is because even Megan Thee Stallion on her own mouth said that he did not cheat on her. He came to her and said, "I don't believe that I could be monogamous." He literally came with honesty. So even in her example that Coco Jones didn't say, because I seen the interview of Coco Jones, she didn't say that he was cheating on her.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. I pulled up the list. They say Hannah Stocking. Thompson dated the internet personality and model, but the relationship ended after she publicly accused him of cheating. Laura Harrier, the NBA star, dated the Spider-Man Homecoming actress on and off for roughly a year. Eliza Gonzalez. Thompson and the actress briefly dated for a few months following a split from Harrier. Coco Jones. Thompson and R&B singer-actress kept their 2-year relationship relatively low profile until separated. Megan Thee Stallion, and the list goes on.
First of all, the list don't go on, and second of all, you probably name one relationship that lasted for over a year. All the other ones were accounted for a month's time. That doesn't equal to any form of real commitment. You say love bomb, it sounds like they had a great time, and they were mad that he didn't choose them. So a lot of accusations came out. Nothing was actually proven.
Bro, even when you say they, from the own list she read, she named Coco Jones, who's the first girl who said he cheated on. The other two was just relationship. The other three were just relationships he was in. None of the other ones said. So how is he a bad guy?
Stocking says she cheated. But hold on.
Name the ones who said he cheated. Name the ones who said he cheated.
So before you go to cheated, it's about him establishing that I'm going to be with you, and then he says, "Hey, I can't be monogamous." That is the pattern.
No, that is the pattern. He ain't said this. There's one person who said that he said this. One. That's Meg. That's the only one who said he said this.
Yeah,
that's why I said. So she was trying to establish that he is the bad kind of womanizer, which is lie and manipulate these women.
Okay.
Again, like somebody in the comment section said, we don't know what these people doing, number one. Number two, I done had so many women when shit don't go right, and y'all men in the audience tell me if I'm lying or not. When shit don't go right with a woman, she'll lie on you at the exit interview. When's the last time you heard a woman, you break up with her and she say, he was a great guy, everything went fine? Tell me when's the last time it's happened? So when I'm supposed to sit here and listen to this person saying, well, they're listening to what he said about Klay Thompson, a rich man in his mid-30s, and you were able to listen to it, in his mid-30s.
So let me ask a question. Rosie, that girl that was in the Spider-Man, they was in how long of a relationship?
Let's see. Based off what it's saying, it looks like majority of these were about a year or so, year and a half. Relatively speaking.
7 women for a 36-year-old man who's rich, who grew up rich, who's handsome. No, I've been with more women this month than he was in that whole time, and I'm supposed to say he a bad guy? That don't make sense.
No, but that's not what is being said. Is that with those caliber of women, he has a pattern for them.
A pattern of what? He dates. Wait a minute. Meg Thee Stallion had a pattern by that logic.
What's up, Adam?
Oh my God, are you fucking serious? She just had a damn thing where he got shot in the foot. She had a song where she was rapping about another nigga because his heart was broke. And she was making fun of him. Making fun of a man fucking his heart was broke.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, man, the stallion being a hoe? Seriously?
No, she's not. No, she's not a hoe. No.
Wow.
She's a hoe. No. So,
he said Red Stallion has not been known as a hoe in the industry with all them names she's been with.
It's kind of funny though, even though, well, it's just kind of funny to me that we based Klay Thompson off this definition. At the end of it is talking about commitment, but if he's dealing with these women at months to year, I guess year and a half, 2 years at a time, that doesn't seem like it's not committing.
Right.
Seems like he is committing them to an extent and finding later he doesn't want to be with them long term, like most people do. They date and they don't, and they ultimately get married or they don't.
Thank you. Most people do this. Before you got married, Sharon, you did it.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You got you got babies' mamas. Man.
So it does also say that Meg says she accused Thompson of cheating and stated that after the fact that he cheated.
Ain't no futons here, Tommy. Ain't no futons here. I don't fold, goddammit. So,
just for clarification, though, Sharon, it does say that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It says, yeah, you got it.
I was just saying, Meg did say that there were accusations of cheating and then expressed how Thompson told her that he does not feel right about being monogamous. It was not one before the other. She found out that he was possibly cheating, and then they had that conversation. So feel how you feel about Meg, but Meg was in that relationship for real, for real.
Okay, but that happens to a lot of people. I've been in relationships for real, and the girl didn't want to continue the relationship. It happens. That's how relationships end. Almost every relationship that has ended, one person wanted it to continue, and one didn't.
I understand, Tommy. That wasn't the argument, but that's not the argument.
But that doesn't make him a hoe or a manipulator or anything.
So,
it doesn't.
Tommy, are you bringing
in an exit interview? People lie. The hurt one will lie. I've rarely heard a person tell the truth about why a relationship ended.
I feel you on that, Tommy. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just asking straight up. If you knew you were not trying to take a woman serious, are you bringing her to your mama? Are you bringing her, buying a house, naming boats after her? Are you really going to try to establish a life with her if you know you're not going to be serious?
Hold on. I know broke men who do exactly that. And I'm hold on. I'm one of them. I brought girls around my mom just so my mama can see how fine this chick was.
How many houses you bought for these hoes?
Hold on. Wait a minute. You're talking about him. First off, this house, I don't know about him buying one, but his status and how much money he makes is different than mine. Just like mine is different than yours. I'll have these niggas sitting up here talking about what I do for a woman, and I tell them, that's like you giving somebody $5, what I just gave them. So that's why my tricking is different than your tricking.
I don't like this word tricking for one.
It's different than yours because you can't afford it.
Investing in a woman is not tricking. Can we stop with that tricking nonsense?
No, but that's what apparently what you would call it now. If you're saying he did all this and then walked away, what would you call it?
I would never call that tricking.
Okay, so,
I'm asking.
I just don't get. I'm very confused as to how a man is bringing a woman around his parents and getting wrapped up to being a
one more
homo.
question, Tommy. How many of those hoes that you brought around your mama, you said, hey, babe, with your whole ass, can you show my mama you could cook?
Hold on. He didn't say that to Meg either.
Yes, he did. Meg was making fish and spaghetti for the
no, he didn't say it. Oh my God. I said my word. Y'all heard what I said. These Negroes don't hear English or don't say fuck it. I said he did not say that to Meg either. They both yelled, yes, he did. So show me the video of he saying, hey, Meg, with your whole ass, come and cook for my parents. Show it to me. God, then they wonder why I'm yelling.
All right, I exaggerated with the whole ass, but I'm saying you said you brought your whole girlfriends around mama. I'm saying how many of those whole ass girls you asked to cook for your family?
Dude, the whole point.
Yes,
the whole point of me bringing them around is to show when I do it, is to show people how I can make this girl do XYZ. I'd have had girls on my YouTube channel that I knew were fine and had a fat ass. I would let them in the house and let niggas see them cooking. Am I lying? I'm open. Everybody has seen this. So if I'm lying, they will say it. They have seen it. I've had them at the house, swimming in the swimming pool. I've had them sitting up there doing all kind of stuff. I want my cousin to see this fine ass bitch. Look at her titties and ass. Yes, I want you to show her. Yes, that's what a player do.
This man's insane. I said for your mama. I said for mama. I ain't.
Yes, I had a motherfucker cooking when they had a Thanksgiving dinner. I had 2 bitches in here cooking.
I just want to let you know how wild it is.
I can't.
If my son ever brings a chick around me and like, Mama, look how fine this girl is, I'm gonna be like, boy, why are you doing that?
I didn't say no, ma'am. I didn't say, hold on. I didn't say look how fine she was. My mama said to one of them, "You look good. What you see in him?" I like
you
that.
bring them around, and Mama be like, "Now that's a nice one right there, Tommy."
Thank you.
And then now, and she want to show Mama how much of a nice one she is, and so she go help in the kitchen.
No. His mama said, "You look so damn good. What you doing with my son?"
Exactly. Let me tell you why. Because my mama ain't shit. She be trying to sneak tell them I just saw a bitch last week.
Be dry snitching. Yeah. Hey, you damn right. So look.
He know what I'm talking about.
So look, you know it's true though, Sharon. You bring them around, and Mama be like the yay or the nay. Mama be like, hey, now that's a nice one right there, boy. She look good. She pretty. Oh, she pretty. Mama keep saying that. Or grandma.
Hold on. I got one question. So that's what parents do to the sons. They like, hey, go ahead, son, knock that down. She's beautiful.
And you saw what Spider-Man.
We talking about children again.
Green Goblin said to his son in Spider-Man. He said, "Broom, or do what you got to do and broom her quick."
Okay, so I'm glad that you said that, Cody. Are we going to say the same thing to our daughter? She keep bringing on fine ass, handsome men that look like Sharon. They like, damn.
You might. I'm gonna say, baby girl, I think he's a nice gentleman.
Cause this is some bullshit. You
I'm
better
gonna say, baby girl, I think
simp ass niggas in my house.
Question: If your daughter or son is bringing their significant others early on and garnered within the first year to have you guys evaluate them in a relationship, and then another year goes by and they don't get married, and they do this repeatedly, let's say 8 times, would you garner your son or daughter a hoe because they keep bringing you 8 different partners to value as if they should be wife or husband material?
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna. That's a large number. I don't think they. You think the average daughter?
Are you gonna call your daughter a hoe? Yes or no?
Am I gonna call her a hoe to her face? Just be like, you a hoe?
No, not to her face. No, not to her face. Not nothing rude. Are you gonna call your daughter
myself? I'm gonna be thinking, damn, my daughter out here fucking out both pan legs.
Yes.
Okay, so Cody says he's gonna call his daughter a hoe. Tommy, are you gonna call your daughter a hoe?
Hey, listen, if you've ever listened to me, I've been saying that if she wear a weave, I'm gonna call her a hair hat. Anything she do, I'm not gonna say it about your daughter that I can't say it about mine. And oh yeah, Sharon, my people wanted to remind you, I had Adina Howard up in my house cooking, drinking, and doing what Adina Howard in front of the world.
Freak in the morning, freak in the evening.
Nigga, don't play with me.
Like me.
Look, Sharon know with his freak ass.
I've had whoever you like. I've had dinner turn around and had what's the Misty Stone porn star? Same thing.
Hey, but I'm
so again, is that not the caliber of women?
Smell quick. He went for smell.
Hold on. So
I'll clarify it again to simplify it.
I want to go around and say, Cody said going to his daughter. Hey, Tommy, 8 different men came. Hey, Tommy, 8 different men came to the house. Are you going to call your daughter a hoe?
Yeah, I just said it. She got, first off, 8 different men wouldn't get to come to my house.
Yeah, I don't think it's that many going to be coming.
Okay, so either man, are you going to call your daughter a hoe?
This is over a 12-year period. This isn't like in the same day.
Yeah, right, yeah. This is over the years.
From 18 to 30.
Either man, are you going to call your daughter a hoe?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell my wife. Said she a little fast, ain't she? She got all these men coming to meet me.
Over 12 years, 8 men in 12 years, you would consider her a hoe.
You said what? Now 8 men in 12 years?
That I've she's introduced to me. Could then that mean
Yes, they were all with the intentions of being in a relationship, so they're bringing them around you to
No,
evaluate
like
them.
okay, like if it's 8 men in 12 years, like every 2 years she starting a new relationship, I wouldn't call her no hoe. But if you introduces me 3-4 dudes in 1 year, I'm like, dang, baby, you gotta try to.
Let me tell you why she a hoe. Because if she introduced those 8 men, how many she fucked with that you never got a chance to see? She's just bringing you the ones that were possibles. The ones she knew weren't possibles, hopefully she wouldn't bring them to you.
Not the spades game.
Yeah, so you got to know if everybody know the numbers, you got to multiply that 8 by 8. Now you got to multiply by
that's like if your cousin or your auntie showing up with a different man at every barbecue every other year. You're gonna be like, damn, what this hoe doing?
Hold on, don't change it. Hold on, I want to ask Shadow as well. Shadow, if your daughter, she had 8 men within 12 years, are you calling your daughter a hoe? You're on mute.
Slap the taste out of your mouth.
The third one she's going to
I'd like to see it.
Rosie decided to use one of her credits.
Hey, Sharon. Hey, Sharon, look.
He looked tired. He needed a break.
If it's like family gathering, right? And we have family gatherings, or and they scared we like link up around a certain times a year. Every year we normally doing something for Sharon's birthday. Then 2 months down the road it's Tommy's birthday. You get what I'm saying? So we always linking up. But look, if every year Auntie Betty switching up with a different dude, every year she's showing up to the parties with a different dude, we gonna be like, Auntie out here getting it up, ain't it?
And the world's not fair because the dude, we say he a player, especially if they look good. So I'm with you. The world's not fair. When the woman's bringing all those men, you're going to say that's the difference between you, me, and a lot of other people. I will admit what's on the table. I'm not trying to be difficult in conversation. Only way we can move forward is somebody to acknowledge a fact and then move forward.
Right.
The fact is, it's different. The guy going to be looked at as a player. And when she even said people don't like womanizers, either man can tell you if I'm lying about this. I've been in the club with my friends, got a VIP section. Guess who just shows the fuck up there? Women out of nowhere. You don't know them. And
Tommy,
then
you don't
when
put some words in my mouth. I didn't say people don't like womanizers.
Yeah, no, let's go.
But you said
No, you were. I don't know if you were asking it generally because you didn't know, or if you were questioning. Well, what's the positives of dealing with a womanizer?
No, I was asking it because I wanted the men who allegedly know what women are doing and sleeping with, because y'all can speak for women and who we're sleeping with. I wanted to know who y'all thought about what
we were speaking about men being we were talking about men being womanizers, and that we can be around women who find that as being a womanizer a thing. The women that have been around me knew exactly what the fuck I do. You can see it online. Ain't nobody sitting up there and surprised, and yet they still wanted to be a part of it. Why?
But I asked you earlier.
Ambiance. They want to enjoy the ambiance. They want to divide.
Hold on, Tommy.
Just say lifestyle.
Technically not being a womanizer if you're telling the women, or the women are aware of who you are. The thing about the
No. Hold on, wait, hold on. When you say I'm not being one, it's the same thing of if you say Klay Thompson. If you were already aware of what his past was, so he didn't do wrong either. By that, your own logic. She was just like you got the internet. Meg got the internet, and she got a better form of internet than you do because she got PR people and all kind of people who could have told her this.
So what I'm asking though, because I asked you this earlier, in the sense of you trying to claim that you're a womanizer, are you introducing these women, buying these women houses? Are you doing all the things that make it seem like you are doing the commitment side of things?
I just told you I ain't buying nobody no house because I ain't got the money he got. But
so
if
then
you go
whatever your level of commitment is.
Don't do that. You asked the question and I'm trying to answer. Why would you say, so if you ain't buying no woman no house, then you ain't doing it? Y'all got niggas y'all married to that ain't bought y'all no house.
Hold on. Hold on.
The confusing part is that we're attributing these actions as commitment actions, but then we're claiming that he's a womanizer. So if he's doing actions with women he's dealing with that are commitment actions, how is he getting the title of womanizer just because he's not marrying them? At the end of it all,
because he lied. Point of a womanizer is the manipulation.
He lied about getting them a home.
Yeah.
Or did he get them a home?
Thank you.
You think Megan Thee Stallion needed a home? You think
I
him
asked
and
you a
the
simple
nigga man to buy
question.
her
Did he
house?
lie about getting them a home,
The whole
or did
thing.
he
He lied
get
about
them a
everything.
home?
Everything. He's a
So he's
liar.
he's getting
He's a
them a home,
cheater.
and he's
A
doing action to show forms of
manipulator. How that song
commitment.
go, Tommy?
And he's done that with multiple women, but he's getting the title as womanizer, which is the opposite. He doesn't show forms of commitment. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, so then let me make it make sense. When I was talking to Tommy, because Tommy is saying he was a womanizer. Whatever your level,
You need $5 more, Shadow.
Hold on, he think he about to drop me?
That's,
No, I think he's trying to buy himself back up here.
He need $5 more.
Oh,
if
he's
Tommy,
trying to.
if Tommy agreed that Klay Thompson is a womanizer based on his actions that you were using as examples, then I would disagree with him too. The examples y'all presenting to justify Klay Thompson being a womanizer, I wouldn't say that those examples make him a womanizer.
Bro, I did not agree. I did not agree.
Then yeah. I mean, then I just disagree whoever think he a womanizer based on the examples presented.
So
I've been trying to say it for the whole time.
You want to say your piece, Rosie, why he get the $5?
How much to bring you back?
You know he going to get it. So
How much to bring you back? I know what the money war is.
He paid the $100 to drop you. So.
Oh, so she got. Wait a minute, it's a trick in the comments.
So you could just put $20
trick in the comments.
Yeah, it's a trick in the comment section that's gonna keep her up here. Where you at, Trick?
Okay, my man is not a trick for one. Don't play with that. My man is not a trick. That would be my final piece of my ass back.
Wait a minute, just like you could call. Okay, I want y'all to make sure what we understand here. Klay get called out his name. You don't know that man at all. Don't know him at all.
What did I call him?
A womanizer.
That's oh my god, we're really
and a manipulator and a love bomber.
I never called him a love bomber. I said I'm not going to say he was love bombing.
Think about this man.
Look at Shadow.
You said him. Yo, it is crazy that you can say things about other people and then can't take the same joke when I'm sitting up here saying this nigga's doing this. That's tricking. I would have laughed. I wouldn't have took it seriously now after saying all this shit about this Klay Thompson. There's no way I would have found
I'll
that.
be back, Tommy, so we can have this conversation. I'll be back. Go ahead, do what you do.
I mean, you good for the meantime, bro, because he knocked out your credit. So you good for the meantime. So now you don't have no credit.
But my point is, even when you say about these men who are the men who are the womanizers, it was told up front. These men are tricking. That's what this was established here. I didn't say it. There's some men who get pussy. I got a few friends. Light skin, gray eyes. He ain't got to pay, and he had strippers fighting over him at the strip club. He broke. That's why I came up with the term homosexual. It's a lot of men that's out here knocking draws down and ain't paying no bill.
Damn.
So when we say, oh, well, all those men who are that way, they're tricking. That was established in here. I've never said anything like that. So if we're going to say that
they were tricking, though, I said that they were paying to play. The Chris Browns are not
paying
going
to play is what?
Play is tricking, though.
See, it was just being stupid. That's why you can't have no real conversation with people. I didn't say he was murdering people. I said that when he got through with them, they were unalived.
Okay, because one, that's how you men talk. All I'm saying is, at the end of the day,
pay to play is a trick.
No,
there's
it's
no
really
doubt in that.
I also said earlier, investing in a woman, but y'all want to ignore that side. I love how y'all like to pick and choose what you want to remember hearing Roxy say.
I ignore after I said he a murderer, but he was sure friendly before he did it.
One, again, I am saying strictly because you want to have bad understanding on purpose with me. I don't understand why we do this.
I don't think
we have agreed on a lot of things together. I don't know why we're having this little back and forth.
You're doing exactly. Listen to what you said. Pay to play. You can't say any other thing after that and still say he's not a trick.
Because I'm only using the men's lingo. As a woman, no, it's not paying to play.
Used it.
Hold on.
Am I not a man? Am I not a man? So if you use the man's lingo, then I would then tell you.
Tricking. I said earlier, investing in a woman. All I'm saying is
okay, then fine. Let's play stupid. Men, tell me, what does pay to play mean? Does pay to play and tricking, are they the same thing or not? Y'all answer it. And if I'm wrong, I swear I'll apologize.
Yeah, they're the same thing.
Since she's trying to pretend they're not.
Yeah, because
again, I didn't. Hold on. I'm not pretending anything with the dramatic ass. I am
Yes,
saying
you are.
I'm not. What I'm saying
And
is
again,
that is
so if
how
you
you see how he tries to overtalk me? You see how he tries to draw me out?
Let her answer. Let her answer.
No,
Yeah, Rose.
my dramatic ass, but we hadn't let people answer the question. Where's the
Because
answer?
I established the fact that this is how men
tricky.
talk about other men. What
So
I'm
why are
saying
we
is,
arguing it then?
oh my goodness.
We're supposed to go forward. If we've established it is tricking, that tricking and pay to play is the same.
Sharon, for real?
Is it established or not? Because that's what we're trying to talk about. I'd like to know what we're talking about. Is it not the same or is it?
It's not the same. Because what I'm saying is if these men
establish it. Now establish it. Go ahead.
If these men, because I even agreed with Tommy earlier when he said compensating the women, that is not tricking. When you are compensating and investing in a woman and knowing that as a man, if I want to spend this time with a woman, that is not tricking. You know who started calling it tricking? Men. Most of these women are not looking at the womanizer as a John. That's why I said earlier about the hoe versus the whore. We know what a John is. These men are saying, you know what, young lady, I want to spend time with you. I want you to come around here. You might make me look good. To Cody's point, I might make you look good. Let's have a good time together. That's not tricking. That's enjoying a person for whatever benefit that they can have. What men will love to do is say, oh, the moment a man is spending money on a woman, he's a trick. And y'all sound ridiculous about that. Klay Thompson was not tricking on Meg. They were in a relationship. Go ahead, Tommy.
Sharon, pay to play was established that these men are these so-called womanizers. They're not just giving the women dick. They're giving them money. They're paying to play. So somehow we've been told that after this person established that that's what they're doing, the women don't just want dick. The reason they're getting access is because they're paying to play. I don't know anybody in the world who would say, well, but that's not what a trick does. If you tell me I cannot have access unless I give you money, you tell me, Sharon, what you look at that as. What do you look at that?
When did I establish that and say that, Sharon?
You said they're paying to play. What does that mean?
I'm using your lingo.
Nobody used that language.
Okay, so
that's crazy.
So who brought up tricking in the first place, Sharon? Nobody used the language. Who brought up tricking?
Nobody up here said those men were paying to play.
Hold on. I see the misunderstanding. She's not saying your lingo as in today. She means men lingo and how they talk to other men. That's what she's trying to establish.
Sitting up here saying my past conversations with women, I'm going to put it on her. While we're having a conversation now. That doesn't make sense. Because if you do that, you can just jump around saying anything you want to anyone about anyone and then say, well, I'm talking about the other women, not you.
One, I wasn't even strictly talking to you. As far as the whole, this is your lingo. I don't know why you are feeling attacked.
I'm saying no man up here said it. We just agreed. We understood that you were establishing that there's no such thing as a real womanizer or very few who are just giving dick. You said it. The men were trying to establish that they giving good dick and these women like that, so it's not bad. You turned around and said, well, first off, let's just understand those men aren't just giving dick. Most of the time, they are paying to play. You said this.
So I said that before the word tricking ever came into the sentence?
Yes.
You are? No, okay.
Yes, because they were trying to just establish that dick is a plus.
If y'all really think dick is a plus, I'm gonna
conversation. Y'all can go back and listen to it, and I've been correct the whole time because I listened.
Me 3.
Thank you. They were trying to establish that dick is just as good as pussy. And you said, well, no, they're not just giving them dick, though. They're
and
giving
you know where
money.
I said that? When we had the whole conversation about you compensating women. Did you not say that earlier?
It isn't. No, it isn't. I hadn't said anything. Edaman, that was when Edaman was talking and you said they didn't answer your question of what a good thing was. Jesus Christ. And I can recall all of it. Exact each moment. I didn't say shit about iPay.
So fine. Hold on. I'm correcting the language going forward.
Let's go.
What is your issue?
What are we correcting it to? Because I'm curious. I was just trying to find out because we were talking about what a trick.
That's what she's correcting. That's what she's correcting. She correct.
So she's saying a womanizer and a trick are not the same.
We're gonna see right now. Go ahead,
No,
go ahead,
a
Ro.
womanizer and a trick are not the same.
Okay,
And
cool.
explain.
So,
okay,
go ahead.
You had a question for that?
Yeah, I was gonna let the brother go ahead and go. I didn't want to dominate.
I mean, a trick can
Yeah,
be
Ro,
a
and
woman.
establish your argument, Ro. You gotta establish it. What's
Again?
the difference? Yes.
The difference
So this way
is
now,
a
because
trick
now that
is
we're moving
actually-
forward, we're not gonna go backwards. We're gonna move forward with this new establishment. Go ahead.
Yes.
A trick is no different than a John. So going earlier, what we were saying about people who are literally paying prostitutes, that would be a trick. A womanizer, he is just enjoying the lifestyle. Like Cody, that's why I said I knew what Cody was trying to say. The lifestyle, the status, and all that. That man knows that he is just bringing that to the table. He knows what he is doing as a man that would interest and intrigue women to keep it pushing with him, kick it with him, and all that. He's not paying strictly for the cooch. He's paying for the overall experience, and that's not tricking.
Well, right, and the woman would be the same thing. If she sits and cook after she fuck you and take the money, then she's giving more than just sex. She's cooking, cleaning, going on vacation. It's not just sex either.
I'm not arguing that.
If they're doing more, so if they're doing
that's
more,
a good establishment.
so then it can be positive on both sides, even if you're not telling them every card that you have on the table. Because when it's a woman that I am establishing, I am having to do things and she's enjoying the lifestyle more than the dick. She's getting all the thing that I'm giving her, then it would be the same way the other way. And if she decides, you know what, this was fun, because I've had it happen and other men in my position have had it happen. Right. It's fun. And now I want to get to the point where I even had a woman tell me, oh, when I get married, I wouldn't want to marry a guy who has a kid, and I'd want to marry a man my age. I didn't get mad and say she used me. She tricked me, even though I had met her family, met her brother. Her brother was a huge fan. Met her fucking dad. Her dad was like 5 years younger than me. It was hilarious. But I understood. I didn't come out and make no video. I didn't come out and make a video saying she did me wrong, because I actually started to have different feelings than what we had established with her.
So Tommy, with that example, right? Because I'm assuming you're using that towards the Megan and Clay example, right? So with the Megan and Clay example, that was not established. What established was, at least in Meg's brain, is we are boyfriend, girlfriend, possibly even trying to go further into a real commitment and a engagement, all that kind of stuff. That is the issue with the womanizer. The womanizer who is not setting and saying, you know, baby girl, this is just for a moment. This is a temporary thing. That is where the womanizer becomes a bad situation. Go ahead.
That's why I'm trying to say to you this. As a man, I'm pretty sure part of what he did, because I went into it, and she even said she went into it thinking at one point, this could work out. That's why she said, I introduced you to my dad and all this stuff. This can work out. But then she got to the point where she said, I just thought about this more. And it was
a possibility, right? The key word was possibility. It's a possibility that it would.
Right. And I asked the question because the reason it came up was because I said, you're starting to act aloof. And I thought, well, maybe you cheating. Something's not right. You're not acting the same. And that's probably the same thing that happened with Meg. He's not acting the same. He's not as close as he was. Now, the first thing we will automatically think is you're cheating. But what a lot of times it is, and women have told me this several times about their relationships, they say a lot of times before a woman actually tells you the relationship over, they cut out about 6 months to a year earlier. They lost out up here. They didn't feel it. And you can tell. You remember what you were talking about, Sharon, when sometimes they don't sleep with you no more. They ain't feeling the fact that you haven't gained anything financially. They ain't feeling the fact that your hairline done went back and it looked like Sharon. I mean, it don't.
not your hairline, Sharon, not yours. Not yours.
But like they're not feeling certain things, and it does hurt that person because they're thinking, I thought we were in line to do this. You rarely tell a person when you first think, I don't think this is working, because you start think maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll get better next week. Maybe it'll change. But you keep forgetting that they can see the change in you. They can see you don't cook no more. They can see you might give them the head, but you go, you don't do it like you used to. You know,
don't do it. Don't do that.
But can you tell us the difference? What was the difference? How they doing it now?
I just
used to.
Hey, Tom, I've been rocking with you all day.
Hey, y'all, I just don't know how all of us has been in this space for a minute, and
I think everyone can co-sign the first year of any situationship relationship is the honeymoon phase, and then
Yes,
from
sir.
there it just you start to get to know each other from that 2 to 5 year period. So it's just hilarious how we sometimes can understand the nuance, but then when we start talking about these individuals, we don't know nothing about their life, just all hearsay, he say, she say type of stuff, and we're just going to juxtapose that they're hoes, tricks, womanizers, all in between. Like, what can you actually prove other than you assuming? And most
So
of
I
the
hate
stuff
when
we've
people.
named is not
We could
proven,
prove that anytime a
or we're
black
just
woman do
throwing
something, she
jackets
a
on them.
hoe, and when a white woman do it, she's just a woman playing the field.
That, but I hate how people like to try to act like we don't. But hold
We
on.
call white women hoes more than black women hoes. We believe white women are born like all throughout high school and college. Everybody know these white girls is doing what they want to do with their body. They out there in the streets.
I just hate when
I
we act
gotta
like
so
we can't use
Time to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Listen, I feel bad for any man that's got a white woman. Ooh, I feel bad for him.
Well. So I hate when y'all try to make it seem like we can't use celebrities as an example because they are the ones that were putting that information out there for a reason. Now, what you can say is if there's pieces missing from the situation, absolutely. But when it comes down to society and how we are looking things under a microscope, you can kind of assume pattern recognition with a lot of things. And until that pattern is changed and broken, then that's when you can actually be like, okay, this person is different than what we say they are. The same way
none
y'all
of
can
the
say
things
Megan
you
Thee
named as
Stallion
a
is
pattern
XYZ.
would none of
So
the
why
things
did
you
she
said as
take
a
a chance
pattern.
with him if it was an established pattern? Why did she
None
do
of
this?
I
none of the
said
things you
Meg
said
had
as a
hold on,
pattern
hold on.
is establish him as a whoremonger
One, I never said whoremonger. I said that he does have a
or
pattern.
womanizer.
Yes, because again, if you look at him and let's say his counterpart, Stephen Curry, would you call Stephen Curry a womanizer?
We don't know what he's doing outside of his wife.
But
Okay,
we
so
won't call
based
him that
on hold
because
on,
we
because
don't
based
know.
off of what we see, because they're celebrities, because like I said, we're looking under the microscope of celebrities right now. Compare
Yeah.
Steph to his splash brother Clay.
I'll
Who was
promise you this.
who was the womanizer
What's your
in
name
them?
again, ma'am?
15 years.
Wait. Hold on. What's your name again, ma'am?
One second. I just want to say this.
Because I don't know. I can't see people's
We all
names up
know.
here.
Hold on. 1 second. We all know this. Any man that is calling another man gay, we know that man is most likely straight. So shout out to everybody that's trying to call me gay. That's how I know I'm probably the most straightest man y'all seen or spoke to in years.
Sharon.
It's insane. But go ahead.
I don't know what that got to do with anything.
Can I get 30 more? Before you go, brother, I'm going to ask Sharon. Can I get 30 seconds of your time? I'm being forced to do this. Do you mind?
I don't know.
Stop laughing. Why are you laughing? God, I can't do it. He won't do nothing. It can't be serious with Sharon. Never mind. Go on, Sharon. You don't want me to do it. I just want to do it. You know, you mean to me, Sharon, and there's no reason. I don't do nothing. I'm nothing but nice to you. Nothing.
Oh, being nice was not on my bingo card. Hearing that sentence.
Christ. You can't try with niggas. Oh.
No, it's just like I said. We're going back to Klay Thompson. We're comparing him to Steph
Hold on, because
Curry. I
Sharon
mean,
played the Cash App. The money song. Sharon, were you wanting to read super chats and stuff?
No,
We kinda got your way.
y'all good right now.
Okay.
Y'all good.
Go ahead,
based
Sway.
on
What
what
were
I
you
know
saying?
about Klay,
We acting up a little bit. Me and Tommy act up a little bit. That's
based on what I know about Klay Thompson and being an avid NBA watcher, following him in his career, and not only him but other people, knowing the type of men that are womanizers in those fields tend to deal with women that are quote unquote work. They're not sitting there getting with high profile celebrities and being in relationships with them and showing commitment, traits, and attributes. And then ultimately they're not working out and then they get categorized as a womanizer. No, the ones that are womanizer, they go to clubs, they deal with work, and they go in and out of the season, never taking any woman seriously and having potentially one or multiple baby mamas. Klay Thompson is none of those things. So it just doesn't make any sense to me how he's getting this trait based on anything that you presented, anything that I know about him and followed. He wouldn't be categorized as that. He would
So
just be
as a
categorized as
straight
a guy,
man,
a high profile guy that deals with women, and he's never been married.
so as a
Not a
straight man,
womanizer.
you're telling me you're following this man's relationships, or are you hearing it from other women?
Did I say I was following his relationships? Or did I say I
So
was
that's the
following
whole
his?
point.
Did
How
I
can
say
you
I
say
was?
you hold on?
Did I? Well,
So how can you say what his pattern is? All you know is his pattern as an athlete. You don't know his pattern as
did I
women.
say I was following his lifestyle? So you know how
What are you
you
following
know
to
how a
even be able to
fan,
have this
you know,
conversation with
so
me?
this is the thing, right? The same information that I would get is the same information place that you would get, but I know I've been following him longer than you because you didn't hear about him until Megan Thee Stallion. You have to pull up all his past relationships because you didn't know who these people were. You didn't know the actuality of what was happening in real time. You're hearing it post sense. I was there going through these things, knowing what was happening
So
through
you were
these
there when
times.
he was with Coco Jones? You were there when he was
I
with
was
Coco Jones
following
pregnant?
him, the
So did
NBA, the
you
Splash
follow his
Brothers, and
relationship as
other
well?
multiple NBA athletes because I'm a heavy NBA fan and athletic. That's my whole realm. So yes, I was following Klay Thompson and his life and his lifestyle longer than you to know that
And his
he is not
relationship?
in the category of men in that field that would be deemed as a whoremonger or a womanizer.
And tell me again what your definition of what would make a man a womanizer again, please.
The definition that we looked up earlier, you read and I read, but we both read that definition.
Because you also said the whole baby mamas. I'm not seeing how baby mamas make a womanizer or not. You
I
said something
said
about
these
baby
men.
mamas.
I said these men tend to have one or multiple baby mamas.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's.
Hey, I'll stop it,
Okay.
Sharon. You gave your regular. You said fuck
Sure.
the definition in the dictionary. You said it. You said I'm establishing what it is, and this
Like I
man
said,
is going by what we say it the same way. But I would like to just do this, Sharon, and I'm gonna only take 30 seconds of your time. If you could just let me do this, Sharon. Hey, y'all keep talking about crypto, ain't you? Well, let me tell y'all something about crypto. It's one of the most things that people miss. Crypto was created to actually own and control your own money. And after the 2008 financial crisis, Bitcoin was designed as an alternative to banks. So instead of banks holding your money and delaying the transfers or limiting your access, you're in control. And if you've ever had to wait for a transfer to clear, you felt my pain. Now, fast forward to today, everybody's heard of crypto, but getting in it seems like it's too damn complicated. That's why I use Rumble Wallet, and that's why my man Sharon is going to start using Rumble Wallet. And if you haven't came to the Wildest Wake Up Show on YouTube, then that's where you need to be with your host right here, Sharon. And it takes all the complexity out of buying into crypto. That's what Rumble Wallet will do. You choose what you want from Bitcoin, dollar-backed stable coins, or even digital gold-backed real gold. No complicated setup. It connects with MoonPay, so you can use your credit card, debit card, bank card, and be up and running in minutes. And once you're set up, you can even support your favorite Rumble creator, which is me, or YouTube creator, which is my man Sharon Bracey, the SP gang. Go on and stand up. So do this now. Scan the QR code that's on your screen and the link that's in the description box from Rumble Wallet. And from there, you can get set up with the wallet, tap buy, and you are in the game. In just a few minutes, you can go from hearing about crypto to actually owning it. Boom!
Let's get ready to rumble.
Why Shadow looks so happy? Yeah, Shadow, what's the matter?
Hey, Shadow.
Shadow be angry.
He'd be all right.
Shadow feel like Shadow feel like y'all done took his words out of context. His internet connection fucking up when he be in the middle of saying something.
Just woosah, Shadow. Just woosah. It's almost Friday. Woosah, woosah.
I ain't mad. It's 112 degrees today.
It looked like it.
It
looked like it. Like if
Shout
I
out
had
to
no
the hardworking men.
Exactly. Hey, say it again. Say it again for him, brother.
Shout out to the hardworking men.
Amen.
Salute to that.
And then I guess these hardworking men are wrong if they just want a little ass for working so hard on these trucks. 112 degrees, and we go.
Listen, y'all are never wrong for wanting some booty. I don't want any man to ever feel shame for wanting some booty. I'm just saying you ain't gotta lie. You ain't gotta lie, Craig. You ain't got to lie, Craig, just to get some.
The shame comes in how you get it. So if you tricking and you spending money,
you see, Rogue C never said that. Hold on, I just want it on the record. Rogue C never said that.
I said it. I don't have a problem. I'm not spending money on no coochie knowing damn well get it free. There's men out there, that same woman you tricking, that same woman you tricking on, she giving to a nigga for free. So I'd rather not be the nigga that's tricking.
I don't like fucking for free. I don't like fucking for free. I don't want you to give me no shoes for free. No, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. I think a fair exchange keep me out of trouble. Whenever it ain't a fair exchange, the person gonna get their money. Here's what I tell you. When somebody, my grandmama always told me this: if somebody give you something for free, they either go people when they got a product, they're gonna get it in the front end or the back end. When somebody give you in the front, they're gonna ask for it in the back end. Every nigga that say they ain't paying for no pussy, oh yeah, you are, because that's why your baby mama got you in child support court. That same woman you didn't pay for, you now paying for. That's why the one you didn't pay for, who gave it to you for free, that's why your ass up there getting that shot.
That's crazy.
You pay for it. Listen, you can either pay up front or you can pay in the back end. And I'm telling you, when you pay up front, you deal with less problems because everybody establishes what it is. She ain't got to lie and pretend she like you. Nobody got to pretend. And if a real relationship come out of that, well, great. Because when
hello, Tommy said you need to pay $200 on the front end or $25,000 on the back end. This is what he said. In case y'all missed it, he said,
"Hold on, it's not like either
save
man
yourself
agrees.
money, black men." This is what he said.
Hold on, why? Let me see. So I need to know if
you pay more on the back end when you get it free up front. You do. You pay more on the back end on everything.
I need to know if Cody agrees as well. I need to know if Shadow agrees as well. I need to know if the other man, again, Cody, Shadow, AR, because he didn't say nothing yet, and Sway. Go ahead. Let me hear the answer. Do y'all agree with Tommy? You pay for it no matter what, either front end or back end. Go ahead, Cody. Yes or no?
I mean, that's a way to view it. But I would say, if you're playing the game and if you're not in a relationship with a woman, I would say, what he's saying, I 1,000% agree with. Your best bet is to pay up front and eliminate your problems, your arguments, your stress, and your where you at.
Goddamn, Cody. I asked you a simple question. It was a setup for something else. Next time when I ask
Cody
you
ruined it, Sharon. You should have told him to go first.
Cody, like, I be trying not to make him so,
Yeah. But no, hey, I think Tommy got a point,
that Cody Fitters, he all mess up the whole damn setup.
He messed it up.
I wasn't informed about no setup. Just drop what you trying to drop.
That's why you should just answer the question the way
Yes
I
or no,
asked
Cody.
it. So this way,
just yes or no next time.
That's all.
Well, I agree with his statement.
There was a caveat in what he was saying. I understood what he was saying.
I just add the caveat to it. That was it.
And he's right. There is a caveat involved. I treat it the same way. It's not the easy way to say it is straightforward, but there is a caveat involved.
No one say that, Tommy. It's just hold on. Sharon?
Oh, there's a joke. Okay, where's the joke?
Nah,
I want to hear it. You got me curious.
He there? You want to answer the question, Shadow?
Look like he's flicking you off.
Yeah, he'll tell you. He said, "Fuck you."
We heard nothing he said, but we knew every word he said. We heard nothing he said, but we knew every word he said, without a doubt.
No, I want to hear the joke, man. I want to hear the joke. Don't quit playing with me. I want to hear the joke. It sounded like it might have been good.
No, the joke is that when you start talking, you get booted mid-sentence. So to not make it obvious, he let Cody go first, and he was going to go second, and then cut him off mid-sentence and kick him off the show.
You really had to tell the punchline? You don't know if he was coming back. Y'all see how y'all
Cody was taking too long.
Don't use me in the midst of your rhetoric.
Let's be. I actually want to acknowledge what Tommy said. Can we acknowledge that every coochie we get at some way we do play?
Thank you.
Do you agree with that or you disagree with that?
I do not agree on that.
I mean,
back end. Go ahead, bro.
I don't agree with the front and back end, but you pay.
That brain ticket to China cost you for that coochie.
Sharon, you are married. You had to pay for a marriage like this. You got to pay for a house. You got to pay for gas. You got to pay a lot.
Don't forget about them plane tickets to China. No, you missing them plane tickets to China. He paying right now.
China. Look at you out there tricking to China. You tricking.
You see? You see? How you gonna say a married man is tricking? That's crazy.
Trafficking.
Yeah.
That's crazy word.
Not trafficking. Not
But no,
trafficking.
Sharon, that is true. There is, and you know,
I mean,
I
you're
would
gonna
tell
pay
my son the
regardless
same
if you
thing.
the leader
That
of
there
your
is
household or
always a price
anything,
to
and
pay
leader
when
of
it comes
anything
down
in your
to
life.
having sex with a woman to being with a woman. There's a price. Women come with a price.
But in reality,
I
you
mean, there's a
call tricking
price
that
to pay
that
for a
money
woman
that
being
get
with
up
a
and
man.
leave. You don't call
It's like,
tricking money that lay down with you.
But women are not unaware of the price that comes with being with a man. It seems like for some reason men are the only ones that are unaware that yes, no matter what, you are paying for it.
nobody's
Somehow, some
unaware.
way.
That's why we
You
don't
are gonna
care
have to.
about y'all money, because we've been
That's,
aware since we was 4 years old.
Who's
Hello,
telling you?
let's be
Okay, so
clear.
hold on.
Hello.
Hold on.
Tricking is not the
Why when
problem.
y'all hear
Simping
a
is the
woman's
problem.
voice, y'all gotta jump up like that? My God.
Well, we was talking too. And you be interrupting us like you don't hear
No,
man's
Sharon
voice.
actually
But go
told me to
ahead.
go ahead.
My God.
And you can tell the men who are good with women and the men who aren't. My goodness today. Even with all that jumping and screaming Tommy does, you can tell why Tommy has the women and who don't. You can tell why Sharon
Damn,
has the wife and who don't.
the single talking to the married, tough.
If you gonna say it right, though, I got women.
I got a woman.
I don't want
I'm
the
about
other
to say,
women.
I think there's only one dude on the panel that's not married, or two dudes. I guess Tommy's not married and AR's not married.
I'm married to the game. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Tommy, one of the dudes not married, but he good with women. That's crazy.
But I'm just
Sway, you married too, Sway? I ain't know you was married, Sway.
You got to marry before
Sway,
you carry, Cody. What you
my
talking
boy
about?
Sway in this thing. Hey, Sway. Man, boy, I love you, Sway. I'm glad you grew up and became a young, nice man. I feel like I sort of raised you. I don't know. But hey, Sway, hey, boy, you going to be him, big dog. you going to be the man you need to be and supposed to be, big dog. I promise you that, big dog. Congratulations again, Sway.
That is diabolical. He said, I felt like I raised you, but I don't know.
And also welcome over, and also Sway, welcome over to the trick side now, because that's what they say you are now.
That's not what anyone is saying. Again,
Hello,
calling
no.
a married man a trick is crazy. But
No, listen, hello, let's be clear. Hello, no.
Hey, man, are you serious?
Run, you need to get a shirt that say "Tricking in Beijing."
I buy that one. You sell out of that shirt.
International.
But to answer what Sway was
go ahead.
saying, no, that is not how women pay back. I'm not saying anything, but the fact that Tommy did say, and shout out to Tommy's grandmother for what she said. Yes, and the front end, nothing in life is free. Women do not pay the same way where it comes down to being with the man the same way men would pay to be with a woman.
Okay.
That is why our reciprocity is different. You're not asking a woman, your wife, or anyone to do the same thing that you would do for her. That's crazy.
I got it, but we men have
That's why they
always
told y'all not to accept anything, because they knew on the back end they gonna want you to give up that coochie.
Yes.
I know, but hold on. Let's be clear. Amongst men,
talk about that part, Edo.
I know, but I've been trying to talk about my part for 20 minutes. Go ahead. Let's talk about what he said.
No, I was saying I wanted to talk about it. Yes, that's what he said.
Yeah.
He said women who accept things up front, they want it with no strings attached, as if there will be no strings attached. And my grandmama told the girls in my family that too. Don't you be taking shit from niggas if you don't like him like that. Why are you taking things from him that would indicate you do? Because that man might feel used just like that woman can feel used. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
That's a fact. I don't think we got to add no more to that. That's a fact.
You're right.
But no, this always been the agreement upon men, and most men won't say it online, so I'm gonna say it. Men have never had a problem with people tricking. They had a problem with them simping, not getting a return for their investment. So even the men I'm telling them, we have never seen a man who was tricking and getting a return from his best friend as a problem in our community. That's not true.
Yeah, you got it.
I got to disagree with you on that. That is actually true. You see men all the time talking bad about men, talking about you got to pay for it. I get it for free.
But they lie. They be paying too. If we acknowledge it.
I'm saying I know that, but you said men don't have a problem with it. I had an argument with men because they was talking about what this other man was doing online, and he was saying, you remember, even Lil Wayne had to say it ain't tricking if you got it. And he had that in the line because niggas was talking shit about, hey, I'd rather just go on and pay for it.
That was definitely T.I.
Yeah, men who throughout history have always said, I don't have to play the same game as you. And I told them in the comment section, I said, look, y'all, I said, the only people that complain about the way me or any other man get it is because y'all feel bad that you can't get it that easy. All the work you did trying to charm her, get dressed, take her home dates, and all this shit, you'll probably end up spending more than I spend just to get some head from that same girl you on a date with.
Damn.
I guarantee you will. Because your dinner that you took her to cost less than that $250 she took from me. And she got $5,000 for $250 because she was like, I need this to pay a bill. She knew when she went out with you, you gave her some dinner, but she still had a bill due. You gave her a movie, but she still had a bill due. And you wanted some ass at the end of all that while she still had a bill due. With me, I just went to that throat and put some money in her coat.
Oh, Lord. Jesus Christ. I'm mad that it rhymes. I'm so upset right now. I'm so upset right now. I'm so upset.
Respects the idea if she said, at least I walked away and a bill got paid. When you took her on a regular date, you took her time and no bill got paid. You spent money, but you put it in the white folks' hand at the movie theater. You put it in the Mexican folks' hand at the grill y'all went to. You put it in them Arabs' hand because you had to pay for parking. Everybody got paid but her. And at the end of all that, you wanted some ass. You know, it's some women right now listening to me like, this nigga right.
No, they're not.
And all that, everybody got the money, lady, but you. But he wanted the ass.
I'm pro compensating the woman for her time. So he's
West End down, put a sad face and say he's right. I know. I mean, listen. If you that's why people like listen to me. Every day you listen to me, you learn something new. You do.
You know what?
No, because I still didn't know the difference between anagram.
I'm saying. Anagram is like this. You know the word Neo, and anybody know the movie The Matrix?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you know Neo? Did you know Neo is an anagram?
Yes.
No, because I don't know what an anagram is. Explain it.
It's an anagram for the one. If you take the letters and move them around.
Okay, that's okay. I got
one.
Okay.
See, a lot of y'all didn't even know that. Y'all been watching The Matrix since 1999. Y'all been watching The Matrix, and I just taught y'all something you didn't know. Neo is an anagram for the one. That's why his name is Neo. You move the letters around, it says one. He was the one.
Shout out to Professor Tommy. The more you learn, the more you know.
And also The Matrix is also another hidden line for Transformers as well. That's what the brothers came on and said.
Oh my goodness!
They just took the Matrix. The word Matrix. They listened to the Transformers, and the Transformers had the Matrix of leadership. But the Matrix is a word well established in sci-fi culture as basically the thing that runs everything, like the system you're in. It's a catch-all for a system. That's what Matrix is. It's just
Speaking of the Matrix, do you think the Matrix is after Andrew Tate?
I do believe that a lot of men who are trying to wake men up, it's easy to shoot them down. Even if you listen to what they called him, they kept saying misogynist. But no one talks about women who are feminists and in a bad way. She's allowed to be a feminist. We big her up for being one. So why would it's just like saying black power. Well, that's a great thing. No one gets mad. But if you say white power, oh, you can't say that. Why do we have so many things? If there needs to be balance in the world. And men pushing men creates an imbalance in those women's mind. They want men to either be soft as fuck or homosexual. Those are the only men that women like.
We don't want those men.
So the balance is
like if you think about it, the public tells them they want it, but then like she just said, in the end, who these women end up leaving these soft ass men for?
So, but the problem is when they say white power or Andrew Tate, right? He is misogynistic, and white power is a problem because it has a history behind it. That's the issue. So
black power has a history behind it.
Say what?
Black power has a history behind it.
Yeah, black power has a history of saying, "Leave us alone. Let us be civil." They didn't even ask for equal rights. They was asking for civil rights. They was asking for us just to leave us alone. We want to be treated under the same law that everybody else is, and that is it. Just leave us alone. So the other version was about subjugating people and taking advantage of people.
Okay, so if the white person says it today, they're not trying to subjugate you. They're just proud of their race. When a white man says, I don't believe in race mixing, is he wrong?
Yes.
especially if you use it.
Yeah, black people get to say they don't believe in race mixing, and no one says anything.
No, you're wrong too.
I was going to say
no, they're not wrong. That's
They are
their
wrong.
personal belief. No, sir. If they
Just
say
because someone has a personal belief, don't make it correct or not correct. It can still be wrong.
Wait a minute.
I don't care what it is for them. I don't care what it is for them.
Hold on, but that it is if they said they don't believe in it. Just like I don't believe if I had a son, I wouldn't want him to be gay. If he decides to be gay, yeah, I can't stop him. But I have every right to say I would not like my son to be gay. Just like I say I do not want my son to be a crackhead, or I don't want him to be homeless.
You can't have all
tell people they can't have.
You see how you compared it to all these negative things, right? Crackhead and something that you find to be negative, which is being a homosexual.
Yes, because I find it negative.
Compare it to be negative.
Yes, I find it
things that were so crackhead and all those other things besides the gay thing is objectively negative. No, being a crackhead is objectively negative.
Being a homosexual, if I follow the Bible, is
not objective.
Okay, so relatively speaking, because y'all are going on. Relatively speaking, having pride in your race.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Before we go down to a rabbit.
What's positive about being a homosexual?
It's just
I don't know if AR.
Hold on.
I'm a person that doesn't like it. That doesn't make sense.
I do not want to have that conversation.
You gotta have it, Sharon. This one is getting good.
No, because
he's scared. Look at him running.
Hell yeah, I'm running from that one. But
Tommy on Rumble, you can't get the same type of censorship.
So what I was saying with the whole Andrew thing, him being like the rhetoric that he was pushing out there, that sounded very misogynistic. Him saying that.
What? How so? What was he saying that you found objectionable?
So him saying, he love bombed the girl. He has sex with them. He makes them think that he loves them, and then he gets them to work for him in his webcam situation. Take away their passport. He controls their money. He controls their access to getting outside. He chokes them to sleep.
What do you think about Tariq Nasheed then? What do you think about Tariq Nasheed? Do you object to him?
But before we point fingers at somebody else,
I'm just asking.
Maybe they both was in the bushes. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that before we say we's caught, I want to talk about Andrew first.
Because what you're saying is something that men have discussed a lot, and you're listening to, like, if a man said, there are women who say the exact same thing. To love bomb, get all you can from a man. A man is only there to be used. And they publicly say this. And men will then say,
choking a woman to sleep is kind of crazy. That's wild.
Well, I've had several women ask me to choke them.
To sleep?
No, but that's not what he's saying, though. Hold on. So don't conflate those things, right? Somebody
I don't know what kind of choking you're talking about.
Somebody asking for a kink, somebody asking for a kink versus somebody using choking.
I ain't never heard Andrew Tate say choke a bitch to sleep.
You heard the other stuff? Did you hear the other stuff?
I played it on my show. He literally said that.
Did you hear the other stuff?
Well, listen.
The other stuff.
Hold on. He said love. I'm just making sure. You're saying he said love bomb a woman to get all you can out of this woman.
No, he said love bomb a woman so you could make her think that she loves you, and then you could trick her into working for your webcamming company as a sex worker.
He said this?
Yes. And then he said, then you take up. And then you got to take her passport away so she can't leave the house.
He said this as a joke, or was he being serious?
He was being dead serious.
It sounds like a joke.
He does it. What are you talking about? That's their whole thing. That's what they do.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Wait a
minute. Wait.
He also sold a course that's called PhD.
I'm just saying they did the same thing to black rappers, and we were against it when DAs were starting to use their lyrics to say they must have done it. Because they said in their lyrics,
but he's actually charged with this type of stuff, right?
No, I'm saying they were charged. A lot of rappers were charged.
No, they weren't. No, he says this after he was charged.
Murder. They did it to see murder.
No, he was charged. So he got charged and arrested in the UK, and then he fled the UK and said, "I'm not going back there until they change some laws." He went to Romania, where this stuff is legal there, or more legal, at least more lenient in Romania, right? And then he got arrested there for the same stuff, and then he came to the US and also got arrested. So it seems there's a pattern, right? So I don't know why you guys seem to have this need to cape for somebody that's constantly being found to be doing this type of stuff, and who says it on his podcast.
If you're having a discussion about something. And see, that's always the fun part, that when people have a discussion, they always use insulting language instead of just have the discussion about it. Because
I personally don't think there's a reason to have discussions about this type of stuff. Sharon is the nice guy, not me. I'm not here to be a nice guy.
Well, I didn't say you were, but why not?
Okay, but don't point out my insulting language. That's obvious. Everybody knows I'm using insulting language. It's a stupid conversation to have with someone about the Tate brothers. This is like years later. We know that they do the type. This is like having a conversation about Trump still. There's no reason to have a conversation about Trump protecting people because we know he does it. The evidence is there.
It's wrong for me to repeat it. That's interesting.
Oh, what's up, Shadow? No, you're just stating the obvious, and the obvious doesn't need to be stated.
Yes, and I do it for dramatic.
It doesn't need to be. It don't need to be.
No, but that's you. That's you. Just like if you were.
I'm trying to help you level up. I'm trying to help you level up, buddy.
Help me level
you
up.
should be more like me. You should be more like me, and I'm trying to help you get there.
I'm richer than you. You don't have to
care. I don't care.
Can you hear me?
I don't care. I got more hair than you. I got hair on my head.
I don't need to level up.
I got hair on my head. I'm not bald. I'm not bald.
Up to this thing.
You're bald.
I don't understand how me cutting my hair has anything to do with it.
You don't cut your hair. You have to cut your hair. You don't have any hair.
All right. Hold on.
It is true.
It's still not true at all.
It is true.
So this man who I don't know says I don't grow hair, and that's the diss. It's grown ass fag. Who brought this fag up here?
Why is he so triggered? Why is he so triggered?
Wait a minute, you're triggered, right? That's why I don't trust niggas that suck dick. That's why I don't like fags. Fags are just. Hey,
I can't. That's it. So Eugene Steele, the Tate brothers' tactics are similar to how cult leaders vacuum their members. That's crazy. God damn it. Sometimes I guess I gotta take it too far. God damn it. And my camera's acting up. I think it's overheating. The show got too goddamn hot. We're gonna have to do this again. I'm gonna have to come and kick Tommy ass on the Tuesday night. I'm gonna have to stay up late because so I'm gonna come kick his ass on Tuesday as well. Matter of fact, that is my baby girl's birthday. And we're going to see how late, because we did overtime today. I usually be long gone, but we had a really good show. Salute to everybody. Make sure you hit that like and the share. Thank y'all. Hopefully, they don't beat me up for all of the cuss words, YouTube. See y'all later.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me